Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Morning and welcome to Sewing Street. Look, I'm like a whole person today. I feel a bit odd. I'm used to standing behind a desk, but we have got the Horn furniture on today, brand new, so we need to be able to see it all. So it's a bit odd. I'm sort of standing here now. Right, I'm going to start with the early bird, which today is 2 pairs of scissors in this packet. So you've got dressmaking scissors and embroidery scissors. Aren't they really pretty? They're blue spotted blades, and then we've got blue handles. Nice ergonomic ones as well because they're quite nice and rubbery. There we go. So you get the large pair of dressmaking scissors, and you get the smaller embroidery needlework scissors, perfect for snipping your ends, good for your embroidery threads, keep by your sewing machine. So you get 2 pairs. Now, the normal price of these is £6.99, which is a really good price, but not today because this is our early bird. No. £3.49 today. So they come in the packet. I've just taken mine out. Hemline, they're really good quality. They cut beautifully. £3.49. And I'm thinking presents. I know, do you know, I was in Morrison's yesterday. They had Christmas cakes and Christmas puddings out on the 1st of September. It was ridiculous. However, if you're thinking about putting things aside, getting things ready for small Christmas presents, maybe you do a Secret Santa, £3.49. It's well worth it. Put a few in your basket because who wouldn't love these? And they do come in the packaging as well. But I still can't believe they've got Christmas cakes out already. If you've seen them, let me know. It's just mad, isn't it? 1st of September. Anyway, £3.49. This is ideal to put in your Christmas present box. Or if you just need an extra pair of scissors because they go blunt, you want to keep a pair by the machine, but they're so pretty as well. I'm thinking I might use these. You know, when you do your Instagram posts and your social things, it was nice to have pretty things in them, so you could use those for that as well. Anyway, keep checking out on those. because when they're gone, then we won't be able to do them, they're gone. But if we've still got any left at midnight, they will go back up to £6.99. So this is a 24-hour deal, really, £3.49. Fantastic price. Anyway, I'll leave that with you because we've got a busy day. Let me talk about what we've got coming up today. So 8 to 10, we've got a whole 2 hours with Jason from Horn Furniture. It's amazing, absolutely gorgeous. I met Jason yesterday and I was going through all the furniture with him. I mean, this furniture is designed, created and made for you. It's made for sewers. It's storage solutions, it's work solutions. It's the way of having a large sewing table in your room that you can fold up and put away. It's a way of storing your sewing machine. We've even got special ergonomic chairs that are designed so they can be exactly the right height for you to make your sewing life easier. You're going to love it. Anyway, Jason knows all of the products inside out. He's going to be with me for the next 2 hours talking through exactly what we've got, how it works, and the prices are amazing. I was really surprised. This is custom built furniture for you, and it is a really affordable prices, so don't go anywhere between 8 and 10. I think you're really going to enjoy this. 10 o'clock we've got Louisa Goult in. Now I haven't worked with Louisa for a long time, in fact not since we were on Sewing Quarter, so really lucky to have be able to work with her today. She's got 2 products on at 10 o'clock. She's got her brand new EPP cushion. We've got a full kit, 2 full kits and instructions, and then she's got a giant half square triangle lap quilt which has been designed perfectly for beginners, really quick and easy to do, and a beautiful giant quilt. Absolute sewing expert, Louisa. You're going to learn loads from her. 11 o'clock we have got Jill Repp with her June Tailor Quilting Essentials. Now unfortunately she's not live in the studio, which is a shame, but she's pre-recorded this for her, and we've got some brand new June Tailor Quilting Essentials which are great. They always go down a storm, so please be ready at 11 o'clock when that comes on air. 12 o'clock Louisa will be back with us doing her FPP Christmas table runner. Again, we've got 2 kits, we've got instructions. If you've never tried FPP, Louisa's going to walk you through from the beginning stage how to create your own beautiful Christmas table runner, so don't go anywhere for that. As always, shopping is easy with us. The easiest way to do it is 2 ways. You can either do it on the website. You need to go on to www.sewingstreet.com. If you then click on Watch Live and scroll down from there, you will see all the products. Now they're split into 2. There's pre-order. These are all the items that I haven't talked about yet, but they are available to buy so that you can get ahead, because we only have limited stock of all the furniture and all the chairs, and when it's gone, I don't know when we'll be able to get it back. So if you want to get it, you need to get ahead with that. If you want to wait to see Jason explain it all so you can see what you need in your sewing room, that's fine, but this is if you want to get ahead. There's Louisa's cushion kits, her half square triangle giant quilt kit, all the tools that she'll need for that. Again, please do get ahead. We've got these Sewline glue pens back in, the hemline ones, which have been out of stock for a while, which are perfect for EPP, so do get those. There's the Christmas table runner, so it's all there. So if you want to get ahead, buy your kits now, buy your equipment, then you can just sit back and watch. So I'm going to start off. Look at this massive table. This is probably my favourite thing actually, because look, it stores away. I'm not going to explain about it to you at all because Jason is the man who knows. Welcome, Jason. Lovely to see you this morning.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice
to meet you.
We haven't met before, have we?
Yeah, so tell me a
yesterday.
bit until yesterday. Tell me a bit about Horn Furniture, just to give our viewers a bit of background.
Okay, so Horn has been around for some time. Its roots start in Germany, roughly 90 years ago. That was Dieter Horn, or his father. And he found that for his wife he needed something for the sewing machine, and started producing craft furniture.
So specifically for
the
crafters.
sewing, exactly.
Amazing.
Yeah, which is
not sort of just something that you've bought and kind of it sort of
adapted.
Works.
Yeah,
this is specifically for the crafter.
Yeah. So it was. If we think of sort of the singers of yesteryear, they used to come in a table.
Yeah, the old treadle tables.
Flat. Exactly. So when they came out with newer machines and they were a free arm machine, it was great for portability, but machines have got bigger, they've got heavier, so they're not as portable as they were.
No, not at
so
all.
Really a cabinet or one of our tables is far more useful, not just for storing it, but also for the working position. So there's 2 heights really to use your machine, and we try and get the best sort of comfortable ergonomic position as you're using your machine.
Yeah, so we'll be looking at those in a bit, where you can
on.
actually lower the machine so it's at table height, which is genius, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think it's a great idea.
is.
And of course, it's adaptable for other brands of machines, so you don't just have to have it for one machine. We can fit machines going back sort of 50 years.
Oh,
we can
wow.
get into
So
that.
you have a piece of furniture that's bespoke to you.
Yeah, it's customizable.
Wow. So you, your father started
He
supplying the furniture in the UK.
That's right, yes. So it was, they reached out to originally because my father was in sewing. They started importing from Germany, and Germany set up partner operations in Australia and America, very successful partner operations. And we've continued until the point where Dieter got to an age where he wanted to retire. So they kind of split up, they went their own ways. And ever since then, we've been really changing and adapting with our customers' needs, so we're always listening. I love doing exhibitions and things.
Yeah, it
because
must
I'm
be
getting
really good for the feedback. And what do
Yeah.
people say to you?
Yep.
Are
that's
they,
exactly
do
it.
they ask you for different products or what their specific issues are with what
do.
they need?
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, that's exactly it. So one of the adaptations was work surfaces behind the unit, and that was a great idea that we obviously picked up on, because as fabric is heavy, it starts to roll behind the machine, it starts to pull on the machine.
Of course,
so it's great to actually have that, or embroidery machines, because particularly with the hoops now, you need that room behind the machine.
Yes, that's true, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes I've made curtains before, I've had to have them draped over my shoulder, just so that they don't fall on the floor.
Yeah.
But you've solved all of these issues.
We have added all the way along the line, yeah. I mean, originally based on trying to achieve that flatbed position of your free arm sewing machine, so we can drop the machine down and level it off, and then it's the right height for you to actually sit and work at it.
So we'll be looking at those in a minute.
Later on,
But we're going to start with this.
We are, yeah.
This is strange. It's a vertical table.
yeah, not much use like that.
No, not really.
Yeah, so this is our high-low Mark II.
Okay.
So we've had the high-low, it goes high and low, that's the name. We've had it for some time now, but this is the latest version of it, where it's far easier to adjust. So you can raise and lower it much quicker. And it's I think, a great difference to how it was, where it was just a wind-up table, but also we've got a colour choice now, so you can have this in 4 finishes. So this is one of our most popular. This is the oak finish.
Okay.
One of my
beautifully
favourites.
smooth.
Yeah.
So the idea, I presume, is that this is if you want to store it away.
That's right. That's exactly it. Yeah. Thanks. So So the idea is, because it's a big table, so it's quite handy the fact it's height adjustable, because you can open it over other pieces of furniture, dependent on the kind of room that you have. But still, if you need to get back a bit of space in the room, it has that ability to tilt and then be pushed away, because it's all on casters, so it's easy to move.
Okay, so how does it work?
How does it work? Okay, so we have actually all the mechanisms to.
So it's got wheels for start.
It's on casters, exactly.
So it's casters, sorry. Casters, not wheels.
Wheels, casters. In fact, I think you're probably right. I think they are wheels.
So it's very easy to move yourself.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
So they're like a semi-industrial wheel, and they're lockable as well. So when you push them down, when you push the lock down, it will actually not just lock the turn of the wheel, but also the spin of the wheel.
So you're not going to be fine, you're sewing in the garden.
Exactly. So once you lock it down, it's really quite effective.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not going to be chasing it around.
Yeah.
So I just turned it this way, just so we could just see the mechanisms here. So you have a lever that you can adjust, and you can adjust it to different positions if you wish. So much like a draftsman's table. And then if we keep pushing it down, it'll open fully. And that's it fully open. So it's a nice height. It's a nice height.
This would be good for Christmas dinner, wouldn't it? When you need an extra table, even.
Yeah, we've had that. We've had that. Yeah. It's
put a cloth on. Put a cloth on it. You know.
You'd never know, would you? Yeah. So this is it. I mean, it's something that, even though we're going along the lines of sort of creating for crafting and for sewing, this particular one, it can be used for anything. So whatever your hobby is, you can't get better than a nice table that adjusts to the height.
Yeah, and it's a really attractive table as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is the oak finish.
It is.
And
yes.
it also comes in.
It comes in 4 colours. So if we can have a look here, yeah, can we see those? So we've got the beach, we've got the white, they call it an ash white, There's the American Grey, and then we have the Oak, which is this one here.
Okay. And we have got all of those available.
We have those all available, yes.
So if you have a look on the website, if you go and watch live and scroll down, you will see them all. So if you want one in one of the other finishes, they are all there. So we've now laid it flat.
We've laid it flat.
Now this is the best bit, I think.
So we have a lever. I'm on the wrong side. Hang on, I need to come around to your side. So we've got a lever here.
I'll move around this side.
Sorry. So if we lift up on that, that then releases the table. So we can adjust the table.
That's absolutely brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, so you can see, I mean, it goes low enough really for you to sit at.
This is brilliant for children, isn't it? You know, dinner time.
I wouldn't want them near it.
I love that. You know, you can have them just the right height. Fantastic. So if you're doing rotary cutting, you've got this nice height where you want to be above.
You can, exactly. So we'd probably raise it up a bit, I think, possibly for that.
No. It depends on your height. Yeah, you see, I'm rotary cutting, I need to be really, because then you've got the force from above. But when I'm on my sewing machine, it needs to be different again.
That's right. Yeah, we'll come to that later on that height. But yes, so just to show you the range of the adjustment. So we've got quite an adjustment here. So it actually probably goes. You have to be really quite.
This is like a bar.
Yeah.
Isn't it? This is brilliant. That's fantastic. What a great height, though.
Yeah. So we push it down. So let me just explain how I'm doing it. So we've got this release mechanism here. So it's a lever here.
So it's easy. It's not like you've got to go, oh right, that's the right height, now I've got to wind it. You can get it exactly right,
it's
easily.
Quick,
that's important.
Quick, which is nice. So you can adjust quickly. And I'm releasing it. So as I'm pushing it down, or rather I'm pushing it down to the position, but as it comes up, you release it and it comes up for you to whatever position you want.
So you can use it for all different things, because you do need different heights. I use like a table for cutting. I use my ironing board for pinning because it's a better height. I use another table for sewing, but this does it all. Well, and you can fold it away.
And you can fold it away. Yeah.
It's genius. So let's just, before we move on to all the other furniture, postage and delivery, because these are big pieces of
big items.
Items.
Yeah, the delivery for us, I believe it's on your site. So we say we've got them in stock. So delivery is 28 working days.
So, and you deliver yourself.
So we deliver.
So the P&P that we charge is $3.95. That's it covered.
That's right. Yeah. So we cover a huge part of the country. I mean, there are islands and highlands, which I think you can see on the Sewing Street site, that we can get to the items there, but there is an extra charge for that. So that's not covered by the £3.95.
So you will deliver there, but there's an extra charge.
That's right. It's actually a separate carrier, so it's not our vehicle.
Right, but you pay $3.95 delivery, and that's it.
That's a huge
all
area.
included.
Yeah.
I mean, that's amazing for something like this.
Yeah.
So the price for this is £1,199. Now we can do that on split pay of. Is that? I can't read that. How many?
That's
5 equal payments of £239.80. So the one that we've got on screen at the moment is for the beach. Now what you do is, if you want to go for the split pay, you pay £239.80 now, and then it will get dispatched to you, and it's interest free, and then you will pay the other 3 payments split over the next few months, but you will get it delivered to you within 28 days.
Within the 28 working days, I have to say. But yes, so we deliver with our vehicles, our driver, and he will actually, this particular item he assembles when he's there.
Oh, okay.
So the delivery takes
So do you contact the customer?
We do.
And you tell them when you're going to come?
We do. So normally what happens is we either text, it depends on the phone numbers that we have, but that's really important, actually. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, so I've said it before, so I don't want to bore you, but some of the information is not coming through to us. We're getting it eventually, but if we don't get all the information about delivery, then it does slow it down a bit. So very important, if you could give us your, obviously your name and address, postcode, also a telephone number and an email would be great. And we're finding sort of mobiles a bit better now, because we can text. So we either text or ring, but usually we do that of the week before. So we try and give as much notice as possible, and we can get down to a day but also a window on the day of about 3 hours when we're going to be with you.
Oh, okay.
We're
And
good
then
at it.
with this,
it's a passion for us to get it
You will
right.
assemble this on site for
This
them?
one, yeah, this is a little bit longer than a normal delivery, so this takes about an hour and a half. But yeah, we put this together.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's a fantastic
We find it's
service.
easier to transport like that because it's quite a big item to get into place.
So you come to the house, you assemble it for them, and all they have to do is pay the $3.95 postage.
It's great for $3.95.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's about a little bit of petrol. That's not much, is it?
Oh, we've got a message. I have a high-low table in my sewing room. It's amazing in capital letters. So easy to adjust for standing or sitting. A must-have for comfy sewing from Angie in Lincolnshire.
Thank you very much, Angie.
Oh, that's great, Angie.
You can't
Thanks.
beat that, can you?
Yeah, that's what a brilliant review. And it is. I think this is amazing because we always try and look at different storage solutions, but working solutions. And we go and buy a table, and it's never quite right.
Well, it's like you said to me earlier. It's not making do, is it?
No.
It's quite often you go out and you get something, and it's nice, but you're making do.
It's never quite right.
Yeah.
And I think also, I mean, I would love this. I'd probably keep it up all the time. But the fact that you can store it away if you need to, you know, if you haven't got a dedicated work space, and even if it's just that you use this for your cutting out, then you've got that whole space. Speaking of which, the cutting mat.
Yep.
This is one of my favourite things. Right, let's move everything off the cutting mat. We need 2 people to carry this.
No, it can.
Well, because there we go.
Okay,
So
there we go.
look at that. So if you want to use this as a cutting table, the mat is separate, so you can buy it just on its own for your own cutting table, but it fits perfectly onto this one. That's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's custom. It's a custom-made mat. In fact, it's one of the largest I've seen of a continuous mat. So there's no breaks in it anywhere. And it's a thick mat. It's very hard wearing. It's one of the thickest I've come across.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a really good mat because I have used it on the show
you
before.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Right, okay. Well, I can't see any cut marks.
No, I have had a go.
So it's obviously, and apparently it doesn't. I've had ladies say it shows that it doesn't blunt their blades. It really is a very nice mat made for rotary cutting. And of course you have the grids on here, or rather, the diagonals.
And you've got the 45 and the 60 degree angles, and it's all in...
Well, it's predominantly inches, but one side is metric too.
Oh, okay. So you've got imperial...
This axis is metric.
And you've got imperial as well.
The main axis is imperial.
So it's 36...
by 56.
By 56 inches. So if you're buying the table, you want a dedicated cutting mat for it, this is perfect. And also if you just want it for your own table, that's the size of it, but it's great. $169.99. Again, we can do that on split pay for you, interest free, 3 equal payments of £56.66. And is that delivered by you as well?
These are because of the size we need to deliver them.
Okay,
so that's
again,
covered in our zone.
But you're still the $3.95.
But it's the $3.95, yeah.
Fantastic.
And of course, it would be if you bought both items.
Yeah,
it would
still
just
be the one.
payment.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's brilliant. Well, I think that's wonderful. Now we've got loads of products to get through.
We have.
So if you do have any questions, please do ask us. Just message in. Jason will be able to answer them. We've got lots to get through, so we're going to move on to the next one. But do let us know if you want to know. All of the different colourways are on the website, so you can just choose which one you want. But if you want a reminder of them, then just message in. So, shall we move on to
Indeed.
the Mark II?
Shall I put this one away?
Yeah.
So I'll just pop that here.
Just have a quick furniture
and we
removal.
tilt it, yep, it's just like that. There we go. In fact, if we tilt it the other way, we can
Good
see
job you
how
can fold
all
it
the
away.
mechanisms, yeah. Shall I put it over here for a moment?
So this is the next one.
Okay, so
tell me about it.
This is our entry level cutting table.
Okay.
So it's not a height adjustable one, but it does give that sort of
it's
kitchen
it's a good height. It is.
Exactly.
It's a good cutting height. I like that.
Yeah. So the nice thing about this is it's obviously quite a bit cheaper than that one, but it's also more of a traditional idea with the drop leaves. So it's very compact when it's closed. It's literally just over a foot.
So you could put this up against the wall easily.
You could tuck it away exactly. Okay. And it can be partially open. So if we were to open just one leaf, You can see that you could use an A1 cutting mat on there.
Yeah, so if you didn't want to get the whole thing out, you just think, oh, I just want to quickly cut, just open the leaf, keep it against the wall.
The wall, exactly, that's what I was going to say. So you could have it against the wall, and you could quite easily half open, would be, for the majority of the time, I think, would be a good height, but also a good size surface to actually stand at. And it's got the rounded corners, which I didn't mention on the other one. So again, I think this is a really key thing. It's well,
it's the little details like this that make quite a difference and show that you've listened to your customers. You know what people want, and
you're not catching.
Well, because the height of these tables is where it's going to dig into you, isn't it? So that's really useful.
Yeah. So we also, on your side there, we have an ironing.
Swap over again.
Indeed. So I'll probably push it a little bit. So we've got an ironing table, which has a leg that clips in. I probably didn't say that, but they actually clip in underneath, so the legs lock. So it's really
solid. It's not going to go anywhere.
So they're not going to suddenly close on you. And this, obviously, you can press, but say you were up against the wall, then it gives you somewhere to press.
Okay, so if you kept up against the wall, you only want to do a small cutting. You've got the pressing, you've got the cutting, and it's all on wheels.
Use it, don't we?
Yes, they've been using, all the designers have been using this in our studio all the time.
Yeah, so obviously it's a good setup, this. Sorry, I butted in.
That's all right. Yeah. And it's got wheels, so you can move it.
Yeah, we've got 2, 4, 6, 7, I think 7 casters.
Okay.
And each one, I mean, they're good sized wheels, so it's obviously good to be rolled in and out, so it makes that easy. But at the same time, every single one is lockable. So the wheels are rubberized as well.
So it's not going anywhere.
It's not going anywhere if you're on, say, a hard surface like we're on. It's very effective.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll open the other side too, and this gives us a full feel of the size.
Now, is this one available in just white?
Just the white colour, this one, yes.
That's an amazing space, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah.
Really big. But the fact that you can have just this space, you can have just the ironing board, you can have the ironing board on the table,
so
you
can
have
to have
so it's so when if you've got a sewing space that's not big or it's multi-use, because a lot of people use our kitchens to do our sewing in.
That's right.
You can keep that tidied away and then use it as you want to. Another message. Morning all, I have 4 horn table cabinets and the quality is fantastic and the service is great too. You will love these as much as I do. From Marjorie in Suffolk.
Thank you very much, Marjorie.
Doesn't get better, does it?
Doesn't.
What a great review. Thank you so much for messaging in.
Thanks for giving the time to that. Yeah.
But it is a brilliant space, isn't it?
I think as far as actually sort of, it's a little bit smaller, but not far off the size of the high-low. So it's I think the same width, but not quite the same depth. But I think that the real advantage here is, as you say, it's so small.
Yeah, I think so.
So you can tuck it away in most.
And I think that's important because we don't all have a massive sewing room that we can keep everything out all in the time. No. And this is multi-use. Again, I can see this Christmas Day, isn't it? We need a table. Who's got the ironing board? But but there are things you do. I mean, we all bring in our garden furniture when we have more people around. So
you're right.
Again, you can use it for that. And I love the way that it's all on wheels, so you haven't got to get someone to help you when you've got to get your sewing out. You can just do it yourself.
Exactly. So it's easy to pull out, easy to fold away, literally takes moments. And you can crack on with whatever else you're doing.
So there's the dimensions. I mean, and it's important, if you're making this purchase, you need to make sure it fits your space. It's going to do what you want to do. So there's the dimensions of it. You can have a quick measure up of where you want to put it. Again, it's your normal $3.95 delivery. Is this just come as it is? Is it assembled?
Okay, so we're offering this as an offer. It's normally a self-assembly unit. So this normally comes as a flat pack, but we are offering it through Sewing Quarter. Sewing Street.
That's right, we do that all the time. Don't worry.
But yeah, it's coming as you see it made.
Right, so that's lovely as well. That makes a difference. So that once the delivery date is arranged, it comes to your house and that's it.
That's it. So again, it's our delivery service. So it's our area that we cover and it's the 28 working days.
Brilliant. But you will let them know
we
advance.
Contact you. Yes, we don't want to come all the way to you and not find you there. So we will make that window, like I said, we'll give you the day and a window of time of 3 hours.
So the price price on this table, amazing price, £525. I think that's fantastic for all of the space that you're getting. But if you want to do it on split pay, we can split into 3 equal payments of £175. That's interest free. It's just a way of you spreading the cost. Now, I need to point out that we are on single figure quantities of these two tables. Everything you've seen so far, the 2 tables and the cutting mat, we are on single figures. So if you want to get one of these, you need to check out. And the sooner you check out, the sooner you'll get it delivered.
Dead right.
Really.
Dead right.
But if you want to do, when you get to check out, if you think, oh, well, actually, I would like to spread the cost of that, it won't cost you anything. There is a part on the checkout process that will ask you whether you want split pay or not. It doesn't make any difference to your delivery time. You will still be sent it when you would if you paid it all in one go. But if you would rather split the pay, that's 3 equal payments. Oh, and we've got another nice message. Hi, I love my Horn large sewing cabinet. It fits into my space and folds away. Great service and delivery, and very nice man to put together.
Yeah, well,
there we go.
My heart,
oh,
the pride.
That's great, isn't it?
It's a passion for us. I mean, the delivery is. I mean, the product. Obviously, we want to get the right product for you, and we want to delight you for years to come with something. And we've been going a long time, so roughly 40 years. So, you know, there's a lot of cabinets out there. So there's over these years that we're doing all these deliveries as well. So we try to get it right every time, first time, if we can.
Okay. Right, so should we move on to the hideaway?
Hideaway.
The hideaway.
Okay, so should we fold this down?
Let's fold this one down.
So here we go. Just the leg pops off. So here we go. So there we go.
Okay.
Unclip that. And away that goes.
And then we can just wheel it there.
Indeed.
Look at that. So compact. Look at that. We've got 2 big tables now just against the wall.
Yeah.
So the purpose of this one
so this is on wheels.
Is to hide it away.
Exactly. So it's on wheels, so you can actually pull it around with you.
Okay. That can go under the bed.
Yeah,
can't it?
Yeah,
if you need to keep it somewhere or under another table.
Yeah, so under the bed, exactly. Or I usually compare it with like an ironing board that folds away. So
but it's just if you need to store it, it's very flat, isn't it?
Yeah. I was only about 4
some
inches.
people use, say, like their spare room as their sewing room.
Yes.
So if you wanted to move that, you could easily pack it away for when somebody came to stay.
Very quickly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, very quickly. So literally, again, I'll show you actually how quickly. So when we want to open it up, if we turn it upside down. So we have actually straps to secure the legs. So we just release those. If I can find the end of it. Where are we? There we go. Okay, so that's releasing the legs. There are actually 2 straps. Well, I'll just put the one on at the moment. Okay, so the legs open, and you've got an arm that locks in. So I'll put those straps over here, and on this side, while we're down here, we can see the mechanism. So this is the mechanism or the platform that the machine will sit on, and there's adjustments to this, which I've already adjusted for the machine. But this is the idea of this. It allows the platform to be raised or lowered.
Okay.
So dependent on your machines. So it's designed really to fit as many machines as it can, and obviously. Different brand machines are a different height off the table.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
So
my current one is much higher than my other one.
Is it?
Yeah, there's a much bigger base section to it.
Yeah. Well, this we found with particularly when the electronics came in originally, it put the machines up actually very high, which again is making it more uncomfortable to use. So this is where I think these tables really help. So you can adjust it by moving it along the chain. So that's for large adjustment, or fine adjustment is where you alter the wing nut. Okay, so if we just and you also have adjustable feet.
So if you haven't got flat floors.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so if I just turn this over. There we go. Oh, yeah, they're not that heavy. So. Okay, so it feels quite stable to me. I don't think we need to adjust the feet.
And is this just in the white finish?
This is just in the white finish, yeah. Again, you'll notice the rounded
Yeah, with
corners.
nice rounded corners, and it's got a grain on it as well.
It has, yeah.
It's
This
not
is
just plain white.
it's not just
got a
a
nice
plain
grain.
white. No, it's an ash white, an ash effect. So I think it gives a really nice effect to it. And then a handy tape measure too, which
Yeah,
when you're using
really
the
good.
machine. Okay,
So a
if I-
great table just like that. I mean, in fact, you could put a cutting mat on that.
You could, yeah.
If you wanted to use it for cutting and for sewing, you could easily put your cutting mat on top of here.
Well, this is actually one of the things with this compared to a lot of our range is that this is portable. So
Right.
if you were going to a friend's or if you're going to like a workshop or a retreat or something, then you can take this with you. And once you start using a machine in a lower position, you won't want to use it any other way. And I think that's a
Yeah,
key
so this
thing
is
that
how we're used to
people
using our
say to me.
machines, isn't it?
Yeah. So, okay, so I just need the plate. Okay, so right, so we've got an Elna here, but of course it fits, as I said, in all the major brands. We customize a part to level the machine off with the rest of the table bed.
Okay.
And which I'll show you now. So
you can use it at this level if you want, but
exactly. So this is pretty much using it like you would be on a
like
table.
on a normal table.
So we've got a lever under here that allows us to drop it down. So remember I was saying about those chains underneath there? So that then lets you drop the machine down. So now the machine arm is level with the tabletop.
Fantastic.
And this is quite important. If we go back to when you order, we need to know your machine, because we have this customizable part. If I put it in front here, customizable.
And that
part.
comes with it?
It does. We
No
include,
extra cost?
No extra cost. We include one for you for your sewing machine. So this is cut specific to your machine. So if you could let us know the make and model of your sewing machine, and again that won't delay then the delivery. So if we place this around here, now we've just got to shift the machine into position, but you'll see it drops in.
That's an absolute perfect fit.
I haven't
Perfect.
adjusted it quite to the right height.
No, but it is. Look at the cutout.
Yes.
Is absolutely precise, isn't it?
Well, as you can see,
It is absolutely precise.
I think you're surprised, aren't you?
Well, I know, because there's so many, like, it's not a straight thing, you know, this goes in there, round there, and, you know, it's
so
not just
what
a
I'll do
straight
is I'll
thing.
just raise it up a little bit, because I must have not done it
Oh, yeah.
quite right. But
You are
can
being a
see,
perfectionist now.
I am.
But that is absolutely perfect. So it's better than any extension table,
Yeah.
because now your machine is at the right height, much better for you sewing.
Yep.
And you've got all of this.
Yep.
But then if you just want to pop it on, you don't, you know, if you want to use it as a cutting mat, you can.
You can, that's
can
right,
put your
or
cutting
as a
on.
table.
Or just as a
So the
table.
great thing about it being portable like this is that you can take it wherever you're going, as you say. You can sit at it, there's plenty of leg room to actually sit at it. If you didn't want to use the machine on it, you can raise the platform.
Well, we've got
So
a
it does
message
give you a
about
lot
this.
to-
I have the Hideaway Mark II, and it's brilliant. I was happily surprised when the wonderful guy from Horn added extra chains for the weight of my Dukey HZL from Karen in
thank you,
Dumfries and
Karen.
Galloway.
Thank you.
That's brilliant,
Thank
isn't
you.
it?
Yes, yeah, thanks very much. I remember Karen.
Oh, do you?
I do, yeah, because we didn't get her machine in time. We had to send her, I think, her plate on afterwards. So thank you for that, Karen. I really
That's really
appreciate
good.
that.
But it is brilliant. Another question. Can I ask, does it fit a VQ2?
Yes, it does. Yeah, no problem at all.
No idea what that
Yeah,
is.
No, brother.
Okay. If you upgrade your machine after you've ordered the Hideaway table, can you order a new Perspex piece when
You
required?
can, yeah, and that's really one of the big advantages, I think, of this style of sort of customizable table. So with these trays, whatever machine you change to, and people are changing machines a lot more regularly than they used to,
Or have more than one.
or have more than one.
See, I have more than one machine.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, well, we come across this.
yeah, so that's really
Do you have a
important.
cabinet for 4 machines?
No, I have
don't
them
know,
on the
but-
floor, and yeah.
So this part you can buy. These are $69.95, and they take roughly 14 days.
Okay.
So you can get that later down the line. So should you have this table for your new machine, you can just order one of those.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I mean, that is quite a game changer, isn't it? That you can get that cut that comes with this in the same price of $299.
Indeed. Yeah. delivered.
Wow. So again, we can do that on 3 equal payments of $99.66 if you want to spread the cost, or a one-off payment of $299. And If you've got yours already, congratulations. This is just brilliant, isn't it? You know, but it actually makes your sewing space look really professional as well, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, there's a bit of that, I suppose. Yeah,
I know, but
I
this-
like that. That
No,
sounds
but it
good.
does, and that's really important to sewers, is that that things work, but also that it looks good, doesn't it? You want to have your
Well,
professional
it gives you
sewing
the
space.
enjoyment. I think quite often, if you're sitting at the wrong height, and you're sitting at a machine on a table is too high.
You're right, it is. I have to constantly take a break, and I have to have a different chair that's slightly higher but still not quite right, and it does make your shoulders and your neck ache, doesn't it?
It's a killer. Yeah, because you sat there not for just 20 minutes, you sat there for hours.
Yeah.
So, and as you said, you've got the fabric. So if you're doing large fabric, you've got it over your shoulder. You're trying to keep it up because you're trying to maintain the stitch with the machine. So you're actually holding it all up. So you're holding your arms up and the fabric for hours. So you can see why.
Because if
this
you're
helps.
working on quite heavyweight fabric, or if you're doing curtains and there's a lot of fabric, it really puts strain. Then you break the needle if you don't hold the fabric
well,
up.
it's trying to maintain that
And
stitch,
that tension.
isn't it? Yeah. So you can imagine as this is all level.
It's brilliant. I mean,
So as you're feeding the fabric through, it's making it far
and it really is.
smoother.
It does go round all the little corners absolutely perfectly. No, that's genius. That's great.
Yeah.
Right, so we're going to have a little break because we've got a brand new launch of 3 new pieces of furniture. So we need to get this off and get on. So we'll only be a couple of minutes and we'll be right back with you. If you've got any questions, please do message us in. And remember, we are limited in stock of all of these. Have a look at the colourways, measure your space, and we will be back with you in just a couple of minutes' time.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Welcome back. We've now moved everything around. So this is the brand new furniture. This is a whole sewing solution for your sewing room. If you're struggling with storage, your sewing space, you love the idea of the hideaway table that we had before. This is the same concept, but this is your whole sewing space. But I'm going to leave Jason to explain.
Yeah. So as
it does the same thing.
It does the same thing. So looking at earlier, we were looking at the hideaway, which is a portable version of this. This is our Elements range. And this has the same idea in actually the use of the machine. So you can raise it to the top like table height, but we can drop it down again and fill it in as we've got it here. And you can see this inset around the machine. So again, this whole table is level with the arm. But this is a fixed version, the Elements range. So this is the idea is that you put it in your home. You're not
this
really
is your
carry it around with
sewing
you.
space.
Yeah.
And if you weren't watching earlier, when you buy this table, you let Horn know exactly the make and model of machine, and then you will have a piece cut that will fit your machine perfectly and all the little ins and outs to give you a completely flat sewing space. But this stays permanently. This is your sewing room, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Well, this is the more of the idea with this one, as you'll see with the other sort of elements to it, or the other additions to it. So there's the key component is the table. So this is the key unit. This fits your machine, so you let us know what machine, as I said earlier, as Rebecca said, with the make and model of the machine. And it's the same mechanism in the lifting too. So we remove the tray and we can raise it up like so.
So again, you could put a cutting mat on here.
You could, yeah, you can use it. You can see we've got plenty of legroom at the front here. So they've actually added to this. So this is a newer version of this range where it allows you not just more legroom, but also for knee lifts. So a lot of people use knee lifts.
Yes.
Yeah. So this area here has been cut out to allow for that.
Yeah, because some people prefer to. Well, I'll use the knee lift when I'm doing quilting in particular, and I don't want to take my hands off. Yeah. And and you've got the space to do that.
You do, yeah, exactly. And of course, in this position, if you had an embroidery machine, for instance, or something, this would be the position to use it in.
And like you say, so if you had a normal machine and an embroidery, you could just order a separate Perspex cutaway piece, put your embroidery machine on.
That's right. You'd need to remove your embroidery attachment, but yes, yeah. So if you had two machines, you could get a second one for your new machine. So again, here's another inset, and something that I'll probably point out is the which one it is. So if you're reordering, we've started etching on the type that you need in the future.
Okay.
Now we're etching it because ladies have got this thing they like taking labels off. So
absolutely,
yeah. So we say, well, have you got a label? yeah. So newer ones. Well, in the last couple of years, we've etched.
Yeah, no, I would definitely take the label off. I think that's really annoying. Why have you taken the label off? No, we don't know what it is.
Yeah.
So you use this is primarily for your sewing machine, but if you wanted to use it as a cutting, you could. You just put a cutting mat on top, would be absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so the price for this one is £299. That's an amazing price for a very specific piece of furniture.
Yeah. So this is normally, this is normally a self-assembly item, but for Sewing Street, we're offering it delivered, made, And we're including the insert, and the insert is normally an extra £2. So all of that is in that one price.
Wow, so we've just got a message. I bought the cutting table and hideaway. Whole experience perfect. Delivery gentleman went through everything. Amazed at the product quality from Joyce and Goult.
Wow, thank you, Joyce. Thank you.
We've got some
Wonderful.
great endorsements.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just the quality of the product, it's the delivery, it's having somebody to bring it to your house. It's going to cost you for this amazing price of £299. It's a white ash finish, which basically means it's a lovely clean white, but it has a slight grain to it. It's really attractive. We can spread that over 3 equal payments of £99.66 if you want to spread the cost. That's interest free, it won't cost you any more, and when you get to the point of checkout you can choose whether you want to do split pay or the full pay. Now the postage, £3.95, that's it, £3.95. Obviously, if you live Highlands and Islands, then it will be different because they won't deliver there for the £3.95, but you can.
We can get them there,
but using a different courier.
It will be a different
courier.
Right.
So what do they do? Do they need to speak to you?
They would need to speak to us.
Okay.
Because it would be a bespoke price for them.
Right. Okay. So if you do live outside of that, if you live in the Highlands and Islands, then you'll need to phone Horn, and they will be able to sort it out for you, but at a different price.
Yes.
But £3.95. Does this one come as a flat pack?
Well, this
Normally.
one if we're delivering
right.
it, so this is one of the things. So it's the same with our 28 working day delivery. So if we're delivering it, then we can deliver it and we'll assemble it.
Wow, so for £3.95, you will deliver this and assemble it on site.
But that's just for Sewing Street.
Just for Sewing Street.
Just for Sewing Street.
Fantastic. For £2.99, that's an amazing price, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think
and with the perspex in it.
With the perspex as well. So so it's basically one price covers everything, isn't it? Really, which is nice. So,
and it's cut for your sewing machine.
It's cut for your sewing machine. Yeah.
That's an amazing price,
and we
isn't
can
it?
fit most machines. I mean, there's some oddball ones out there, but when I'm talking, we go back 50, 60 years,
okay.
or there's some sort of, I suppose, Lidl or Aldi machines, and we haven't got all of those, but all the major brands we've got.
Does the insert from the Mark II fit the sewing table?
Okay, so the insert from the Mark II. So the Mark II, which Mark II? There's several Mark IIs. If we're talking about...
the one that we just...
We're talking about the hideaway. Okay,
the hideaway.
The hideaway, does it fit? It doesn't, no. It's a different size. We were just talking about this earlier. So that's why it's slightly different, but it is different. So that's why this etched number or code on here is a good thing when reordering.
Yeah, but if you buy this, you're getting that anyway.
We are including one of these anyway.
It's just that the insert for the hideaway is a slightly different thickness, isn't it?
It's exactly. So it's just the opening's just that. Okay. It's a different style of opening on it.
But you get it to fit this table anyway for your machine. And if at a later date you update your sewing machine, or if you've got more than one machine, you can go to Horn Direct and buy separate inserts, and they just slot in. So it's not that you've stuck it in. You can easily change them. So if you've got maybe an embroidery machine and you've got a normal machine, or you've got an older one, then you can do it. Will it fit overlockers? How does that work?
We don't have overlocker fitments.
Okay,
no.
but you probably don't need it for an overlocker, though, do you?
Really, it's not. It's more for this flatbed that we.
But if you had an overlocker, that's absolutely fine. You can put it. You can just put it on the table.
You put it on the table, yeah. It depends on the overlocker, because some overlockers are very deep, whether it will go through the hole.
Right.
But yes, you would just. The machines aren't fixed, so you would just remove one machine and put the next machine.
So
on
that's fine. That's a fantastic piece of furniture, isn't it? Has it been really popular?
It has, yeah. It's again, this is the newest version of it. We've had it, but this has been updated, as I said, for the knee lift and things like that. But I was putting these together, actually. I'm really impressed with them. I think
it's a nice build quality.
It is, yeah, really solid.
And can you see the back from there? Because the back is a solid...
it is, yeah.
Sort of comes about 3/4 of the way down. So, and I don't know whether you can see that on camera. It's not just the front and the sides, because you've got that solid piece on the back. That gives it the real stability,
strength,
doesn't it?
Yes.
I know you can there.
Yes, you can, yeah.
So you can see that the back section. So that gives it a really nice solid build. It's not going anywhere.
No. No, and again it has adjustable feet on it, like the
So if you've got
hideaway.
maybe wooden floors that aren't quite level.
Quite level, you can adjust them.
Lovely.
Like a fridge.
And it will be assembled for you in your home.
Yep.
Okay, so if we want some extra storage,
Indeed. So
to go
one of
with
the
it.
beauties with this is that you can add to it, hence the name elements. So there's different elements to this. So what I'll do is if I just move this over a little bit here. Thank you. So we have two different types. So I'll start with one of them, which is a set of drawers. Okay, so these can be butted up
Same
nice
height,
and close,
same finish.
height, same finish, and of course the feet can be adjusted to it. And the thinking behind this is that you can add one or two of these or more. So we've had people that have bought two of these. They've had like in a corner area,
of course, yes,
and they've had like drawers either side. So really, it's down to you and your room how you wish to actually.
And that's
do
why
this.
they're available separately.
Exactly. So this gives you storage. So we've got removable trays, which are quite handy because they're transparent, so we can see the trays. And you can take them out, obviously get to your things, and they're quite easy just to slot back in.
So if they wanted to, we've just had a question, if they want to order an extra insert,
Yes.
can they do that at this point, or do
You
they
can do
need
it at
to-
this point, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you're using two machines, so you could order two tables with two separate inserts,
You can.
or you
yeah.
could have one table, but you could order at this
You can
stage.
order
the extra
you can order at this stage. I'm not sure if you've at this stage they're £62
Right.
because they don't have the postage and packing. I'm just not sure if
So
you
I
have
guess
it on your catalogue. That's all.
But they
really,
could phone you,
or they can phone us,
and then
yeah.
it could probably be delivered at the same
Exactly,
time. So
yes,
if you
yeah.
do decide you want to buy one table and two inserts, once you've ordered it from us, give Horn a ring. They will be able to sort out the other one and deliver them at the same time.
Yeah.
But it will have to be bought separately for them because it's a bespoke
Well, it depends
thing.
on the catalogue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yes, you can definitely get
right,
another one.
thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So as I was saying with like the configuration, you can. It's really how you feel best for you, but also how much room you have in your room. So we've got a third component to this. So if I move that forward, and we have then.
So now we can create a corner
You can create
if
a
you
corner.
want to.
So if you're actually in a corner of a room, be it on the left or the
Yeah.
right, you can create yourself a corner. I mean, you could go as far as having like another separate
Oh yeah,
set of
you
drawers
could have a whole
here.
little cubby hole.
Indeed, and you can fix these together. So I brought the little fixings. So
Okay.
we have little fixings. Pop it there. There we go. Yep. So there are holes in the side, which you can probably see here. You've got holes actually in the side here. Can you see those? Okay, so that allows you to fix each unit together if you need to, but you don't have to. But it comes with these if you want to.
So
do
if you
that.
want to create it as one big strong
And it
unit,
makes it
yeah.
obviously a lot stronger, as you said. So that will allow you to fix all of this together.
So what's
just
in the
to show
corner
you,
one then?
This
Oh,
is
fab.
now the idea is if you had an overlocker or it's just a handy cubby hole,
Yeah,
isn't it? Just
you
to
could put loads
chuck it
of
in,
fabric in there, or you can put you at the machine, but you can get all your fabric, or if you've got storage
Yeah.
boxes, but it just gives you that corner section. I guess you could keep your other machine on top of it.
You can, or work it. Yeah, you can work the machine on there if you wanted.
Brilliant.
If you had it in a different configuration. So, I mean, this is essentially a corner unit, so you couldn't really have that. So you can access the drawers
but you could
as a
have
corner,
this
but,
straight on, or you could
could.
have it in a corner if you want to do that. But if
Yes.
you wanted a straight long run, you could have a couple of drawer sections. You could put that storage one on the end, or
Yes.
have
yeah.
two corners.
Have two corners, exactly.
So, right, so the storage chest, so that's the one that we've put in the corner. Now, it doesn't have to be in the corner. It's obviously, you can't put your drawers in the corner because otherwise you won't be able to get to them. But this could be on a straight run or in a corner. It's £149. So again, we're doing that over 3 equal payments of £49.66. If you want to split the pay, you don't have to. But if you want to, it's interest-free. £149 for that. And then the drawer chest, the
Yes.
drawer one. So we need to have a look. Should we turn that round so we can have a
turn it
good look
round.
at what's in it? Because obviously all the drawers come with it. They're not separate. Can we see that, or do we need to? I think we might need to move it. That's fine. Okay, so all the drawers come in it. Now for the drawer unit, this is £199. All the measurements, are they all on the website, Ben? All the dimensions for them?
I came prepared with a tape measure if anyone wants.
So you've got all of these Perspex drawers, and now these come out as well. So if you want to take the drawers out, that makes it a lot easier, doesn't it?
Exactly, yeah. So you can put it to one side and
take it all out.
And the fact they're transparent, you can see what's in there,
These
which is quite handy
for the
without
next
having
hour.
to pile everything out.
And then they just slot back in, and it comes with all of those. So it comes with 4 drawers. They're all the same size, but again, you can take them out. They've got handles on them as well, easy to use. And then on the side, you've got 2 sections here to keep all your quilters multi-mats in, or you can keep patterns, magazines, books, whatever you need to do in there.
Yeah. So you think of sort of quilt rules and things, and
nice as well to put if you wanted to put smaller storage boxes in there as well. You could get them all stacked in.
In the side here,
or in these drawers.
Or in these drawers too, yes. Yeah.
So in here we've got rotary cutters and clips at the bottom. We've got the scissors. We've got your threads. So you can. And that's quite good. It has the little stops.
To stop them going back too far.
You just pop them back in. But then it's nice that they're easy to remove as well. So if you've got a few of these, if you've got the space, have 2 or 3 of them. You've got
that's as you're saying. I mean, because storage is a really important thing, and having access to things quickly. So you're dead right. You can have one either side.
Well, I think this is often when we don't use everything we've got is because we can't find it, we can't see it. Yeah. But then it's nice.
Or you end up buying it again.
Or because you think, I can't find that. I don't know whether I've got it, and I can't even bother to look. But as well, this storage chest where you could get lots and lots of fabric in there to put that in. So. If you want to have a think about all the different elements, measure your space that you've got, whether it's just the table that you want, or whether it's just the chest, the drawers, or the storage unit. You don't have to buy the table to buy the storage unit.
You don't. No. You can buy it separately if you want it. Again, it's down to your room, so it's down to what works for you. And there's no point getting too many if you can't fit them in. But if the measurements, I think, as you said, are on the website, so you can measure
they
up.
all are there.
I mean, just as a quick reference, if I was to measure this, to give us an idea, so we're looking at, this is just under 48 inches or 120 centimetres, so that's just over sort of £1.20 m. I mean, obviously, I would say this is the key one, but then if you can add to it for storage, I think it's unbeatable. And it's quite nice. I mean, you could put this on the other side, this set of drawers, probably more the set of drawers than the storage unit here, because that would then add to your work surface for the fabric.
Yes, that's true, actually. Yeah, so you've got all of that. Yeah. And you could, because it's all exactly the same level, it's all the same finish.
Yeah, and fixable together.
And I like the idea of having the corner as well.
Yeah.
So what do most people tend to do? We've got some pictures there of some ideas of configurations.
It really varies, yeah. I mean, there were examples, but it really varies what people do. I've had people buying 2 sets of drawers to put one either side.
Oh, okay, yes, that's good.
But also the corner with the storage, again, if you have a corner, because a lot of people do have a corner that they can utilise then, because sometimes corners can be a bit awkward, but if you can actually put something there.
Yes, without it a wasted area.
Yeah.
But also, if you're sewing in your spare room, then you can quite easily have guests to stay in it. It looks like a nice, neat unit.
Well, it looks like a professional piece, like you were saying earlier, doesn't it? And especially with this lower position as well. So if I do that again, so if we just drop that down, so you have a lever here, that just drops down, and then we place this tray.
And then once you've got your machine, you need to adjust the chain inside so that it's the right height.
That's right.
And then you don't have to do that again.
You don't have to do it again for that machine.
Yes,
I mean, it depends on your machine. But I mean, if you had 2 machines, we've had some people will do 2 inserts, but they'll put like just a plinth. They'll adjust it for the deeper machine,
right?
And then for the shallower machine, they put a plinth underneath. And it just saves you having to adjust it each time. I mean, it can be adjusted, but that just makes it quicker.
It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant because I think it's so neat as well. And with the corner unit, although it's called a corner unit, I just want to explain it is finished on all sides, because sometimes I know when I've had corner units for other bits of furniture, because it's a corner, not all sides are finished.
No,
but it doesn't have to be a corner unit. So if you just want to buy that storage cube almost, you can have that on its own.
That's exactly it. Yeah, it's and it's solid, as you say, so throughout. So it's not just a hardboard. Quite often you'll get a hardboard.
Yes.
I mean, when you put things in there, you know it's not going to sort of collapse on you. So they are, very solid, as you say, throughout.
And again, is this assembled on site, or does it come like that?
Yep. I'm not sure if they're assembled when they're delivered or if they're assembled on site. I'm not sure, but it will be
left
assembled. You will be left with what you see here. Yes.
So remember, the delivery on these, it doesn't matter whether you buy 1 unit or 6 units, it's still just one payment of £3.95. Now you can spread the cost if you want to. They're all different prices. You can have a look on the website if you scroll down for all the different costs of them. It's about a 28 working day delivery, but Horn will contact you in advance to agree a delivery date. When they come to you, doesn't matter which pieces you've ordered, they will assemble it on site or it will come self-assembled, but you will be left with your brand new sewing workstation.
You will. Yeah.
And it is just gorgeous.
And you won't look back.
No, you won't. No, you won't. And I think it does make a difference. It's not, I mean, I think a sewing workstation is fantastic in the fact that you've got the drawers and the storage unit and the table. But this is the added extra.
That's the thing that separates it from any old table.
It is.
And that's the difference. So
and it looks professional, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It really, really does. Yeah. What are the measurements of the drawer unit, please, from Christine in
Somerset? The measurements? Okay, so old or new money. So we're just talking this. So this is 50 centimetres or just under 20 inches. And I think that's pretty much square, but yep. That's square. So that's, I mean, they're made to metric sizes, but so 1/2 metre basically. So
and the height? The
height would be probably about 75, or just under 74. This is, so that's a standard sort of table height.
If height, can you use a knee lift with the Hideaway Mark II?
Yes, you can. Yes, same mechanism. So with the Hideaway, we'll probably have a look at that in a moment. But yes, there's enough space for you to fit a knee lift in. Yes.
Brilliant, and that's really important, isn't it? Because a lot of people
it is. For some people, they absolutely they use it all the time. Yeah. So it's something that we would, particularly with this model, we had to sort out.
Right, that's from Betty. Thanks for the question, Betty, because I know there's a lot of people.
Yeah, thanks.
I didn't reread it. It's the new one. Will the table take a Janome long arm machine?
Okay, so there's lots of Janomes. Would you be able to tell me a model number? I mean, it does take, like we've got here a fairly large machine, but this will take, so the Hideaway and this table will take things like the Horizons. But if we're talking like the Continental, the newest one, the M7, it won't take that, no.
Okay, so if you can let us know the model number.
Yeah, I'll be able to tell you for definite.
Because there are so many different ones of them. But it's great to have your messages, because I know that there's a lot of people who have exactly the same question, and they're just thinking. Then
really, please, it really helps, because it makes us think as well, and as things that are coming out, of course, will be relevant to a lot of people.
Well, also you develop your product depending on what people want.
Yes.
And what their demand is.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's how we've learnt over the years, really, just to create things for the customer.
So this cutting insert, was this when was this developed?
Okay, so that was right back at the beginning.
Oh,
so that was Dieter Horn. We were talking, funnily enough, of different sized inserts, because we've been going just in the UK for 40 years. So there's a lot of cabinets out there. Now, we had a question from a lady earlier, I think, about the size of the opening in her cabinet, and that was one of the original sizes, which we still cater for. So if you have certain sized openings, we just need the measurement of the opening. It does say on the back of our brochure, if you look at the website, it gives you an explanation of each size opening, and like I said, I think there's about 6 or 7, there's quite a lot, but all of our units going back right to the beginning, we cater still
so even
for
if you bought it
those.
20 years ago?
Yes. I mean, the only thing is you might find, because they're smaller holes, that the newer machines are too big to fit, because machines have got bigger.
Yes, that's true.
So they're a lot bigger. So you may find that, we can't do
But
one because your machine's
this
too
Elna
big.
is a big machine, and you've still got a lot of space.
You've got a lot of space here, exactly.
Got a lot that it would go in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, great. Okay, we're going to just have a little break now because we've got to bring in some of the chairs, and the chairs are fantastic. This really makes a big difference. Now, please do keep checking out. We are getting quite limited in stock now, so if you've got it in your basket, you need to check out. We're going to just have a break for a few minutes. Before we go, another couple of messages.
Yes.
Can someone get my daughter to move out so I have her room as my very organised sewing room? I might go in my summer house. Michelle, that's fine. When the delivery man
that's
arrives,
not the first time I've heard that.
He'll take her away.
Well, I think we've got another one here, actually.
The hideaway safely takes the weight of my Dukey HZL-UX8.
That's Karen. Hello, Karen.
Oh, from Karen.
Hi.
That's 14 kilos plus, so I trust it with any machine.
Big machine. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, our driver don't take daughters away.
They don't. They won't take her away. No, I'm afraid you're going to
That was
just have
Ozzy Osbourne, I think. Wasn't it?
Yeah, you're going to have to persuade her, I'm afraid. That's quite funny. We'll just go for a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We have got more products. We're going to go back through some of the other ones as well, but wait till you see the chairs. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
And welcome back to Sewing Street with we've got the chairs now. Look at the chairs. So I've got a couple of messages first about the gorgeous furniture. First message, my machine is a Janome Atelier 5. The hole in the table would have to be 19 inches.
Okay, so are you asking if it fits what we're showing?
So that's Betty, because you know Betty said her long arm machine.
Oh, of course, yes, I asked you, didn't I? I'm sorry, yeah, the Atelier 5, no problem at all. Yes, it would fit pretty much all of our range. Yeah.
There we go. Thanks for measuring that, Betty.
That we've seen.
Hi, please can I ask if the Hideaway Mark II will take the Janome MC 1500? Many thanks from Erica in Hampshire.
Hello, Erica. I'm not aware of a 1500. I know a 15,000. So the MC 15,000, yes, it will fit. Yes, both cabinets will fit.
I'm very impressed you remember all of these. There's a lot of machines.
It's kind of sad, isn't it?
No, not really. I'm like, well, yes, I know there's not a 1500, but there's a 15,000.
Well, there might be a 1500, but I'm just not aware of the 1500. I know the Janome range pretty well.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you cut them all, don't you? So
not me, but I have done in the past.
And you do get them all ordered.
You do. Yeah.
So chairs. Now we've got 2 chairs. Now these chairs are for you.
Yes.
This is for your sewing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, what's the reasoning behind this?
Okay, so it's to try and create a chair that you can sit on for long periods. And quite often someone will grab their dining room chair. It's so common. And
I use my kitchen chairs.
Yeah.
This is so comfortable.
So if you try one of those chairs, thank you. If you try one of those, you're not really designed to sit on there for more than an hour, really. Because you'll find underneath your knees and what have you, when you sat for long periods, it doesn't cut the blood supply off, but it just restricts it. So when you get up, you can be a bit stiff, and you're really aware that you've sat for a long time. So these ones, they're based on office chairs. They have a waterfall front to the front here, so you're not feeling that you're going to get what I just explained with a normal chair. And also we have that nice long contour.
Yeah, I can feel it. It's shaped.
It is, and this is the part that is physiotherapist recommended. So this is made to really be contoured to your back, and it's hard to get across how comfortable they are.
Oh, it's so comfortable.
But once you actually sit on it,
as well. Yeah. They are so comfortable. The foam or whatever's in it is so thick.
It is. But
I like the fact you've got that contour in the back. You can feel that really supporting it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's exactly it, and it's adjustable. So there's lots of adjustments, but it's a very good quality chair. Hence the price, and buy cheap, buy twice. And we quite often you'll see cheap chairs, and you don't know it. They look great, they photograph well, but they don't last the time, and you'll find the foam and what have you will start to disintegrate.
Well, also it is, this is your hobby. This is hours and hours and hours, and you're going to buy this chair once, and that's it then. And it's your chair.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, we have an example of Ben's gallery chair. Yeah, go on then, Ben. Bring in your chair. He's asking if we can swap his chair to show the difference in the sort of chairs that people sit on. But you buy this once, it's investment, it's yours. You think of how many hours you spend on your hobby, that you sit there sewing, creating beautiful things. It's worth every penny because it's for you, and you don't need to justify that to you or anyone else. I think it's your hobby, and per hour it's extremely cheap.
Yeah. If you were to cost it out.
Ben is now bringing in his chair. It doesn't mean you can swap them though.
Oh, that's my plan.
So this is your standard good quality office chair.
Yeah. Now the thing is, immediately, of course, it's like an officey style, which that's where they've all been based.
Well, I don't know what's going on with this chair, but it seems to be like This is like an aeroplane chair.
Yeah, so we dispense with arms because we
Oh,
found
right,
that the
okay.
arms actually get in the way,
Yes, they
particularly when
do.
you're sitting into the cabinets. And also we have a slightly smaller base on them too, so you're not catching
Yes,
as you
that's
can
true.
your ankles and what have you as you're moving around.
Okay.
Plus, as you're getting into the cabinet, because they're designed for our cabinets, so to get into the tables, it just makes it that much easier.
The foam on this is so much thicker.
It's
than that rubbish office chair.
You can really see.
Yeah, much thicker. This has got a much deeper padding here as well.
Thank you.
Take your
Take it
rubbish
away,
chair
yeah.
away. And the fact that you've got that it's moulded here. Now, if I turn the chair around, you can see the build. It is a really solid chair.
Yes.
So we have two different chairs.
We do, yeah. So there's a difference in price. One is the tool chair, which is the more expensive. Now, it's not, as some people think, it's just for tall people. It's not. It's designed to sit at tall surfaces. So this one has a foot ring or footrest.
So can we put in the tall chair to start with, Ben? Right, it comes in different prints, different colours.
It does. You've got a choice of 6 prints. So it gets a bit
Okay, so let's
confusing.
go through the chair first, and then once you've done that, we'll show you. We've got the 2 chairs made up in 2 of the prints, but we've got samples here of the other colours. So there are different finishes you can have. So with the tall chair,
Yes.
what are the features?
Okay, so the key thing behind this is that it goes higher, so it allows you to sit at really a table height. So if you think of like a kitchen height, so
if
if
we
you
go
think
that
if you go
height.
into your kitchen, you've got your table, and your table will be a standard height.
Yeah,
And that's in
you can just about
furniture.
get on
It's roughly 29 to 30 inches. But then we've got kitchen height, which is roughly 35 to 36
Okay.
inches.
Yeah,
so-
that's a really good height, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we tried to develop this chair that it has a range that it can be used to sit at a cabinet, but then it can go up high enough to sit at these tall surfaces. And because of all the tilting mechanisms and what have you, it allows you to adjust it for
And I
each
guess if
one.
you've bought the high-low table,
Yeah.
this chair is perfect
It's
for
perfect
that.
for that, and that's what it's designed for.
Okay.
Yeah. So it took a bit of time to get it right. It's. Do you find it goes low enough for you? Because it depends on, obviously.
Yeah, no, I think
Do you
so.
want to climb
need
up on that?
I think I might. Well, it would be very useful if I was using the high-low table, but
Yeah.
no, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah. Okay. So.
I need to sort of sit again. Well, when we get the cabinets back in,
Yeah.
I'll have a go, but that's a good height.
Yeah. So this one goes that bit lower, you see. So you can go a little. Oh, that is as low as it goes. So
Okay.
not a huge difference, but
No.
But it's that extra height that it has.
It
that,
is. And then what about all the tilting?
Okay, so we've
So
got.
the difference
shall I
between
show
the
on this
two
one?
basically
Yeah.
is that this one will go higher.
It goes
Right.
higher. So so levers. So we've got lots of adjustments. As we were talking about the back, there's actually an adjustment screw here that you can loosen. Now what that does, that allows you to raise or lower the back
Oh, okay.
depending on your lumbar. So I usually tend to have it about here, but of course everyone is different. So you can adjust that, tighten that, and that makes sure this contour fits your back.
Right, that's the important bit, isn't it? Because you want the chair to fit you.
Yes, yeah.
So it's your fully self-fitting chair.
And you
Okay.
sit on them for hours. Hours, yeah. And we have them at shows, and we've sold thousands of them.
Really?
And it's,
They are
yeah,
so
we
comfortable.
get a lot of good feedback on these. So there's another adjuster. So this is a tilt. So this is allows it. So if you think like a seesaw kind of action, I tend to tilt that one a little bit more forward because it's easier to climb onto it when it's high. I think you're in it already. There you go.
Oh, so I can tilt backwards
Yeah.
now.
So on the lower one, you tend to sort of tilt it back a bit, and once you drop the lever, it fixes it in position. Okay, now that's quite important because a lot of chairs will tilt back, but this actually tilts forward.
Yes,
and
it does.
There's not many chairs that do that, and this is, or it's come back. The feedback has come back to us that's really quite a good feature for sewing. So it does that too. Then we have the
because you want for actual sewing you want to, because you sort of sit up.
You sit up, you can adjust the back in, which
Yes.
brings me to that one. So if we release that lever, so that back will come in.
Oh, that's
So
good, isn't
once you find when you're
it? If
comfortable.
I show you, So if I need to get into the middle there. There we go. So if I wanted to be like that, leave it like that. But if I wanted to sit upright, I just tilt it, and then I can have that supporting my back, but I'm sat upright.
Yes. Yeah.
Or if I don't want to be.
You don't. Well, you want it like Ben's chair.
He
looked like he was asleep.
I need to have a little think about what colour. Yeah, what colour shall I do?
This
so
is contemplating
No, this
position.
is the contemplating swinging mood, and then this is the okay.
Well, you can leave, like you said, the rocking action. You can leave it
That's quite nice, isn't it?
If you, yeah. So you find out where you want to fix it, or where you're comfortable, and you want to fix it. You just drop that, and then you have the height, so you can adjust it.
Yeah.
That obviously has a greater range to it.
Yeah, so the one that's on the screen at the moment is the tall hobby chair in Fun Sewing, which is that one.
Okay, so this is the standard height one. This is the tall
Yeah,
one.
but there's that sorry.
This fabric is Habby Grey.
Is this Fun Sewing?
That is Fun Sewing.
Right, so the one that we've got on screen at the moment is the tall chair in the Fun Sewing. So it's exactly this one I've got here. £399, which is a fantastic price for the quality of chair. I think you will struggle to find a chair of this quality at that price. And that's £133 on 3 split pays. Now, if you want this same fabric, but in this standard size, the one that Jason's got, that is £299. So there's the difference. And all you need to have a think about the height. They are the same quality chair.
Exactly.
It's just the height.
That's exactly it, yeah.
So it depends on what you're going to use yours for. Do you want to use it for higher things? Do you have a higher table that you need to...
Well, you're right to point that out. It's because there's the price difference. People think that the quality is lacking in the cheaper chair, and it's not. The quality is the same in each chair. They're very high quality. Like I said, they're based on long sitting periods and office, but we've made them more homely with these fun fabrics.
I love this. So this colourway is Fun Sewing. Now, the colourway that you've got...
Okay, so this we call grey, Habby Grey, but some people say it's a bit green, some people are a bit blue. It depends on your eyes.
Yeah, it's a kind of a dark...
It's kind of a mix,
dark
isn't it?
tealy grey. So on it you've got sewing machine, scissors, pin cushions, buttons, rotary cutter, coat hangers, fabric, all sorts.
And we have a choice of 6. Well, I can get 6 fingers. So shall I show the different fabrics?
Yeah, so the one that we've got on screen at the moment is the tall in the grey, which is this one here, the one that Jason's got. That's the tall one, £399, or interest-free, 3 equal payments of £133. Again, this is delivered by you?
These are sent out by carrier, so these would be by parcel.
Okay, but £395 again.
£395.
And is it assembled?
Yes. It comes partly assembled. This one comes in 4 pieces, this one in 5 pieces, but there's a little QR code that you can scan with your phone, and it takes you to a video of how to put it together. But it just literally slots together.
Oh, okay.
It's minutes.
But again, that will be delivered, and then you just slot it together. But again, it's only your £3.95 postage.
Yeah.
So that's so the next colourway. What's this one called?
Okay, so this is Habby Peach.
So exactly the same print.
Exactly the same print.
But with a nice peach
with
background.
a different backing.
Just depends on what colour your sewing room is.
Yeah.
So have we got the code for that one? So that's the one. This code that's on screen at the moment is for the tall in the Habby Peach, which is the sample that we've got there. Or if you want the regular chair in the Habby Peach. There we go. That's that code there. Remember these, if you can't make up your mind this minute and you want to go through all of them, they are all on the website, sewingstreet.com, watch live. There are pictures of them all there so that you can have a look, but we just want to show you all the colours. Is there a weight limit on the chair?
I think they say 22 kilos, I think.
Right.
I think. I'm not 100% on that, but I think that's around about the figure, 22 or maybe 24 kilos, but yeah.
Right, okay.
Sorry to say kilos again, everything's metric.
I know it is, isn't it? What's that in stone?
No,
I have no idea either. Ben, what's it in stone? He's just...
I don't think that's right.
Supervisor.
Well, I'm 55 kilos.
Oh, crikey, sorry, stone. I knew it didn't sound right. You're right. Yeah, you wouldn't get a child on there, would you? Thank you. So no, totally wrong. That's stone. So it's between 22 and 24 stone.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. See, I have no idea about kilos, so that's why I didn't even question
I wouldn't
it.
want to share my kilo weight, but
That's 139 kilograms.
Is that
22 stone.
crikey? Okay. Okay. So yeah. So the strong chairs.
Very good chairs. Okay. So the next colour.
Okay, so next colour. Okay, so we're going to the more kind of
These are your more
standard,
classic colours.
Exactly, classic colours. So this is called charcoal, which is kind of borderline black, really.
So it's a lovely fabric. It's quite thick, like almost like a wool. Like
It is, yeah. They're all
tweedy look.
treated, and fire retarded.
So if you want something more classic, it all depends on what look, what
turn it around,
room
there's a
you're
fault
putting
on
in
that
it. But that's just your nice black finish. So the one that we've got there, it's charcoal actually. But it's got
Charcoal.
quite a nice flecked appearance to it,
is.
like an upholstery
Yeah,
furniture.
it's hard wearing, isn't it? I mean, they're all, even the fun fabrics are a canvas, so they're
okay.
hard wearing canvas.
No, this is lovely. So the code that we've got on screen, we just had, that was the tall in charcoal. Now the regular in charcoal is 299. Can we explain the difference again between the two chairs?
Between the two chairs, yeah, of course. So the quality is the same. So if you get the standard height chair, which is cheaper, it's exactly the same good quality as the tall chair.
They both have the tilt.
They do. They have all the same levers, the same mechanisms, the same adjustments.
It's just this
but
one
the key difference is height. So this one has been developed that it doesn't go too high. Now this is something I meant to say. I don't know if you've ever seen a draftsman's chair before, but some of them are so high, it's ridiculous. I don't know how you get on them.
Well, I'm struggling.
So with this one, it goes low enough to be sat at a working height. A table height rather. So if we talk of going back to what I was saying earlier, so if you go into your kitchen, you've got your kitchen table, that would be roughly 29-30 inches off the ground. That will go low enough to sit at that. But also then if we talk of your standing height in your kitchen, which is roughly 35-36 inches, then this goes high enough for that, but not crazy high.
No,
so
it's not, but it's
so really for pretty much everyone, it's adjustable between those two heights. So we try to develop a chair that allows it to go from our sewing furniture to our craft tables, and it can be used throughout your
So
sewing
you'd be able
area.
to use this at the sewing table, but if you bought the high-low table and you wanted to work at this higher height, this is perfect.
Exactly, yeah. So it's not just for tall people, it's called the tall chair. But because it goes higher. Yeah.
Right, so the next colourway.
Okay, next colourway. So we have a sandstone, which is this one. It's another quite
So
nice
the
one.
sandstone in... That's lovely. It's like a brown...
It is, isn't it? It's got almost a two-tone.
Like a tweed, almost a tweedy
like a tweed,
appearance,
it is
isn't
like
it?
a tweed, yeah. So if I actually get rid of
I'm trying to
those,
think what colour that is. Like conker. No, it's not as brown as a conker. A light conker, maybe. But it is like a brown tweed. So if you want, something that's more usual, very classic colour as well. So it depending on where you're going to put it and what you're using it for and what your decor is, but it's also a really neutral colour. That'll pretty much go with anything.
It would, yeah. I think it would fit anywhere actually, wouldn't it? But surely you want the fun ones, don't you?
Somebody said, could they pay extra for assembly?
Assembly?
Would that all? It depends on the carrier.
It depends. Yeah, the carrier wouldn't assemble. So we could, if I could find out where they live, maybe we can organise that. But it would take longer for delivery.
Right. Okay. But I guess if you ordered one of the pieces of furniture with it, then
the chap
the
would be
very
there,
nice
put it together for
gentleman
you. Yeah.
would be able to put that for you together as well, wouldn't he?
Yes.
If you said, "Could you do my chair as well?"
He would. He's a very nice guy.
There you go. It is 22 stone. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good. Okay.
It is 22 stone. So the tall in sandstone is the one that's on the screen at the moment, £399, or again 3 equal payments of £133, and that's interest free if you want to spread the payments. Now if you want that in the regular, which is the one that's standing in front of Jason, so if you want the regular one, £299 in the sandstone, which is like a brown tweedy colour. again, we can do that on split pay as well. All the details are on the screen.
Sorry.
And then the final colour?
Final colour is the sea blue.
Oh, that's pretty, isn't it? So again, that's almost like your two-tone tweedy effect. It's that really lovely thick upholstery, and it really is the colour of the sky, but on a sunny day.
Yeah.
It's not
should
like
be sky
super
blue, actually,
it
shouldn't
should
it?
be
Not sea blue.
called sky blue, really.
Yeah.
But it's a pretty blue.
Yeah.
So if you don't want to go for the fun prints, but you want something that's a bit prettier, that is a really lovely blue. So the one on the screen at the moment is the tall one, which is the one I'm standing in front of. It's not for tall people, it just goes higher. So it's really good. We'll show you in a minute with the high-low table, and we'll show you with the furniture so you can see how the two chairs go together. And then we've also got it in sea blue, $299, and that's for the normal one. And what's the length of time on dispatch for the chairs?
Well, normally the chairs are 10 days.
Oh, okay.
But like with that other lady that asked about us, if we deliver it, again, like I said, depends on the area where she lives, but then it would be longer.
But the normal delivery is 10
delivery,
days?
Yeah.
Okay. That's brilliant. Right, shall we go back to the high-low table? Because I want to see, I mean, not everybody was watching with us at 8, no idea why. But
sure.
people have lives.
Okay.
Okay, so should we do the high-low table, Ben? Right. Right, now this one is available in a choice of 4 colours, the high-low table. The one that we've got on screen at the moment is the white one. The one that I've got here is the oak one.
This is weathered oak, yeah.
Weathered oak.
Weathered oak, yeah.
But the one that's the code on screen at the moment is white. We'll show you the different colours.
Okay.
So this table folds flat against the wall, which is where it is at the moment. You can turn it round, obviously. It comes on wheels, which are lockable.
Which are lockable, that's right. So they're like almost a semi-industrial kind of cast wheel. They're not.
It is a beautiful
it is a wheel.
build quality, isn't it?
Well, this is nice having it this way round this time. So it shows you the as you say, the solidness, and also the fact that you have the adjusters, particularly for the tilt, on both sides.
Ah, that's really handy, isn't it?
Yeah, so you can access it. The height adjuster is your side, but you can access the tilt on both sides. Yeah.
Okay.
Shall I tilt it?
Yeah, do it.
Okay.
Do it.
So we can go into different positions. So obviously from this side, it's not much. There's no point. But if we were to turn the table round, then you'd be able to, like a draftsman's table, you'd be able to stand at it and maybe use it, piece it. I have some people that fix things to it and what have you.
Yeah,
in that
you could
position.
put the cove wall panel thing for testing out your fabric on it.
You can tilt it fully. So this is pretty much standing height, but we've got this adjustment lever here.
Okay.
So we can lower it.
So if we try the chairs now.
So if you try the chairs, yeah.
So
well, this position, I'd say both chairs would be.
So this is, I sit on it really, don't I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can anybody bring the sandwiches now? Coffee and cake would be great. Yeah, this is your...
It's cosy.
Right, Ben, come on in. We're going to interview
So you can see sort of plenty of leg room under here, so it's nice and open.
So you could sew on this. You could put your sewing machine on it, easy.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So if you talk of using any,
and this works with this sort of lower height. Works with this table, the chairs and this table.
It does. So if we went to then a standing height, so if we adjusted it, so we've got that lever there, so we just release that. So if I put it up to say the same height as your desk, a bit high, there we go.
Yeah. Now that's a bit silly now, isn't it?
Yeah, so this one doesn't go quite as high, but that one's got a far greater range to it. It's probably, this table.
This is great. I'm tall for the first time in my life. Are we actually the same height now? That's quite funny, isn't it? So if you want to...
short,
you do look really short. Just look how tall I am. Oh, I'm loving this. So this is brilliant. This is when you need the high chair. So if you want to use the table at a higher height, depending on what you're doing, or with a different part, it just gives you the point of this table being adjustable is that you can stand I'll just get off my chair. So if you want to do rotary cutting, you need to be higher and you need to get it just the right height, because you know what it's like, we all have a table that's just right, because you need to be able to have that pressure from above for rotary cutting. Then you can get this table to just the right height. And if you want to be able to sit at it as well, then you need the chair. So for this table, the higher chair is perfect. But this isn't just a table, this is your whole workstation. Because we also have the cutting mat that will fit it. We had that on earlier, so we've got the extra large cutting mat that will fit the whole table as well. You could just keep that on there permanently.
Well, yeah, I think most of the time I think people do. But then, as we've said, with this style of table, it's so useful for so many things. I think you've come up with quite a few.
I'm thinking Christmas, because the other good thing about this table, because it's adjustable, you can pull it up next to another table and get them the same height.
Dead on, exactly the
rather
same
than everyone
height.
on the patio table,
Yeah.
a little bit lower.
Yeah.
So this is available in a variety of colourways. The beach is the one that's on the screen at the moment. Have you got the your colour swatches?
Colourways, yep.
So the one that we've got on here is the oak.
So I lower it down a little
No, for the
bit.
the table swatches.
Oh, the table swatches.
Yeah,
Sorry, I was twerp.
That's all right.
There we go.
So we've got the weather day. So the one that's on screen at the moment is beach. So that is, I mean, oh, can you see that? That is your classic beach furniture colour, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
There we go. That's the one we've got on screen.
Yeah, it tends to be more traditional. That I think these newer colours are.
What colours?
So if we talk of the oak now, I think.
Yeah, so the oak one,
yeah,
which is the one that we've got here.
yeah,
Lovely colour, isn't it?
It is a lovely colour, isn't it? It's
And
got
it
a real
does-
sort of definition and depth.
Yeah,
to it.
you can really see the grain in it, but it is obviously it's not real oak, it's oak effect, but it has got a lovely grain to it. That's on screen at the moment. $1,199, which is a great price when you think how useful this table, how multifunctional it is. You can go. It isn't just high or low, it goes all the heights in between. You can fold it away, you don't have to leave it out, so that if you've got a smaller sewing area and you want to just be able to get your table out to do all your cutting or your sewing and then fold it away at night or for the weekend, or maybe you use it in a spare room or a room that's used for other people or other things, you can fold it away, put it out of the way when you've got your guests to stay.
Well, this is it. It's quite often it's the second bedroom, and so the bed goes to one side or is a sofa, and then they bring out obviously their sewing machines, and this would be another thing that you could tuck away and pull out to operate.
So that's the oak. Good morning. I need this table and cutting mat in my life. Game changer from Sue in West Sussex. You do.
You do.
You do.
You do,
It is-
Sue.
You do, Sue. It is a game changer. You know, when I know all of you have different circumstances of what you do, and you're all thinking about your own sewing situation. Oh, I know where I'd use that. Oh, that would be ideal for. This would be really good for. And it is brilliant.
Yeah.
And it's great as well that you can move around it as well.
Yeah. That's
'Cause
another
that's
good
really
point. It's a good
important.
point. Yeah, so it's a bit like an island, isn't it? So you can
Yeah.
access it from all sides. So, like I was saying, you've got that loads of room actually underneath for
Yeah, no,
leg
you
room.
have actually.
If you're sat at it, there's plenty
So
of leg
even
room.
if you wanted to sit at
Even
this
if it's
side,
yeah.
and sometimes I know when I'm rotary cutting, if I'm cutting something really big and I can't move it, I'll just move around the table.
Yeah.
And because
well,
it's
you could
on
do
wheels,
different jobs, couldn't you?
Yes.
Actually thinking about
Yeah.
it, because of the size of it, you could do different things. Or we've had friends that one is working on one side, one on the other
that's
side.
true. Yeah. That would be good. So if you were like, teaching somebody, or you ran a few classes in your home,
Yeah,
it'd be
absolutely.
perfect for that, because you can get out this nice big work, and it doesn't have to be for sewing. If you do other crafts, or you know someone who does other crafts, it's ideal for all different things. So that's the weathered oak. The next colour is the, what's this? The grey.
That's called American grey oak.
American grey
So
oak.
it's an oak grain, but it's the grey. So this is a very colour of the moment.
Yeah, so this is a more modern colour. So this has got the same grain as the oak we've got here. But can you see if I get in? There we go. But it's a grey finish. So it's a really nice, neutral, soft grey. And I know a lot of people now, a lot of decorating. I've just decorated my kitchen in grey. Everything's going grey, isn't it?
It is, yeah. We're finding sort of windows and furniture, floors, kitchens.
So if you really want it to blend in, and because when you fold it up, What's Reva in Hertfordshire says, when I stay at a friend's, I'm most envious of the horn unit in the room.
You could have one of your own.
Have one of your own, Reva. Lose the envy. Get a bigger one.
Yeah.
Get more. Then you don't have to have that envy. But this also, because when you fold up this table, you will have it where the wood effect is, again, you can see it. You need to have a colour that's nice. And then the final colour is the white. But again, it's not just a plain white. It does have that wood effect into it, just like the other horn furniture. I mean, we've done our whole show around this table and it's still stored away.
Yeah, yeah.
And you know, we don't have a very big studio. Most people's houses are much bigger than this studio.
And we can fit it in.
Exactly. So that's how the table works, and now you can see the difference between the different chairs. Which one did you want me to get out, Ben? Which you said we were going to? Which other piece of furniture did you want us to cover again? Yeah, the hideaway. The hideaway is so popular.
Okay.
We can see how that works with the chairs as well.
Oh yeah,
because that's the same height as the other Elements units.
It's slightly lower.
Okay,
it is slightly lower.
Right, so we can have a look at how that works.
Okay,
with the
so
chairs.
if we put this up, if I just pop the fabric over there, and if we tilt it,
we can fold our table.
We can.
There we go.
There we go, and then just move it
turn
back.
it round.
We can turn it round so we see.
Because then you can you can then see what it looks like when it's against the wall.
See the colour.
You can use it as a pin board then when it's up.
You can, or you can raise it up if you want.
Do not stick pins into it, but you know, you can use it to hang things. If you want to have a look at maybe you've laid some fabric out and you want to see what it looks like, you can pin it across the top. So this is the hideaway table. Now this is your sewing machine table where the inset is cut exactly to fit your sewing machine, but you can hide it away.
You can.
If you want, you know.
Hence the name. Yeah.
So again, if you are short of space, if you don't want to, you know, if you've got a multi-use room in the same way as the high-low table, this is ideal for that. Obviously, you don't need to hide it away. You can keep it up all the time.
You can.
But workshops, you can pop that in the boot of the car.
Absolutely. So this, in comparison to the Elements that we saw earlier, the Elements is really a fixed piece. So that's meant to, or designed to stay in the room,
furniture.
so where you put it. This one, as I said earlier, once you start getting used to sewing in this level position with the tray, you won't want to sew any other way if you're doing large things. So the beauty of this unit is the fact that you can take it with you, as you said, you can take it in your car, you take it to a retreat, you take it to a friend's, and it offers you that lower position for the flatbed. And it's on wheels too, so once it's all tied up, you can pull it around with you.
Get it out the boot.
Nice and smooth, get it out of the boot, exactly. So if we open it up now.
I think if you go on holiday for a week and you've hired like a cottage or something, bring your table with you. Oh, what an idea of heaven.
Okay, so these lock in both sides. So these are the legs, and they're good solid metal legs. Okay, so you can see the mechanism, like I said before. So this is actually the mechanism with the platform that it's upside down, obviously, but this shows you the adjustments for that you adjust for your machine. So if we then just turn it over. Turn it around.
So which I think is amazing about this is that it is a really portable thing. It's on wheels, but you've got this really professional looking finish now.
Yes, yeah. So we've got, as you said, that's that nice finish. So it's
that lovely
ash white with the rounded corners, and it's got a very nice knock-resistant edging to it. We were saying earlier also about whether we can use a knee lifter in this, and we can because it's totally open at the front here.
Now we can have a go with our chairs.
Yep. Okay, so that's the tool chair that we've developed to sit at lower surfaces and higher surfaces.
That's absolutely perfect.
Good.
It's the right height.
Shall I put the machine on there? I was
Yes.
going to put the machine the wrong way round though.
That's fine.
Okay, so there we go, I can see it. Super, thank you.
I can't believe this is amazing. So for £299, I'm getting a table that I can move around. I've got my sewing machine. Shall I turn my table around? So
Shall I turn it round? Yeah.
So it's the right height.
Okay, so like we said also, they've got adjustable feet on it.
Okay.
So you can adjust the
When
feet if you're in a
Okay.
sort of an
So
area
this
that
is-
isn't quite
Yeah, this
level.
is now. This is the right. It's a little bit high.
Yes. Yeah.
But this is how I normally sew.
Exactly. So this would be the position that you would be on a table.
I'd
So-
never thought about that being too high, but it is.
Oh, good.
Never
Yeah,
thought about that.
yeah,
But that
you
is
see,
the
yeah.
height that I sew.
Yeah. So
I've had the Eclipse cabinet, table and mat for many years. Absolutely superb from Glenys from Cumbria. Oh, thank you, Glenys. It's really lovely heartwarming to
it's
hear your
wonderful.
great
Yeah,
comments,
it is
isn't it?
wonderful. Really, really wonderful. And taking the time and the trouble to do it, which I think
Yes,
is,
exactly.
it just gives an idea of
lovely.
how people are. They're cherished, these items are cherished. And like I said, we've been around a long time. So there's a lot of cabinets out there still going.
Yeah, exactly.
Still going. So we can drop it down, or so generally you want to just take the weight of the
Right.
machine as you're doing that. Then we can drop it down, and we have.
And then this table comes with a custom built insert. So when you order your table, you tell us what exactly the make and model of your machine, and it's cut. And then in that price, the same $299, you will get this insert.
You will.
And it fits beautifully.
So good point as well is that we need to know the make of your model machine, make and model of your sewing machine, which if you could either contact us if you order one, we will add it to your order, or tell Sewing Street when you order it, but sometimes the information isn't coming through. So we do contact you afterwards, but to prevent any delays unnecessarily, then if you order one and you phone through with your name, and we'll add it to your order. But you get one of these. Normally some of the furniture, they're extra, but we include all of this because we want to give the finished ready to go article out of the box. So this will sit around your machine, so we've just got to just wiggle the machine around. There we go. So now you can see.
So now I've got a perfect. So this is the perfect height. I can actually see what I'm doing. I'm not having to look upwards. And not only that, because it's completely level, you can use this. This can then sit with all of your fabric on. You've got this whole working space. It looks so professional. And I can just pop this in the boot of the car if I want.
You can.
Or, I mean, it's perfectly. It's not a temporary table.
It isn't. No.
It can be kept up all the time.
It can be kept up all the time.
But it is your choice. It
Strong
works in
enough,
exactly the same way as the Elements range. It depends on whether you want to have the portability, but you will have the insert cut for you in the same price of £299. P&P £395. It's 28 working days delivery, and everything is assembled for you on site. You don't need to think about anything. The delivery time will be agreed with you in advance. Another message. I'm disabled with a spinal condition, and this table has allowed me to sew anywhere when I can't get to my sewing room. A life changer from Karen.
Oh, brilliant! Thank you. Well, that's that's very from someone who suffers, which is brilliant with those things. And that just shows you, as we were saying, or trying to get across. It's very easy for us to say, but when you get someone who actually has a spinal condition,
and it makes a difference.
It shows exactly that it is a better sewing position. It's more comfortable.
And these and the chairs as well. I mean, they are. You can feel the fact that you've got that support.
Yeah.
You can sit at different heights. I have the Horn Elements table in white for my Eleanor, and I love it. The Hideaway is also great. Jason and the customer service are awesome. Highly recommended by Christine in County Durham.
Thank you, Christine.
Awesome.
We've done really well.
You have,
today.
haven't you?
Thank you.
That's so fantastic. So what a... Right, so on the website, if you're not sure about the different ones, now we've shown you everything, you've seen all the different colours and all the sizes. If you go onto the website, all of the information is on there with the width, the depth and the height. So if you go onto Sewing Street, click on Watch Live, you'll get to each of these individual items, then click on More Details. It's all in there. So if you need to go and measure your workspace, whether you want the high-low table because you want to have it so that you can move it, but even with a high-low table you don't need to move it, you can have it as a permanent thing. It's just got that ability to move. Whether you want the Hideaway table, so this one here, or you want the Elements range or all the chairs. And remember, there's all the different finishes as well, 6 different finishes, and pictures are all on the website.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so there's probably a bit too much choice in the
so
fabrics.
much choice. Well, I know, but it is.
Do you want to see the fabrics again?
Yeah,
Yeah.
should we go through the fabrics again? So the difference between the two chairs is one, the high chair, well the tall chair, will go taller, but other than that they're the same, they're fully adjustable and they are beautiful quality. They are so soft. Soft. I mean, they've got very thick foam, but they feel very supportive. And like you said, Jason, you've been sitting on these for hours.
Well, you do. You've got to be careful. You do exhibitions, and you don't want to get up. You tend to be sitting down all the time. But we use them at work too. They are incredibly comfortable, and really you can sit on them all day.
So let's have a look at the different samples. So there's this one which is called
Fun Sewing fabric.
Sewing.
So that's kind of the original that we came out with originally. With that particular Fun Sewing fabric. It's very popular.
So it's like a linen effect colour
It is,
background.
canvas,
Like a linen coloured canvas background, featuring all sorts of haberdashery. This is perfect for your sewing room. Not everybody wants that.
Well, they don't,
do have a
exactly.
choice.
I mean, what's quite nice about it, it dedicates it to you. So
It's
if
yours.
someone runs off with it, it's
don't
pretty
sit on my
obvious
chair.
it's your chair. And of course, they're comfortable, so you will find people quite often will have, the lady will have one, and then her husband will buy one, not in one of those fabrics, but he'll buy one because he's been sat on it.
Because they know how comfortable it is. But what a lovely addition to your sewing room. I mean, I know not everyone wants the fun ones, but I love this one. And then the other colourway is the grey. Have we got that one? Yes, called.
Raise that up a bit. There we go.
It's coming up. We've got the hideaway up there at the moment. Which one have you got? Oh, the grey Habby chair, then the low one has sold out.
Right, okay.
Loads of them.
Brilliant.
You're going to have to check on the website. All of the different colours and the prints are on there. So whether you want charcoal, sea blue, whether you want the brown one, the peach, they're all on there. Go onto the website, but lots of the chairs have sold out. If you've got anything in your basket, please do check out. So you can see the ones that have sold out now. Please do check out. I know that you need to have time to measure and it is a considered purchase, but we only have a limited amount of stock of them. If you've got any questions at all, you can either message Horn and ask or you can ask us. Now, after the break, I've got Louisa Goult waiting. She's coming on air to show us how to do beautiful EPP cushions that we have here, and also this really lovely half square triangle quilt that's behind me. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back with you in just a 2-3 minutes time. Well, I've got to move the furniture around first, and it will be all about EPP and FPP. See you in a bit.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. I hope you enjoyed that last night. It was great, wasn't it? We just had to have a quick... Sorry, it was taking a bit longer. We had to put all the furniture back. I feel like I'm at the right height again now, although Shamie took the chairs back. Congratulations to all of you who've managed to get some new Horn furniture. If you've got it in your basket, please do check out. Anyway, I'm really pleased to welcome Louisa Goult to Sewing Street. I know it's not your first time on Sewing Street, but it's the first time I've worked with you in a long time.
Yes, it is indeed. Yes.
I think it was Sewing Quarter.
Yes, it
was the last time we worked together. It was fab. So really, really nice to see you. And your business has gone from strength to strength.
Oh yes, it's quite busy at the moment.
It is. So for anyone who hasn't met you or knows about your business, give us a bit of background.
Okay, so my business is sewmotion.com. Which started overnight, really. Long story, which I won't bore you with. But anyway, so I worked for a quilt company, a fabric shop in Hereford, who everybody knows about, so I'm not going to know it. Doughty's, and got trained up with fabric and retail, but he got fed up with me wanting to pre-cut everything, so I said, right, fine, I'll pre-cut my own. So Sew Motion started, and then when I was there, people would come in asking for wanting to learn how to quilt, so I developed a beginner's quilt kit that I'd help them with the fabric and everything. So the first kit that I started with when I started Sew Motion was that, just to get people started, and then they can graduate from there. So over the last, I think it's 8 years now, I've obviously developed different techniques and everything, and I've kind of fallen in love with curved English paper piecing.
Okay.
So this is my style,
That's interesting,
if you like.
Isn't it? So but everyone has their little niche, don't they? Yeah. Even if you're a multi-crafter, there's always something you go back to. Even though you move, I mean, I tend to move through different crafts, but there's always something, I just love that.
Exactly, yeah.
So this is, if we don't know, this is curved English paper piecing. So I guess it is what it says. It's English paper
I got
piecing.
fed up with hexagons and diamonds and just sort of, and then I started playing on Illustrator on the computer and circles, and I used pi once as well, which is like, I know, I was like, oh my God, I just used pi.
Set me back in school.
But yeah, so I sort of worked with geometry and stuff, and started creating my own papers, which I've now get pre-cut, and so I just sort of develop them from there now. So now you've got all the papers available as packs on their own and patterns.
So this is your
this is my brand new one,
and this is your brand new, but also FPP.
FPP I love as well. I don't do as much as I'd like to,
but that's coming up at 12 o'clock.
Yes,
FPP.
definitely.
These are there we go. That's 12 o'clock is FPP. But this is your EPP, your brand new design. Now, we've got several ways of doing this. This is the kit. That's this one. The one that was on the screen, I'm going to show you, because it comes in two colourways. I'm just looking at what colour that one is. Because this is the Amelia Starburst, isn't it?
No,
Sunburst.
That's the vibrant one.
Oh, right, okay.
Amelia's the other one.
Right, sorry Ben. Ben was right, I was wrong. This is the kit. Yeah, sorry Ben. Oh, we'll be going on about that all day now. Oh, do you remember when I was right? No, forgot that now. Ben's gone. So this is the Amelia Sunburst flower cushion kit. Now, in the kit there's the kit, beautifully packaged, by the way, Louisa. Beautifully packaged.
Thank you very much.
Lovely box. In the kit, you get full instructions. So it's everything you need to know, and obviously, I've got that upside down. Obviously, Louisa's going to demonstrate it in a bit. There we go. So full instructions, all the instruction booklets in there. Then we've got all the fabric. So tell me about the fabric that we have in here.
So that one's the Amelia from Makawa.
Okay.
So you've got the two at the front are the binding strips.
So that's like your piping binding.
Yeah, that's your piping. So that's your linen texture, and then you've got all the strips in there. So you've got an equal amount of fabric. So you don't necessarily have to choose.
So you've got a lovely,
the ones that I chose.
Really ditzy little print. You've got a nice little red star. Yeah. I can say a spot. Tiny floral print. Love this dark. That looks really good with it, doesn't it? And then you've got the...
So that's the linen texture in Delft. I think that one is, yeah.
Linen texture is beautiful. It's like a denim colour.
Yeah.
Gorgeous, isn't it? And so that's all the fabric you need for the front and the back?
The front, just the front.
Just the front.
Yeah.
And then, hiding inside here are all the paper pieces. So they're all shapes. I don't even know what they're called. They've probably not got names.
A, B, C and D.
A, B, C and D. I was wondering, is this a specific shape in geometry? So you've got all of the paper shapes you need to make the cushion. It's brilliant, isn't it? So if you've tried EPP and you'd like to have a go at doing different sorts of shapes to create this beautiful design, you want to get, now that the autumn is coming and we're thinking of our slow stitching and hand stitching, sitting in front of the telly, or brilliant if you're going on holiday, using on public transport, EPP is perfect for that because it's so portable. So all of the shapes are in there, all of the fabric, and all of the instructions. That's that colourway that makes this cushion. I love this. It's like red and blue, and I love this. It is like a denim-y finish, but it's so clean and crisp, and it's so perfect. And that's the joy of EPP. It's just perfect. Louisa's going to show you in a minute how to do this. But we also have it in another colourway as well. Can we have the other colourway, Ben? He's not. He's just double checking he's right first. Honestly, he's going to go on about that all day. This is the vibrant sunburst flower cushion. So with this one, we've got a grey linen texture background, and then we've got these beautiful opal fruits colours. They're not called that anymore, though, are they?
No, sunbursts, are there?
Starburst.
Starburst.
I know. It's not, though. It'll always be an opal fruit, but they are in opal fruit colours.
So that was my customer Fiona who named them that.
Oh,
so she needs a
thank you very much, Fiona. Well, you're absolutely right, because they are the colour of opal fruit.
Apparently she has to have a packet next to her when she uses them.
I'm totally with her. I love opal fruits. So you've got these beautiful, and they are like lemon, lime, mandarin and blackcurrant.
Oh, lovely.
Gorgeous. So the kit for this, as with the other one, has everything you need. You've got the full instructions, you've got all of the fabrics, you've got that lovely vibrant orange that goes in the binding around the edge of the cushion, and there's your blackcurrant, mandarin, lemon and lime, and then the lovely, the grey works really, really well with it. And then all the paper pieces are folded up inside. I won't take them out, but they are inside. And you get full instructions, all in this lovely little thing. So actually, if you were gifting this, what a lovely little gift. I quite like the fact that the box as well closes, because sometimes with boxes, you have to tear off a strip to open them. And this one closes again, so it's a really nice little gift. And I know we can't mention the C word because it's only September.
Oh, I think we're allowed to. I saw mince pies in the shop yesterday.
I seen in Morrison's yesterday. Yes. They were there. But what a lovely Christmas gift. $25.99. I mean, gift for yourself, obviously, lovely thing to make, or if you want to make it for someone. But I'm thinking, that is a nice gift.
Definitely.
In this little box. Finally, We have also got instructions on their own, and the great thing about the instructions on their own is they come with all the paper pieces. Now these are exactly the right weight thickness card to use for EPP.
And you can reuse them.
Reusable as well. So if you want to use your own fabric, because you've got so much, not that you have, nobody has a stash of fabric. If you think you might have enough, possibly, then you want the instructions on their own, $11.99, and they do come with all the papers which are reusable as well. Right, so how do we make one then?
Right, okay.
If we are a beginner.
If you are a beginner, right. So this pattern's actually uses quite large pieces for me. I'm normally a lot smaller.
Okay.
And people buy the kit thinking it's a smaller kit and it's easier to start with a pincushion or something, but actually the smaller the pieces, the more fiddly. So I've gone big now.
Yeah, so this is good.
So this is great for beginners.
For a newbie.
Yeah, definitely.
Love it.
So we're going to start with, so if you'll see on the cushion, you've got 2 units. You've got, I think I've called them A and B on the instructions. So you've got a crescent and a petal, or whatever that is, that fits into there. And then you've got 2 other shapes, where's that gone? That shape, and then that's got a left and a right either side of them, okay? And then they're alternated to build up the flower.
Right, okay.
Okay, so we're going to start with the crescent. So when you're laying them out, there is instructions, this is included in the instructions. So just to make sure that you can get all the shapes out of the strip of fabric, just lay them out and then you get a 5th one there, which I've used, I think, before you start, especially with this one. So on the vibrant one, nothing's fussy cut, it's all the same fabrics. Well, I was just going
to say, I've noticed how beautifully fussy cut
it's kind of fussy cut. Well, I mean, it is fussy cut. So when you come to this
because you have got the flowers in the middle.
Yeah, nearly. So you'll get a strip like this. So obviously I've taken one out of there. So if again you lay them out so that you know that you can get a flower out of each shape before you cut, and then you'll have a 5th one on the end. Oops, where are we? You have one there, and one there. So they don't have to be exactly in the centre, but as long as they're within that shape. Yeah, but it's quite nice that you've done that, that you do get that bit, but you don't have to. You don't have to. You might need a bit of fiddling around just to get them all in the middle of the flower, which I did do before, and now I can't do it. But play around with it, but you should get all of them in the centre. So that's for that shape. So let's start with the crescent. So I used glue to do the basting. All right, now we have got these back in stock. These constantly, the Soline fabric glue pens are back in stock. We'll get the code up in a minute. I think Ben's gone to make a coffee. Oh, you'll get your own back now. I'm going to get them now, yeah. We'll get the code up in a minute. They're on the website anyway, onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live. But they come with one refill, and these are the perfect things. They are, especially for curves. And I know a lot of people go, oh, I like to tack, but... Yeah, but to be honest, if I try to tack through this paper as well, it's quite thick, so it would hurt your fingers. And also to tack and get a nice smooth curve around, you'd quite probably need to gather it, or you would need very tiny stitches to get all the flaps down. Gluing. I mean, I used to be really anti-gluing, thinking, pfft, and then I got a glue stick and went, it's the future. It is. The glue pen, and they come with a free refill. They come with one because you do get through them, but luckily it does come with a refill as well. So get them. They're brilliant for all sorts. Definitely. Sewing on buttons, I discovered the other day. Because you know when you sew on a button and then they move? Yeah. If you glue it on... Genius. 6,000 things you can do with a glue pen. So that's what they're great for. Anyway. Right, so start off by just dabbing a bit of glue on the back of your paper and positioning it on your fabric. And then you're going to cut it out, so with a generous seam allowance. So it doesn't have to be a perfect 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch. It's probably more 3/8 of an inch, to be honest. So just generous seam allowance. Laurie's just messaged in, so pleased to see Louisa, lovely, friendly lady and great kit. Oh, she's lovely. Thank you. I know, I agree. And Jill says Ben needs to go back to bed. Oh dear. Drinking coffee and yawning. Okay, there you go, Ben. Told you. Ben needs to go. To be fair to Ben, he has worked 8 days in a row. Oh, bless him. Which is hard. He does seem quite manic. I think he's gone off over the tiredness now. He's on the next stage. Right, so when you've got a concave edge, that goes in. You're just going to snip into the fabric, just stopping just before you get to the paper's edge. So not right up to the paper, just 3 or 4 threads width away from the paper.
Right.
And then you're going to run the glue just in from the edge of the paper, not right on the edge, so you don't catch it in your sewing.
So that's the kind of difference with this curved, is the snipping.
Yeah, the snipping and the gluing. So my papers are quite sturdy, so you can push your fabric quite hard.
How did you work out like the card to use for these? Did you like try different ones?
I tried different ones, and my supplier suggested this. So they're recycled 175 GSM.
Okay, no, it's a really nice weight, isn't it?
And because you're not tacking, you can reuse them again, like 3 or 4 times.
True.
So then your short edges, just dab the glue and fold over. And then when you've got an outer curve, you don't have to snip that, that gathers itself just on the back. So just all you need to concentrate on is getting that nice smoother curve as possible, and just let it do its own thing on the back. So as I say, you can give a nice push to get a nice
So do you
curve.
prep all of your pieces for the whole cushion before you sew?
Yes, yeah, I would do. So there you go. So there's your crescent shape.
That didn't take too long,
No,
did
not
it?
at all. And then your smaller shape. So as I said, just dab a bit of glue, then position it on a flower. So I'm just going to put it on there. So this, obviously you can see through the fabric, so you can see on the back where the motif is. So this one, again, you've got a couple of concave edges. So snip into the fabric again, just a couple of times. Run your glue, fold your fabric over like so. And then when you've got your other 3 shapes, so you've got I don't even know what to call that shape.
A spear
head. A spear head. Oh yeah, that looks good.
Or an arrow head?
Yes.
No, that's a bit, no, spear. I'm thinking of like, archaeological dig.
No, that makes sense.
Iron Age spearhead.
So again, you're going to snip down both edges like before, run your glue, and then fold over. So you have your nice basted shapes. This one actually, let me do this one properly. So I'll just run that on there. So yeah, so the most important part really is to get just a nice tight, so you want it as tight and flat on the front as possible.
So do people do this with tacking? Can you tack?
I think some people do. I mean, if I tack that, I would have to have a tiny stitch there, there, which obviously you're going to have to take out after. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I've never tried it.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to try it. Sometimes life is too short.
Exactly. No, it does make a difference. And and even, I use them for zips, once you've got your glue pen.
Yeah,
they're brilliant.
There's no turning back really. So as you'll see on this one, you've got a right and a left, which are lasered, they're marked on the templates.
Oh,
so just when you tack the 2 little ones, just make sure that you've got the L and the R the right way up. They're not written, they're lasered on, so you give them up.
So these are made just for you.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah. So I'll show you now then.
I can see now.
There you go. How to sew them together. Right, so we're going to start with A and B. So we're going to sew them with a flat back stitch.
What sort of needle and threads?
I use, I'm going to use grey here, but I would probably try and colour match. So though the vibrant one, I colour match the fabric, the thread to the fabric.
So we've got a lovely pack of Aurifil thread here, which is Chris English.
Oh, lovely.
Now, you've got a mixture of this. What's good about this? You've got a mixture of weights here. It's 100% cotton, but you've got 12 weight, 28, 50 and 80. And look at the colours. Look at these. But what's lovely in it is that you've got some variegated colours as well. I mean, Aurifil is a fantastic thread.
Yeah, so I use the 50 weight for piecing, but I use the 80 weight for the applique because it really does disappear.
Oh, well, there we go. So you've got it all in there. You've got all the different weights as well. They have a different colour end, don't they?
Yeah,
I think they're wooden. They're the wooden ones.
Yeah.
So so the 2 wooden ones are there. So you've got all the different ones there. So if you've not tried Aurifil before, this is a great pack, particularly because the variegated ones, that's quite nice, isn't it? because you do a lot of quilting as hand quilting.
Yeah, hand quilting, which if they've got, do they have a variegated thicker one, 28 is it, or 12?
They have got a 28. I don't know what weight the thicker one is.
I mean, machine quilting or anything with variegated.
Yeah, that's true.
Beautiful.
But that would be perfect for this. So if you want if you want to try Aurifil as well in different weights, you've got a whole mixture. Then it means then from there you can think, oh well, actually, like Louisa does, I use this weight for this, and you see, you can use this to test it out.
Definitely.
So $39.99 for your mixed pack of Aurifil threads with the 2 beautiful variegated ones as well. Anyway, right.
So we're going to start with these 2 shapes together. So I'm going to tack that end first because the curves move around, and I've tried binding clips on the end and paper clips and pins, but they always move. So now I tack it with a couple of stitches.
Okay.
So you're just going to bring up, not your thread, bring it up into the seam allowance at the top of your smaller piece, and then take it across to the point on your crescent, and you're just going to sew a couple of stitches across the seam allowance just to anchor it, and then take your thread through to the loop of the stitch to knot it and break thread. So that's not going anywhere now, that's tacked.
Okay, and that makes it more certain. I guess with a curved as well, it's more
going
like to move.
Exactly. So then you're going to start at the other end.
I suppose that's the only way to guarantee, isn't it?
It is, exactly. I've tried so many. I mean, I've tried lines there that you match up to make sure that they're, but to be honest,
tacking,
it doesn't take a lot of time really, just tack in a couple of stitches. So then you're going to join those points there, and then turn it round so you're sewing away from yourself, and then you're just going to, so rather than putting them right sides together as you would with EP, like traditional EPP and doing a whip stitch, obviously you can't do that with curves.
Oh, okay. So
you're going to hold them adjacent to each other, and you're going to just pick up a very little seam allowance of both shapes.
I'm going to come and have a closer look.
So you're just picking up, you're not going through the paper obviously, you're not going through to the front either, so your stitches won't be shown on the front so much as they are with the other one, and you're just going to pick up very small, you're going quite small stitches, I mean not teeny tiny, they don't have to be silly tiny.
So you pick up a little bit of fabric from each side, and then your stitch is just flat.
Yeah, so you're still doing a whip stitch over.
Do you do normal EPP like that, or is it just curved?
I do now actually, because your stitches aren't, because you're not taking the thread through to the front, your stitches aren't shown so much on the front. They sometimes are once you've taken the papers out, but as again, if you used a coloured thread to go with the fabric, then you're not going to.
But that gives you that nice flat finish as well.
Yeah, exactly. And you're able to piece curves, which you wouldn't be able to again with the traditional.
Yeah, but I do you know, I was thinking, how are you going to do? How are you going to do that?
So you go all the way along, and then that's that unit there.
Right.
So then when you piece your other unit, so again, you're going to join the top one edge. So I'll show you actually. So I do this with Dresdens and everything now. I will connect one point and then sew from the other point.
Well, like you say, it doesn't take very long.
No. And then so for this one, for instance, if you've got small narrow edges, I would use one piece of thread. So I would connect the bottom edge of this two, like so. Oops. And then rather than breaking thread, so just add a couple of stitches there, rather than breaking thread, I would then take the thread and put, so running stitch just in the seam allowance of the bottom shape, just to take me to the next point, and then you can connect that point with the same piece of thread.
Ah, I see. So you've done. So
you're connecting, So if you've got a smaller, like a Dresden plate, you can just use one roll of thread all the way around the centre to connect all your points
just as that connector.
Yeah. So you can leave that alone while you're connecting these two, then rethread it, connect that piece, and then sew down that.
Perfect.
So again, you'll connect that edge there, and sew all the way down there. So I'm just going to flip over then. Oh well, actually, no, I'll do this.
Well, it's nice to see it as well, because to see it again, because for a lot of people like me, I would have thought, I wonder how you do, well, I was thinking, how would you join that together? But it's such a clever effect, and it's so perfect.
Yeah, it's lovely, and it's quite satisfying as
It
well.
is satisfyingly perfect. I love Louisa. Beautifully kits, fabulous design, and what's not to like with Mindful Stitching from June in East Sussex?
Thank you,
Totally with you.
June.
What is not to like? Because honestly, if you've got something good on the telly, sit there and watch
Exactly.
it. I've saved Shetland. I think I love Shetland, but I feel it should be in the winter. When it was first on, it was really cold outside and snowing, so I'm not watching it in the summer. I'm saving it for a bit of embroidery PP in front of the telly. Lovely. But it is, I mean, Louisa's kits are beautiful, but she's been doing this for so long. It's these little tips that you've picked up by trying all the different things.
Yeah, exactly, and developing it and coming up with something else.
And I think as well, I think your kits are a really good price.
Thank
for what
you.
you get in them, because you've got exactly the right fabric.
Well, yeah, and I mean, also, I try to give you just a little bit more than what you actually need. So rather than having to buy a kit that's got half a metre of this, half a metre, or fat quarters that you don't need. And I mean, I know we all have a stash. And we love uncover our stashes, but sometimes, in these days especially, you don't really need a stash. If you just want to do a project, you want to crack on, you want to get it open, you've got all the fabric there, you don't need to think too hard about what goes with what.
No, and you want it to look the same as yours.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's all there.
That's what I was going to say though, you don't have to have, because you've got the same amount of fabric of each fabric, you don't have to. I mean, obviously the blues probably is the best shape for that, but you can swap. And so you could have the red for the crescent or the red for the two bits.
And I guess also
swap
once you've bought the kit and you've made this, you've then got the instructions and the pieces. You can make another one. I mean, it would make a beautiful quilt, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah. I mean, I do a lot of these rings now for the cushions, but one day I really want to do a 9x9 quilt, like just 3x3 blocks.
Yeah, it'd be gorgeous, wouldn't it? And also the joy of that, you could make one, quilt it, and then make another, and none of that quilting a great big quilting machine.
Exactly. Quilt as you go. Yeah, join in with a bit of sashing.
Yeah, it would actually make a beautiful quilt.
Maybe I'll have to bring that on one day.
Could you? Could you? Because I think it would make a beautiful quilt, and also because you could really do some, hand or machine quilting. When it's only a small area, it's okay, isn't it?
Well, that's like my so the block of the month that I've got on the website at the moment. That's a huge 82-inch square quilt. So it is a monster, but it is quilt as you go. So they're all different rounds, and you get all the papers and everything every month. Some are 10-inch squares, some are 7-inch squares. So there's some small ones and big ones, and then you put it together as a medallion. So
so it does feel a bit more. Yeah, you can do it one go. And this would, and once you've got all the papers and everything, get the kit. And then you can do it. But I think it's a nice gift. Well, packaging for me, if I'm going to buy a kit for someone, it's got to be the right packaging, hasn't it?
It's all about the packaging.
It's all about the packaging. I'm definitely going to try this. I love EPP, but curves will be a new challenge. So I've just purchased the pattern. I've got loads of stash to use from Carol in Leicestershire. I know it is a new challenge because, like Carol, I looked at this when Louisa bought it this morning and thought, I wonder how she's going to say that. That's interesting. Never thought about that.
It's just a bit different, isn't it? And it's like they're manageable sizes as well. So it's not a huge hexagon quilt.
So can we just do a close-up again on you doing it? Can we get into that? Just because, for all of us who've never seen this before.
So you hold them adjacent to each other. So I always try to have the piece that I'm connected in this hand. So I haven't got a huge lot to hold.
Okay, so just the one.
So just the one in this hand. And then you're just pinching fabric from either side and going across.
And what sort of needle do you use?
It's a John James. I think this might be a size 10.
Betweens?
Sharps.
Oh, sharps. Okay.
Sharps, sorry, yeah. To be honest, they all go in the pin cushion and I have no idea what size. I was just like, I know I have a favourite one and I think this is it because it's got a big eye, but I have no idea what size it is. But yeah, I mean, it's like everything, you just practice. And I mean, some people use milliner's needles. I know Jenny Jackson uses
she uses milliners.
And I always find them too long and cumbersome, really. But then maybe that's because
she's doing it. You're doing a flat sewing. I always used to use betweens,
right?
And then I've started using milliners for hexies because Jenny said that. But I do love a sharps.
Yes, I love a sharps. It's just whatever you're comfortable.
But then I always use that in my sewing machine as well. I don't use universal, so just because they're sharp.
I use the 80-12 for everything. I don't know what I'm doing with it. Dressmaking, well, the very rare occasion that I do any dressmaking. But we're not going to mention that because it didn't work out last time.
Oh, really?
My summer dress is now a dressing gown.
Oh, is it?
It's a very comfy dressing gown, but it's quite big.
Well, that's good, you see. You upcycled it. You
Yeah,
used it for
exactly.
something else.
Yes, it's a summer dressing gown.
That's funny.
Yeah, so just carry on, and then obviously I've just connected that bit. So
Perfect.
I'll snip that off.
Yeah, it is a lovely mindful stitching.
It is, and I mean it's also good. So if you have to be sociable in front of at home of an evening, so you don't have to escape up to your sewing room.
And Christine Cummins says, Louisa, you've shared 3 tips already that could help people who start EPP and give up after a few minutes. So thank you.
Oh, brilliant! Oh, don't give up.
No, don't give up.
No, it's yeah. I mean, it's obviously like everything; it takes a bit of practice. But I know that if I was going to thread base through this, my finger would get so sore, and I'd be like, "Oh, what's the point?"
Yeah.
The glue makes it just so much quicker.
Well, also it doesn't mark the fabric.
It doesn't mark the fabric. I'll show you now. So
It dries clear. It's water soluble. Should you ever wash it? I mean,
exactly.
And it goes also. You can put it through the machine.
Yes,
if
exactly.
you needed to. If you were going to use it for something.
So for your zips
machine.
or your or like it holds anything in place that you need to temporarily hold in place before you sew it. So then you would create 5 of them and 5 of them. So then you've got an obvious start and end point for that section.
Yes.
So again, I would connect that point and then sew from that point all the way down on the back, obviously. And so you'd carry on creating your ring. So this is the other colourway, which is gorgeous. So when you've created your ring, if you've got some best press or some mild starch, I would give it a nice press. I've forgotten mine again.
Okay, so
give it
this
a nice
one
spray.
is the other colourway.
Yeah.
Now, over half of the stock of the pattern on its own is already sold out. So if you want the pattern, you need to get that checked out. The colourway that Louisa is pressing
is the
Vibrant Sunburst Flower Cushion Kit. So if you want this kit, it's got all the instructions and the paper pieces and all the fabric.
So when you press it, just make sure that you're giving it a good press around the edges, because you want to keep that nice sharp fold when you take the paper out to applique it down.
So before you do any paper removal,
give it a spray with some best press and a good press with a hot iron. And then when you're removing the papers, all you're going to do is peel back. So if your glue's been in a while and you've come back to it, give it the press will soften the glue up again.
Oh, does it? You see, I wondered when I did that whether that was going to like set it or something.
No, it softens it up again. And then you just peel back the seam allowances. Obviously nails help in this instance. As you can see, because I've glued the paper, any glue residue is on the paper and not on the fabric. So you're just going to pop out the paper. You can reuse these. I think I've used that 3 times now. And then there's no glue on the fabric.
Brilliant, isn't it?
And then when you come to your outside edges, so I wasn't very generous on this seam allowance, but when you came to your outside edges, because I mean this is another thing about needle turn applique, it's fiddly because you've got to needle turn it first before you sew it down.
Yeah,
whereas here it's already turned for you. I mean, if I was doing any needle turn now, I think I would probably glue it to a piece of card and turn it and take the card out.
Yes, but when they first invented that,
we didn't have glue.
They didn't have. I bet they wish they did. Can you imagine going back to Jane Austen days and going, look, a glue pen. What is this thing?
Right, so there's your. I was going to just show you the folded edge. So when you come now to lay it all out on your background fabric, so we'll pretend all the papers are out. Now you haven't got, there's obviously an obvious vertical centre where that point is, but there's no obvious horizontal centre because it's 5, so it's an odd.
Right.
So what I do is fold it over, obviously the papers will be out of it now. Fold it over so this edge lines up with the tip of that point there, and that your circle is all lined up there, and then you'll mark the halfway marks just with a crease. Fold your grey square in half, crease in half, crease, so you've got centre marks over everything, and then you've got your centre points there to line up.
And then you sew it on?
So then, so I would pin it from the centre first all the way around, Obviously don't pin it to the ironing board. And then you'll sew it with a tiny little slip stitch. So I can just do that quickly before we move on to the quilt.
Okay. It looks really stunning. I like the fact you've chosen grey for that as well.
Oh yeah,
because it makes those colours pop even more.
Yeah, exactly.
Even than if you'd put it on white.
Yeah, I mean, I love grey. It's like the sample that I did for the Block of the Month thing is a dark grey and with Alison Grass fabrics. So it's just like, it just shines it. Yeah, as you say, even with white, I think the grey, the dark and the background. I know people don't like to use black as much. And the dark grey it's a bit softer. So for the slip stitch, so we'll just pretend the papers are all out of here for now. So the slip stitch, you're just going to start your fabric off behind. This is difficult with the papers in. And then you're going to just grab a tiny piece of the ring, just the very edge of the ring with your thread, and you're going to go directly down into the background and then travel along the background fabric, bring it up again, grab a little piece on the edge of the ring again and go all the way down. It's probably best if you use, I mean, I've got a 80 weight grey here, but if you use the colour of thread to the background, I think it disappears. So just keep going all the way down, and then when you get to any points, so you'll find you've got dog ears that are these extra bits of fabric. Do not cut those off because they're imperative that keep everything
do not cut ears
so
off.
Like these ones. So when you come to the ears, you'd slip stitch all the way up to that point. I'd add another couple of stitches there just to give it strength, and then tuck the ear underneath and carry on down the other length.
Okay, perfect. And then all the instructions about making it into a cushion and quilting it.
Yeah, hand quilting it.
So I love the hand quilting. That gives it that really
so that's just a normal embroidery thread.
Beautiful finishing touch, doesn't it? The hand quilting. It just echoes it and makes it look.
It's lovely, and the white as well shines up on
gorgeous.
The background.
So this is the one there that we've got on screen at the moment, $25.99 for the Sew Motion Vibrant Sunburst Flag Cushion Kit. You've got all of the fabric, all of the instructions and all of the paper pieces. So if you want to have a go at curved English paper piecing, you haven't tried it before, don't forget the day, 2nd of September. Watch back Louisa's demo because it's really easy to understand and she's shown it so clearly and gone through it twice. So lovely thing to do, but it also does make a really lovely gift because it comes really nicely boxed. If you want to get the other colourway in these vibrant colourway on screen now, $25.99. There's the kit, there's the cushion. Gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Like Louisa's like opal fruits. So you've got all of the fabric, and even for the binding around the edge, and then you've got all the fabrics for the front and the papers. If you want to buy just the instructions on their own, we do have those, but they are now limited. But they do come with the papers, but they are now very limited if you want to buy those on their own. Right, so for Louisa's second project for this hour, it's your quilt.
Yes.
The half square triangle quilt.
No, this one's a great one. So if I'd have had the time, I would have done some beautiful fancy free motion quilting, obviously, in all this negative space. But this is a great one for beginners as well, because it's just one block really, apart from the squares around the border.
So we've got two kits for this.
You've got two colourways. So this is the vintage.
In this colour, which one have we got? The bright. So you get the instructions. Now this is good for beginners, isn't it? Because it makes it a lot easier working with big pieces.
Exactly. Well, exactly. Yes, there's that. And it's just one block. It's
just
one
a half
block.
square triangle. And you
block.
get in it, you get 2 meters of white, and then you get fat quarter of purple, orange, pink, dark green, yellow, light green, blue, and light blue. So it's a real rainbow. Now, if you want it in the colourway that is hung up behind Louisa, again, there it is, he's found it, in vintage, again, you get full instructions, everything you need to know. So, you know, if you've not done half square triangles before and you think, I'd love to have a go at it, I'd like to make a really big quilt, but I don't know how to, this is the best way to do it. So you get 2 meters of this, like a very pale beige fabric.
Yeah,
it's a really hard colour to describe, isn't it? Pale pinky beige. But it's a really nice neutral. And then you get fat quarters. You've got an olive, like a grass green, light grey, dark grey. You've got a vintage rose pink, a darker pink, and then a vintage blue and a vintage dark blue. So that's the colour of the quilt that's hung behind Louisa. So $39.99. What's the size of the 60 inches square? 60 inches. So for $39.99 you're getting all the fabric to make a 60-inch quilt. That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah,
really good price.
It is.
We also do have the instructions on their own if you want just the instructions.
Right, so you start off by cutting.
There we go, $9.99. Right, so wait.
Start off by cutting all your squares. So they're just simple squares, 9.5-inch squares. Pin a cream square to your pattern square. So you're going to have 2 squares in each pattern, in each colour. And you start off by drawing a diagonal line down the back of the cream fabric, or the white fabric, or whatever which one it is.
Back, yeah, the one that you've got a lot of.
Yes, yes, exactly. And then we're going to sew a 1/4 inch seam allowance on either side of the drawn line.
Okay.
Okay, so I've got a machine here that's got a 1/4 inch stitch, which is amazing. So you're just going to line up the right hand edge of the foot along that drawn line and find my pedal. Ooh.
Where's the pedal gone?
I found a pedal.
Oh, I don't know.
There we go. Right. So we're going to sew either side of that drawn line. So this is just simple straight line sewing. And then what I would do is I would pin all of the blocks at one time, and then I would feed in the next one. So I'd chain piece it.
Okay.
So I would now chain in piece the next one and do the left hand side of the line all through every block.
Okay, so pin all of the blocks in advance.
And feed them all through.
Right.
And then when you're done the left side of it, turn them over and sew the right hand side of the line. So you can do them all. I mean, this comes together so quickly.
Which is good actually, because so that if you wanted to make it as a gift for somebody, or you were thinking, I just want...
I mean, this quilt is amazing because the blocks are so big. You can use novelty prints. So if you wanted to do a play mat for a kid
that's true.
Just miraculously appeared out of nowhere and you had no time in the last 9 months and you needed to make a really quick quilt.
Yeah, no, you could actually, couldn't you?
That would be lovely.
And I like the with the patched border as well.
Yes. So you could make it an I Spy quilt. You could do different animals and things so the kids can spot them.
But also it's a really good way of good for wall hangings as well, isn't it? It's a real sort of visual pop of colour on the wall.
And also, I mean, if you've got stash, who hasn't got stash? But you could group them into colours of like all your pinks and just make everything different. Your green stash, your blue stash. I've done a couple of quilts like that and they're just stunning because everything comes together because you've grouped them all in colour.
You've grouped them in colour, okay.
Yeah.
So that, I guess that's, and like with this, the Brights one.
Yeah.
You can use, if you put them in colour groups.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Right, so I'm going to now cut. I'm using this huge ruler because I need to square them up after. But obviously if you've got a long ruler, just a normal ruler. So cut down your drawn line and then you're going to press them open towards the dark side. Okay, so if I start off by just setting the seam. So you just press along the seam. Is that going to work? Ooh. And then you press it open so it's nice and flat. I can't get used to this iron. Right.
Jane says, I love Louisa's demos. I can't wait to see her at Harrogate in a few weeks.
Oh, thank you.
Are you going to Harrogate?
I am.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Oh, good. She's not coming.
Yes, I've got Harrogate and then what am I doing? Ali Pally, and then
I went to Harrogate a few years ago. It's really nice. It's a lovely show.
the Grosvenor show, and then I've got Harrogate in the centre in November. So yes, quite a lot of shows. Right, so then when you've pressed them, so the thing about doing this technique of half square triangles is that you really do need to ideally resize them. So you need to trim them. So this is why I'm using this big. If you've got a smaller square like a 12.5, that would probably be fine, but I couldn't find that.
We've got a small, oh actually no, that's...
I need it 8.5 at least.
Yeah, no, hang on. There we go.
Oh, perfect.
Is that better?
Yes. Brilliant.
We have so many rulers hung up here.
Right, so ideally you need a square ruler with your diagonal diagonal line. So what you're going to do is line up the diagonal across your sewn diagonal, making sure that the 8.5 inch lines are within your square, and then cut up the side and across the top. Like so. I'm going to put this down before I burn myself. And then, because this is a whirligig thingy.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Well, it
Has
is
it been
rotated,
locked?
but it's probably...
Oh, no,
it
there you
is
go.
locked. You have to remember to unlock. I've done that before with mine, and then I have to move it to unlock it. You have to remember to unlock it.
If you don't have one of these, obviously you just move the whole
it.
mat.
Have we got those, Ben? The
And then,
rotating cutting mats?
Again, this
If
time
not,
you
they're
can
on the website.
line up your 8.5 inch lines on your left edge and along the bottom, lining up your diagonal as well, and then cut along the side and across the top. Okay, so then that's your half square triangle. So do that to all your blocks. Do I need...
Looks like drumsticks. It's that pink, isn't it? You know, drumstick sweets, lollies. It's that really lovely, like fondant pink.
It is lovely, actually. And the cream, or the off-white, or whatever we're calling
it's
it,
the two together.
they go really well with the vintage spectrum, I think.
Yeah, so that fabric we actually have got available by the half metre, so if you like it, because it is just, I thought it was a beige, but I think it's actually a very pale pink, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it depends what you put it next to be honest.
So now I've got it next to the white. We have got them on the website by the half metre if you like them. Is it called latte? Oh, okay. But when you put it next to it like that, it now looks pink.
Yeah.
But it's actually called latte. It's a very milky latte. If I got a latte that colour, I'd be quite disappointed, wouldn't you? I think I'd have another shot. $3.79 half metre if you want the latte or the white.
So then you need to cut 4 8.5 inch squares just of the background fabric. That's your top square. Now I'm going to have to defer to the back because I can't remember
which order, but it's all in the instructions, so don't worry, it gives you all the layout.
So you're just going to lay out 3 by 3, yeah. So it's a 9 patch. So it's made in quarters. So you've got your pink quarter, your green, your blue and your grey quarter, and you just have to just concentrate on this bit of which direction each of your squares go in, or your triangles rather. So that's there. There.
It's like when you're doing pinwheels, isn't it? And you arrange them and you go top left, top right, bottom. And you look, have I got that right?
So there you go. I think that's right.
Yeah. Beautiful.
So then when you're sewing them together, you're just going to sew that row, and that row together. Press the seams in the top row towards the right, press the seams towards the left, towards the right. So then you lock them together. I can do that now if we've got time.
We've got, sure we've got another 5 minutes.
Okay, so we're going to sew them together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
And I suppose matching seams is okay because you've got such big pieces.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, all your matching is that point on at each point really. So as long as you've got your seams directly on top of each other, I mean, you've only got, it's when you come to the next bit that you've got to match them up. So that's that one, and then that one on there. So if the beginners as well, just take this slowly, just do one block at a time. You don't have to do any clever chain piecing or anything. And as I say, they're quite big squares, so the hardest bit is just keeping them together really, which obviously use pins. I'm just being lazy. So there's your top row, and then you're going to do the middle row. So if you wanted to do chain piecing, you could sew those two together and then these two together.
Yeah,
without
I guess.
breaking thread.
Because I've often wondered, and I've never tried this, if you chain piece all the ones, do you then keep it all joined together and then just flip them and so
exactly.
do all the
if you
verticals?
don't want to press your seams open, if you do want to press your seams open, you're going to have to snip all your threads because they'll just be connecting and in the way.
Oh, good point, yes.
But if you would end up with that unit, so if I'd done that, so you'd end up with those three, and now, rather than breaking that thread, you would now join these two together. So you join that together, feed that all the way through, and then without breaking thread, you'd sew this together. So you would end up with it all lined up, all connected up in one unit.
And then you could just flip it the other way.
Yeah. Yeah, so then you can press your seams and all those seams will be connected by the thread. And then you would have to then press your seams to one side, which, I mean, to be fair, is fine. There's not a lot of bulk in this quilt, so you don't have to press your seams open.
It's really lovely. I love the vintage colour palette that you've chosen. It works really well together.
This was Hayley.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Well done, Hayley. Love your vintage colour palette, Hayley.
I did the bold. I quite like colour, bright colours. But no, this is lovely.
No, I love the brights, but I think this looks really nice and soft together.
Yeah.
But it's still quite. It's amazing. I mean, you get like it is 60-inch quilt. 60
out of
quilt.
8 fat quarters and a couple of metres
For
of
less
action.
than £40. It's wild, that is.
Oops.
Wild. And all the instructions.
I think there might be a problem with this tension on this machine.
Oh, is it?
I think it's gone a bit... Right, I'll just ignore that. So I'm just going to disconnect my threads so that I can show you.
Okay.
Oh dear. I can't know what happened there.
It is coming together really quickly though, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So now you would press your seams. So I'll do that quickly.
So you get 2 metres of fabric, 8 fat quarters, and all the instructions for £39.99. But often we say, oh, this is a beginner's quilt, but to me this would be like, not necessarily a beginner's quilt, but somebody who wanted to have a go at quilting even.
Yes.
You could get, right, I'll get all the patchwork done.
Yeah.
It's a great price, all the fabrics have been chosen, and then you could really have a go at quilting.
Yeah, definitely. And as I say, the negative space just cries out for some fancy free motion, doesn't it, really?
Or if it is, you know, I think a lot of people don't start their first quilt because they think, oh, it's a really big thing, I can't ever do it. But this makes it very easy and affordable.
Yeah. So press your seams in opposite directions, and then when you come to pin them together, you will find that you can you see that? This seam's going this way and that seam's going that way. So you lock them in together, and then I pin them but on the diagonal so that I'm catching those seams and holding them both down out of the way, and then you sew across the top.
Okay.
Okay, so you sew 4 of those units together in the different colourways, then the 2 rows and 2 rows, and then press the seams. At that point I would probably press the seams open because they're quite big seams, and then you've got instructions then to add your thin border, so that's just a 2.5-inch strip.
Okay.
And then I think
that frames it really nicely, doesn't it? I like that.
That moulds in, so if you were going to quilt it, you could quilt that whole bit.
That's true, yeah. But if you were going to do it simple, if you were a beginner, what sort of pattern would you quilt it
wavy
in?
quilting is my favourite.
Is it?
Wavy line quilting.
Wavy quilting.
Anyone that knows me knows that I love wavy line quilting.
Right.
So what you do, obviously baste it all up with your wadding and your backing, and then just no free motion, no silly fiddly nonsense.
No, just normal machine. No fiddly nonsense.
No fiddly nonsense. Just your normal walking feet. Okay. So your teeth are still where they should be. Just attach your walking foot, and then I would start at the top in the middle. If you've got an extension table, brilliant. If you haven't, pile some books up around your machine at the same level. That's what I did on my first couple. If you've got quilting gloves, put them on because they take the pressure off of your shoulders.
Right.
Because what you're going to do is you're going to guide the quilt through the machine. So you're just doing a wavy, gentle line down the whole centre of
So
the
you don't
quilt.
need to mark it.
Don't need to mark it. So I've just used that centre line as obviously the centre. So I would just go just a wavy line all the way down. And then I'd go off, start and stop off in the wadding, so you've got no ends to sew in or anything like that. Break your thread and then pull the quilt back to the top of that line. So you're not having to move the quilt around,
Right.
you're just pulling it up.
Yeah.
So because obviously the wadding and the backing are going to be a bit bigger than your top anyway, so if it does push everything out, that's fine. And then you break a thread, so you start again, and then where that line went that way, you could echo it or mirror it, and then just generally 1/4 of an inch, a bit bigger apart, and you're just going to go all the way down. So you carry on doing all those lines so that way, turn the quilt round and do exactly the same. the other way. So you're not moving the quilt
So
around.
it's like free motion.
It's like free motion. And then if you go a bit bigger or you leave a huge gap that you don't want, fill it in with an eye shape and it's tree bark. And it was supposed to
That's
be.
brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Louisa. I'm just going to run through the kits again. So the giant half square triangle quilt. Now we've got it available in 2 colourways. It's the most amazing price, isn't it? Because you are getting, I'll start with the brights one. You're getting 2 meters of white fabric. You're getting 8 fat quarters. You've got 2 blues, 2 greens, a yellow, a pink, an orange and a purple. All of this fabric. And you're getting Louisa's instructions. Now this is perfect for a beginner. This is perfect who wants to quilt in a hurry. Or if you want to practice your quilting or you think, well, I'm going to make a quick quilt, but I want to have a go at the patchwork. It introduces you to the half square triangle, which really is your patchwork building block. It's the next thing on. Once you start sewing with squares and rectangles, the next thing is the half square triangle. So this is fantastic at $39.99. What a bargain. So that is the brights. Okay, now, but if you want the vintage, that's the one that's hung up behind Louisa. Again, you've got 2 meters of this latte, which is like a neutral, but a pink neutral, a pale pinky neutral. 2 meters, and then you've got 8 fat quarters. You've got greens, greys, pinks and blues, but in these lovely vintage tones. Now this is our 100% cotton Rose and Hubble fabrics, beautiful quality quilting weight cotton, and obviously you've got the full instructions as well. That's a fantastic bargain. 60-inch square quilt. That's your lap quilt, that's your lie on the sofa watching the telly, keeping warm instead of putting the heating on quilt. That's your picnic quilt, all sorts, loads of things. And also, if you want the instructions on their own, if you're admitting to a large fabric stash and you want just the instructions, we do have those as well. And as Louisa said, if you want to use your own stash, group the 4 sections into colours. It doesn't have to be pink, orange, green and blue, but group them into colours and it will make it quite stunning. There we go. Anyway, thank you. We will see you back here in an hour when we're going to do FPP.
Oh, we are.
Gorgeous. So if you've never done FPP before or you want some inspiration, we've got kits and we've got instructions to make that beautiful Christmas table runner, and then you can make a matching table mat as well. I will be back with Louisa now, but we'll be back in a few minutes' time with June Tailor's. And we're going straight into it. Okay, sorry, I'm just this is a pre-recorded one when we had June Tailor in with us, who's got fantastic, I mean, we absolutely love her products. So don't go anywhere, you are going to love these.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order.
Sewing Street have our very own app.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hi everybody, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company. Now in this hour we're going to be spending 60 gorgeous minutes with Jill Repp, who's from June Tailor.
Hello.
Jill, welcome. How
Thanks.
are you?
I'm great. I'm so happy to be here with such incredible products to show for the next hour. We're going to have a lot of fun.
We certainly are, and we know June Tailor products as being innovative, inspiring, and really a force of nature within the quilting world. So I know we're going to have a great time. Now our very first product is called Twist and Stitch, and well, this is just a brilliant product. Let me show you the ruler first of all, and then show you some of the projects that you could be making using it. Now then, let me just show you a beautiful quilt here. This is London Labyrinth.
Yeah, this is the Twist and Stitch quilt.
Beautiful.
Made out of that ruler. And that is London Labyrinth. So I think we're starting with
We're going to start with that
today.
one. Yeah.
So this is the craziest block because you actually sew a block into borders and then subcut it to get this kind of pinwheel look to it. And I would love to show you how quick and easy it is to do.
Yes, please.
But to start out, we start out with a square of our fabric and then we sew borders on it. So if you can imagine, it's this simple. We're just taking our square and sewing borders on to start out. And I actually have that done ahead of time. So that looks like this when we're all done. And then what we're going to do is at every intersecting point of our square and borders, we're going to take the Twist and Stitch ruler, and wherever that X is on the Twist and Stitch ruler, we're going to line that up with our seam lines and we're going to make some cuts. So we are going to use the second largest size on our Twist and Stitch, which is the 5-inch size, and we are actually going to make these 2 cuts, and we're essentially then going to turn the ruler or twist the ruler and repeat the same on the other side. And we are going to start by finishing our pinwheel block. So here it is. Here's our first piece that we've cut. So we're a quarter of the way there, and you can see how this incorporates both the center square and it incorporates the border. So it's a really interesting way to make this pinwheel block. And I will show you, I'll do this quick cutting of this last one, and then we will show you how these all come together because it's a lot of fun. All right, and there's my second pinwheel block. So once we continue to cut those other 4 corners out, what we're going to have is a block that when sewn together, it actually looks like this. So these are our 4 pieces. Right here is our first piece and our second piece, and we're going to sew all 4 of those together, and that creates our actual pinwheel block. So we've incorporated the borders and the square, and then we're going to take our batting and backing. We've got backing put on already, and we're going to center our pinwheel block on point like this, and simply add strips along the sides and our corners, and that is how we are going to reproduce this pinwheel block on this gorgeous quilt that you're seeing behind me.
It's really clever, Jill, and it's not at all what I imagined when you started piecing those fabrics together.
Exactly, which is why it's called Twist and Stitch, because you're making these cuts on this crazy fabric, you're making these crazy cuts, and it comes up with this pinwheel block. So for example, if I want to get a quilt that looks like this, I am starting out with 4 squares sewn together and my borders on, and then I'm putting my ruler over the top, and at every intersecting point I'm cutting out these 2 angles to get these individual pieces. When sewn together, this is what it looks like. Now the versatility of this ruler is you get all these 5 sizes. So that's the smallest Twist and Stitch. This is the second largest size, and that would be the 5.5-inch block. And this is the next size, which is 6.5 inches. This one makes an 8-inch pinwheel block, And this makes a 10.5-inch pinwheel block. So you can either nest all these pinwheels together like you see, or you can go back to the quilt design, which I love, which is just basically making the one pinwheel in the block. And I think I've shown you a really easy way for that to go together.
Yeah, it's stunning.
So if you were going to make, for example, if you were going to make this table runner like this, believe it or not, this is what you would start out with. You would have all your squares sewn together, and then you would cut out all of your different angled blocks, and that they're all cut out. You would simply position them together, and voila, that is the end result.
That is super cool.
Yeah, it is.
That is super cool.
It is. I'll tell you, if you are a quilter and you want to try something fun and unique, this is a great block to use because.
And that looks like it would be friendly with things like layer cakes.
Absolutely. So just we could start out with our layer cake in the center, sew our border on, and then do our cutting.
Yeah.
So it's every intersecting point, we lay the X of the ruler, cut, cut, turn the ruler the other direction, cut, cut, and do the same. And then we take all of our squares and sew them together to get that resulting finish.
Super cool. That's the Twist and Stitch ruler, pinwheel block ruler from June Tailor. Absolutely brilliant, and really makes a very, very complex looking quilt very easily and very quickly. Love that. Now then, next up we've got the perfect half square and quarter square triangle ruler. Now Jill, talk me through this, because I make a lot of half square and quarter square triangles.
Here's a perfect example of how we use half square triangles all the time. It is to sewn together. And I'm going to show you a very easy way to do that. This is our ruler that's called perfect half and quarter square triangles. And we start out by cutting our squares, and we tell you what size squares to cut for everything, but it's usually just 1/2 inch larger than what our end result is going to be. And with this ruler, we start working on the left-hand side and then go to the right-hand side. So put the ruler over the top of your joint. You've got your two fabrics here that you're going to make your half square triangles from. The black line on the ruler goes from corner to corner, and you're simply just going to mark your sewing line. So you've got an exact sewing line of where I'm going to go sew right on those blue lines. So I've done that sewing, and that is done here. My sewing is done, and you can see my stitching lines here. Now I'm going to move to the other side of the ruler, and I'm going to line up my stitching lines with the dotted line on the ruler, and I'm going to cut right through the center.
Oh, I like that. That's really clever.
And what does that give you? That gives you your 2 half square triangles. Press those, and I press toward the darker side. And then we're going to use the center section of the ruler, and we're going to square them up. So with this side of the ruler, the center, we're going to put our block underneath, and I know I'm squaring up to 5.5 inches. So I'm looking for the 5.5 inch mark on both the top and the bottom, and then simply squaring up side to side. And this is a super easy way to make perfect half and quarter square triangles. Turn the block the other direction, reline up on that 5.5 inch mark, and cut again, and you will square up the other side of your block. So now I've got my perfect half square triangles sewn together.
And the bits that you've taken off are very minimal, so this doesn't waste fabric.
It wastes
but what you've
very
ended
little.
up is a perfect half square triangle.
To make quarter square triangles, you're going to do the same thing, only instead of putting 2 pieces of fabric, we're going to put 2 half square triangles together like this, just making sure that you have layered them correctly so that you don't have the purple with the purple. So in this case, you want the green next to the purple. You're going to make that line, sew, cut, cut, and square up, and that would be how you would get your quarter square triangles.
Perfect. Now, can I ask a question, Jill? Do you have to square up your half square triangles before you layer them?
I do.
You do?
I do. And then you would get your quarter square triangles, and then same thing, you would cut, cut, square up, turn it, cut, cut, square up. So you're working on one side of the ruler to mark, so other side of the ruler to split, and then the center of the ruler. So this gives you lots of options.
It's really clever.
From 1.5 to 6.5. We're going to be
Really
squaring
clever.
up all of those sizes.
I love the fact that it's got everything on one ruler. You've got your markings for your sewing lines, by the way, rather than the centre line. So that is going to make a much more accurate half square triangle or quarter square triangle in the first place. You've got that slot for splitting the two in half, which again I think is super clever. And then you can square up the whole thing. Perfect results every time. Love that. So that's the perfect half square and quarter square triangle ruler. Now then, the next one. Now, as soon as I saw the finished quilt, Jill, I was sold. This is beautiful.
Isn't that gorgeous?
Really gorgeous. This is the Charming Circles ruler. And this creates, well, I suppose a lot of us would look at this thing like Japanese folded patchwork. It's that similar idea, isn't it? But an easy way of doing it.
Or cathedral, sometimes
Cathedral
we call it.
window.
Only this time we're using denim. So there's no batting in this. This is heavy with denim. It's almost like a weighted blanket. So what we're doing is basically creating 5-inch blocks using this ruler. And we're starting out using the edge of the ruler, and we're basically going to cut all the way around this, and we're going to make these circles. So this template makes these circles.
Now, do we need to use a 16 mil blade, or can we use 45 mil?
You can use that. I think the littler one, is the little one is a little easier to go around this. You can also use, if you have a rotating turntable, that's handy as well. And then you'll notice that there are slot openings for a marking tool in this ruler. So we're going to go to the back side of our circles of denim. And when you listen to how we finish this quilt, you'll know exactly how many of these we need. Depends on how big you want your quilt. But what we're going to do then is we are going to mark inside of those lines, we're going to mark the lines to add a charm square. So then we're going to cut our 5-inch squares of fabric, and you could use, if you have a Shape Cut Pro, Shape Cut Plus, cut your 5 inches, and that is going to nest right inside those lines. You can even use photo fabric if you want, and say put your photo in something. So let's use our fabric for now. If we have a glue pen, that's great. We're just going to put a little glue down here, put our charm square in place, and continue on making these. How many of these I'm going to make depends on what size I want my blanket to be, knowing that everything finishes off at a 5-inch square. So you have all of these done. You have all of your charming circles out of denim. You have your 5-inch square here. Then you're going to take and you're going to put your denim right sides together, and you're going to sew right along the edge of the charm square. I've got that done here, so you can see here are my 2 charms, and I've got my seam line here. So it's simply just sewn right along here. Now I'm going to continue to add until I have a whole row of these. So here's a whole row sewn together. Here are all my little flower petals. And now I'm going to join my rows, and to join the rows, the right side of the denim goes together like this. And now I sew all the way along the charm square on the other side. So now I've got 2 rows, and of course you would do as many rows as you wanted to make the size blanket you wanted, knowing each of these is going to finish off at 5 inches. You're going to then open your flower petals, and you're going to take your starch and you're going to starch this down so it's nice and flat. When it is nice and flat, our next step is we are going to take a 1/4 inch seam allowance and sew a 1/4 of an inch away from the edge, all along here, all the way around the edge of this entire piece of denim. Everywhere there's denim, sew in a 1/4 inch from the edge, put it in the washer, put it in the dryer, and when you take it out,
fluff it up.
It's going to fluff up to this.
Love that.
So here's all my sewn edges, and you can see all I've done in this blanket is made it larger.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
the same thing.
That's absolutely gorgeous. I love that.
If you're not a fan of this shabby chic look, your other option is when you're putting those flower petals down after you starch them, you can use a decorative machine stitch. So now you're basically sealing that petal down with this machine stitch, and your charm squares are all in the middle. And this is what it would look like on the back side.
That's really gorgeous.
So there's lots of things you can do with this ruler. Denim blankets, denim tote bags, even making a pillow out of this. And it's so heavy without the batting, it almost doubles as a weighted blanket.
I love it, and it's a great opportunity to use up all your scraps. If you've got 5-inch squares or just fabrics you could cut down, also a great way of repurposing old denim jeans that you could cut up and reuse, even buying them maybe from charity shops and thrift stores. That is brilliant. That's the Charming Circles ruler. Now then, I love anything that makes the process of binding easier, smarter, faster. I love doing binding, but I also love to sort of refine the process. Next tool we're looking at is the Quilt Binding Express. Now I do everything express, Jill. So tell me how this works.
So this is for you to easily press binding 2 1/4 inch, 2 1/2 inch, or 2 inch. We put the 2 1/2 inch in the center because we think it's the most common size. So you would actually cut your 2 1/2 inch binding strips, and you can cut these straight at grain or on the bias, fold wrong sides together, and then you're just going to feed that strip through the Quilt Binding Express. And as you bring it up through the Quilt Binding Express, it's going to automatically help you fold and press that binding. As you draw it across, you're going to use your iron to press the binding down. So you are
So
basically, it's like a machine that's making your binding. And I love this printing on here because it makes you, it kind of forces you to keep everything completely intact and online. So this is a pressing surface. Take your iron right along here, and your binding will be done in no time, perfectly pressed. But that's why we call it Quilt Binding Express.
It's really clever. And I'm thinking, Jill, as well, if you're a fan of Quilt As You Go and you want folded strips for covering your raw edges when you're joining your blocks together, you could also use this tool for that.
This is perfect, and the 2 1/2 inch size is great for that. These make really good strips for joining quilt blocks.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Quilt Binding Express.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. And, you know, so often with June Tailor products, you get that hanging loop or that handle or that hole so that you can hang this up in your sewing room, studio, wherever you like to sew, to keep that safe and handy. Really clever product, that. Super. Now then, next up, we've got the Alexandra tote. Oh, now this is lovely. Let me find the finished sample and show you. So this is one of the clever Quilt As You Go sort of sewing by numbers projects, isn't it? Here's the package. So what you're getting inside of here is your pre-printed quilt batting. So your placement lines for all your fabrics are printed onto 80/20 quilt batting. You've got full instructions for making your bag. You've also got woven webbing that will go inside your handles to make them extra strong, extra durable. That is a very nicely put together project. And here's the finished bag. Check this out. That is really cool. Love the shape around the bottom as well.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah. And the great thing as well is because you're quilting as you go, instead of having a sort of floppy, loose lining to your bag, it's actually all quilted together. So the inside of your bag looks just as smart as the outside. Jill, this is clever. How do we make it?
Well, we start out by cutting out our batting, and we want to leave about an extra inch on all 4 sides. And then we want to attach our backing fabric. And to do that, to attach our backing fabric, we use quilt basting spray. Spray this on the batting and simply attach your backing fabric to that. So these 2 layers are now together. After you do that and your backing is attached, we want you to sew all the way around the edge of your tote bag on the solid line, not the dotted line, but the solid line. And that's going to hold these two pieces together beautifully for you. And then the next thing we're going to do is we are going to cut a lot of 2.5-inch strips. And when we cut our 2.5-inch strips for this bag, we're going to starch them and get them nice and stiff, because we are going to be finger pressing or using our magic seam wand throughout this process. So after our fabrics are starched, we're simply going to take piece number 1 and lay it in the number 1 spot. You can pin this piece on, or I like just to use a little bit of glue, a little glue stick like that, and you simply lay piece number 1 down here, and it's in position.
And you said very importantly earlier on that those lines are placement lines, they're not your sewing lines.
They are placement lines, yes. You don't want to sew on these lines. So this, I can lift this up a little to show you. This looks like it's a little wider than all the other strips. It's actually not, because this middle, this first strip has to absorb the seam allowances from 2 and 3. So it's all 2.5-inch strips. Then you would take piece number 2 and together with piece number 1 on that placement line, you're going to lay those raw edges together, and you're going to stitch in a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and then we're going to flip this open. And I've got that done here, so you can see how the next step turns out. So now my piece 1 is laid down and piece 2 is sewn in a 1/4 inch, and I flip this open. And do we have a magic seam wand hand? Oh, I've got one right here.
You got one?
Got
Great.
one right here. So we're going to flip that open, and we are going to press this with our magic seam wand. We don't want to use an iron on this batting because it could distort. So we want to use something like this that flattens the seam, and yet it doesn't cause damage to the batting. You can actually heat this up on your iron, get it nice and hot. The surfaces will retain heat beautifully. And then you can really go ahead and give it a good press.
That's the best tip I've heard all day. I love that.
I do too. I use this magic seam wand for everything. Now we're going to take piece 3 and put that right sides together with piece 1. Do the same thing. And if you ever get stuck, what I like to do is position the piece where it's meant to be and then flip it over backwards. And that's just kind of your double check that you have everything in the right place. And I'm going to sew that in a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and I'm going to flip that open. And you can see how your quilt or your tote bag is coming together piece by piece. Now piece 3 is sewn on. Let me turn this in the right direction for you. And we are going to add pieces 4 and 5. So those would connect here and continue on connecting after that. If you want to add a little intrigue, instead of using a 2.5-inch strip, you could pre-piece half square triangles together.
Lovely.
And you could use that for one of your pieces as well. For our tote bag, we ended up using this basic jelly roll that everything coordinated, and we went ahead and used that for all our pieces. So you're going to continue on until you get all your pieces sewn across here, and this is very easy for you to see then how we have finished this off. And we got all our strips going in one direction, and now we're going to finish off with pieces 21 to 31 all along here and all along here. Each time we open our seams, we press with our seam wand, make sure that that seam is nice and flat, and then once all of our piecing is done, we are able to use our iron and really get a good press. So now I've essentially created my tote bag base. And remember when we went and sewed around the edge at the beginning? Now I can trim right around my sewing line. So I'm actually just trimming right on the outside of my sewing line, like this. And then we're going to put our tote bag right sides together, and we are going to sew our side seams. And I have that done here with my side seam sewn. And that is going to have this open corner here. And on that open corner, what we're going to do, my side seam is here, the bottom is here. I'm just going to pull that in the other direction, just the opposite direction, and I am going to sew right across the top. And what that does is that creates the gusset that is going to make the depth of that bag. So sew right across the top, and I've got that done here. And then what we do is turn our bag right side out and bind it. And after our binding is done, we are able to add our handles onto the bag. So I have to sew this corner in first, and then my base of my bag would be done. Your kits will come with the batting that's marked for the straps. You're going to cut out the 2 straps, and what you're going to do is use your fabric to center a piece of the binding or a piece of the strap right like this. You're going to actually simply press your fabric around the edges of the batting like this. It's not necessarily going to meet, but don't be alarmed, because then we're going to take a piece of the webbing and we're going to do the same thing. We're actually going to center the webbing onto the fabric and then press the 2 pieces of fabric around the edge. And then those 2 butt up to one another. So here is my batting and here is my webbing. And we are going to put our wrong sides together like this and top stitch. And that creates a double strap effect. So we have a nice cushioned, sturdy handle.
I really like that, and I love how on this version that I've got in my hands you've used a floral for wrapping the webbing in, which is the narrower strap, and so that creates this gorgeous center part of the strap. And then the background in the pink, it almost looks like you've got kind of piped or bound edges along the strap. It's really effective, but such an easy way to achieve it using your Alexandra tote from June Tailor. Really super. Now remember, inside the package you are getting the pre-printed 80/20 quilt batting. You're also getting your full instructions and your webbing, which you're going to use to reinforce the handle. So you just need to add fabric and thread. What a brilliant project.
Thank you.
I love it.
We're going to finish off by adding our binding, our handles are on, and our tote bag is done. Isn't that gorgeous?
Yeah, really lovely.
Nice.
And as well, you know, at home, if you've got either a full jelly roll or strip roll that you didn't know what to do with, or you've got half a jelly roll that's left over from another project and you're thinking, what could I make? I think the Cassandra bag is a really, really neat project that could really sort of inspire you to use some fabrics that you already have. Now, our next bag is the Tory tote. This is really cute. Gorgeous bag featuring flying geese. Looks amazing, made in these autumnal batiks. Let me show you what you get inside the packaging. So in here you're getting, in fact I'm going to open it up so that you can see. So you get full instructions for how to make the bag, you get your webbing for reinforcing your handle, and then you're also getting all of your pre-printed 80/20 quilt batting, including batting for the straps. You get everything that you need. Just add fabric and have fun. Jill, I love these.
The process is exactly the same. We add our backing fabric on. You can baste it with quilt basting spray. We stitch around the edge and then we begin our piecing. But the interesting thing I think about this Tory design is you can get 2 completely different looks. So depending on how you lay out your fabric, you can get the look of the flying geese, or you can get the chevron look.
Yeah.
So fabric layout is really key on this bag, and you really want to decide up front, you know, which. Let's put them both together at the same time. Exactly the same design, and look at the difference in the look that you get.
Yeah. It's almost hard to believe it's the same pattern, but that's the really clever thing about patchwork, isn't it?
This is the only thing we repeated. You have to start with your piece number 1, which is that triangle, and then this just made a chevron look, and that made the flying geese look. So the Tory bag is great.
Really cool. And we make our handle in the same way as before.
Same way. So it's
if
a double, kind of a double duty where you've got the strapping. You can use the same fabric for both, or you can use the contrasting fabric.
Yeah, love that. Really gorgeous. Brilliant price too, and you're getting everything you need. Just add fabrics. We've got fabric, right?
Lots of fabric.
Lots and lots of fabric. And sometimes it's just needing that inspiration, isn't it?
Yeah, and you might even have some of those fabrics in your stash. And I love to play around with it because it's such a unique design that you can lay it out 6 different ways and get 6 different looks to it.
I'm sure I've probably got all of those fabrics in my stash, Jill. It's embarrassingly large. But we need fabric, right? Okay, so next up we've got the quilted wine totes. These are cool, I love these. Now we actually get enough pre-printed batting to make 3 wine bags. Now, you know, I'm thinking dinner party gifts for the host or hostess, a bottle of wine or a bottle of whiskey or something in there, or a bottle of sparkling water. If you don't. I'm thinking birthday gifts, how to pretty up and jazz up a bottle as a gift, Christmas presents, but what about birthday gifts too? You could put a bottle of really beautiful scented bath oil or something like that in there too, couldn't you?
A nice olive oil or a lovely vinegar, or you can even put a skein of yarn in there. My sister has one, and she puts a skein of yarn in there, and then she put a buttonhole at the top, and she pulls her yarn right through that buttonhole. So it's really, you could put fat quarters of fabric in a rotary cutter. It's lovely to hang on to your scooter or hang on your door for May Day, or give it as a wine tote because that's what it was made for.
Absolutely.
Many years ago, I gave one to John, and I put a little pocket on the back, and I put my name and address where I was from, and I gave it to him. And then he gave it to one of his friends, and they gave it to one of their friends, and we've kind of watched that little wine tote go around the world. So
cute.
It's definitely something you can reuse and continue to re-gift, the tote bag.
It's not something I'd want to part with, Jill, I'm afraid. Really fab. And you get enough pre-printed batting to make 3 of these wine totes. And have a look here. Can you see? So you get all of your placement lines for all of your fabrics, so the whole thing is pieced together, and actually there are 3 different styles. So you've got sort of strippy, you've got squares, you've got almost like a sort of braid effect as well, and you also get the batting, can you see there, for the base of your tote too. Now, Jill, show us more.
So we're going to use the same quilt as you go process. So we've actually secured our backing fabric onto the back using our quilt basting spray. And then we just did the piecing by number. So we sew in numerical order, right sides together and raw edges even. Once that is all done, we're going to trim around the edge. So we kind of have the base of our wine tote cut out like this. And at this point, we're actually going to do our binding. So crazy, but we do it around the top part of the wine tote at this point. I love using a bias binding on here. It will work with straight grain, but bias is a little bit easier. So you'd put another piece of bias binding here, and then you would sew your side seams together. And then we make the base, and the base is really interesting. What you do for the base is you actually put your fabric on the back, sew around and sew the X, and then you put another piece of fabric over the top, re-stitch back over those lines, so you've actually stitched twice, and that way you have a covered base. And then you're going to take that base and you are going to fit it right sides together into your tote bag. So rounded base to rounded base. You need to use a lot of pins, and if necessary you can snip in between, but you're really just pinning this base right sides together all the way around the base of the wine tote. Sew in 1/4 inch and then turn right sides out. And that will give you your finished little wine tote. Just
really
like that,
clever.
with perfect
Love the
base.
fabrics too. And you have full tutorials on your website, don't you?
We do. We have, for any Quilt As You Go project, we have a video of the basics, and then we have a little bit more detailed on each one. So this is a fun project to make, and you can finish one in, I would say, about an hour to an hour and a half. So if you've got a last minute party to go to, you're going to have the best looking hostess gift ever.
Agreed. I love it. I love it. And actually, when you've broken it down like that, much easier than I thought it was going to be. I had visions of having to try and run binding all the way around that, but binding it one side at a time, really easy.
And then you sew right into the side seams. The binding goes into the side seams, so it's very simple.
Yeah. Absolutely perfect. I love that. Now, next up, we have got the Venice placemats. Now, these are very smart, very sophisticated. I'm going to show you what you get inside the packaging. So you're getting enough batting here for a set of 6 placemats. And each one features piecing and a pocket for your cutlery, or you could put your napkin in there. It's pre-printed quilt batting. You get enough for 6 of these, so you could make a whole set. Really smart.
And this features that really nice 2.5-inch strip braid. So again, the process is the same. We start out by attaching our backing fabric, and then we sew by number on the face. We start down here and sew our braid all the way up to the top. Add our kind of decorative separator strips here, and then 2.5-inch strips, and you're right. We form an automatic pocket, so if you're outside and it's windy and you want a great placemat to make sure that your napkin doesn't blow away, this is a great thing for that. Look at, here's the same one, and it's just done out of Christmas fabrics.
Oh, I love that.
So it's always nice to repeat all your placemats and change them out seasonally. And this just gives you a really nice, quite unique design. Having 6 of them, even better. If you're a household of 2, you can have 3 different sets of placemats.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Really clever. I love it. It's a great project, great scrappy project as well. You could use up your bits and bobs of fabric. It's having that inspiration. It's having that pre-printed quilt batting. And it's an 80-20 mix, isn't it?
It's 80-20, and there are 6 of them. So we have a big group of people that do make placemats for something called Meals on Wheels, which is people that are alone and they get a meal delivered to them. And they have done a great job by, brightening someone's day with just one placemat.
Yeah, it's
and
a
you
lovely
get 6.
idea.
So it's something nice to give someone a meal and a beautiful surface to eat it from.
I love that. It's really beautiful and a great fun project. Maybe you've never tried Quilt As You Go before. Trust me, June Tailor Quilt As You Go projects are so straightforward, so easy, so achievable. And the finished results, just beautiful.
Oh, every time.
Every single time. I love it. Now, let's talk about the whole family, Jill, because it's not all about sitting around the table, is it, when we're having a meal? Certainly my furry friends always come and have a meal when we're having a meal, which leads us very neatly on to our next placemat, which is, well, let's start with the doggy placemat. This is super cute. This is super cute.
We can't forget about our furry friends.
We
right?
really can't. We really can't. So in your packaging here, you're getting your pre-printed quilt batting to create the placemat and your full instructions as well inside. What kind of batting is this?
This is actually fusible fleece, and we've printed on fusible fleece because it's very washable, and we think that you might want to wash these a lot because they're going to have little water dishes and food dishes on them. So you want to pre-wash your fabric, and then again you're going to trim around your whatever it is, your dog bone, or we even have something for your little cat.
We do.
And we're going to use that same Quilt As You Go method. So in the case of the little dog bone, I've got all the pieces cut out here, and these are all going to be starched, and we're going to put our backing fabric on, and we are going to go to town. So we would attach our backing fabric, but this time we don't need quilt basting spray. There's actually a fusible on the back of here. So all you're going to need to do is take your iron and flip this over and press on the fabric side, and that will secure your backing to the face. And then what you're going to do is take piece 1 and put it in slot number 1, and you can glue that or pin it in place, and then piece 2. Now we did this is a little tricky, but if you have any of our shape cut rulers and you have a fabric that has a specific design on, you can actually center that on point using one of our shape cut rulers. So this center piece is actually on point. And then piece 2 is also a directional fabric. So what I like to do before I sew piece 2 is kind of eyeball it in position, then put it right sides together onto piece 1 before I sew. That's just to double check that when I turn this the correct way after I'm done sewing, all of my letters are going to be in the correct direction. So let's show you kind of how this would proceed. So I would have piece 2 added, and again, what you're going to do is sew in 1/4 inch, so when you sew through the top, you sew all the way through the back. Flip that open, and then take your magic seam wand and go ahead and get that seam nice and flat. And then you're going to add piece 3, and I've got that done here. And again, just make that nice and flat, and then we will add 4 and 5, and we'll have our inner part done. Then we add our 6 and 7 triangles along the sides like this, and go ahead and add the last few pieces. And when that is all done, then we can press with our iron, trim around the shape, and you can either bind like what we did here, or you can use trim, which is like the one that you have. You can just sew some trim on the top.
That looks really cute. And I see on the back of this, you've zigzagged quite a tight zigzag around the raw edge to contain that raw edge. It's not bound though, and then sewn a decorative trim around the outside. That's a gorgeous idea. Just to let you know as well, you don't have to trim your fabrics down as you're piecing. It's not like foundation paper piecing where you kind of stitch, flip, and then have to trim around. All of the instructions include the sizes of every single patch, don't they?
Exactly. So everything is a specific size. We tell you what size it is, and you cut that. It's all friendly, inch or half-inch base. There's nothing complicated, nothing in 1/8 inch or anything like that. And then you would always want to starch your fabrics because they're just going to sew up a lot nicer, and they're going to flip and press a lot nicer.
Very cute. Now, just to make sure we're covering all the bases, I have my gorgeous cat at home, Mrs. Mills, who's 19 years old.
Oh my goodness.
She never misses a mealtime, Jill.
Oh my goodness.
She never misses a mealtime.
She needs one of these.
She really does. She really does. She'd love it. This is the fish version for our kitty cats. Again, brilliant idea. Inside your packaging, you're getting that fusible fleece with your pre-marked lines on your placement lines for all of your fabrics, plus full instructions for making your fish-shaped cat placemat. Love that. Fully washable, easy to wash.
Easy to wash. Pre-wash your fabrics before you begin, and you'll be in great shape.
Yeah. Perfect. I really love those. Really, really nice as gifts for Christmas, aren't they? If you've got pets and you want to give them a Christmas present, or you've got a special friend who's got a dog or a cat and you want to give them a little gift maybe for their pet. Sometimes, I don't know, when there's people they've got everything, but they have a really well-loved pet.
Right.
Don't give them a present, give something for their pet.
They will love this.
Yeah, really love it. Now then, right behind me is the London Labyrinth quilt, which is absolutely gorgeous. And this one's made in one of my favourite fabric lines of recent months. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, the London Labyrinth is still quilt as you go. Love it. And if you want to make the quilt bigger, this is using one packaging of pre-printed batting, or is this 2?
The one quilt behind you uses 2 packages.
This is 2 packages, yeah.
But the one just right there is the same one on the packaging uses 1 pack. So you can kind of see it's about a lap size quilt.
Yes.
Or 2 table runners.
Yes.
If you choose to do that way. And the design, of course, lends itself. You can go dark to light in fabrics, light to dark, or mix it all up. So it's very versatile pattern.
That is really lovely. So that's what you would be able to make with 1 package of the Quilt Batting London Labyrinth. Excuse me. Now, there's different ways to join the blocks together, aren't there, Jill?
There are different ways to join the blocks together.
These are quilt as you go, and this is a narrow sashing in between, almost like a window pane. But on the wall, on this larger version, you can see it's a much wider strip, and then there is a folded strip that's been top stitched, that's been appliqued to that wider sashing strip, which I think is such a clever idea.
It really depends on how much you want to break the blocks apart. The other thing we did in this big quilt that I thought was kind of interesting is the design calls for the squares to go to the rectangles, and some we followed the design, and some we took this big square and we blocked it out using this larger piece of fabric, because this lily was so big that. And you know what, I'm looking at this now, I think we hung it upside down.
Oh.
Because I think our flowers are upside down, but it looks just as lovely that way, doesn't it?
It really does.
So you can use one big piece of fabric, or you can use the way the pattern goes. There's definitely enough quilting in that. And you can, as you do your blocks, let's see if we can get a close-up of this. As you do your blocks, you can add extra stitching as you sew. So I hope you're able to see the beautiful detail that we did, but we would sew one piece to the other, and then we did extra quilting on here, and it really, I think, really adds a lot of gorgeous design and detail to this. So this is the block done, and then the blocks are then joined together, and there's lots of methods to do it, but the strip method, where you're actually just joining two strips together and then making a casing, I think it's just still the easiest way to do it. Or there are pre-purchased sashing that you can do as well, and that is a great way to finish and join your block. So this design, it's just like I said, so versatile. You can follow the pattern, the labyrinth around. You can take this square right here and make it out of one solid fabric if you have a gorgeous fabric that you don't want to cut up, or use your strips as is. And this, you can go and in here, we kind of went dark on the edge and a little bit of lighter in here, or you can just mix and match it.
It's really lovely. It's almost like an on-point log cabin, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, beautiful, really lovely. I love this version that I've got here, using the 6 blocks from one package. The way this has been done in an almost sort of ombre shaded effect. And then I love that pale grey sashing that joins the blocks together. Quilt as you go is so popular because you can create a really large quilt, but you're just quilting one block at a time. You're not having to wrestle that big quilt.
Exactly,
into your
and
machine.
you don't need a long armor. You are working on a beautiful 14-inch block, super easy to do, and then you can join them.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Jill, you've inspired us so much in the last hour. Thank you so much for sharing all those wonderful projects with us. The bags, the quilt, even things for our furry friends.
Oh, thank you. It's been great to be here.
Thank you so much,
Take
Jill.
care.
That's Jill Repp from June Tailor.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Stuart's gone home again. He's done the Jill Repp show, so it's me back again now. So for those of you who missed out or got through, we had so many products in the last hour, didn't we? We've had quite a few messages from you saying, can you just recap them? Because there were so many. So I'm just going to go through all the June Tailor products again, just so you've got the prices and the images and you know what they are. So the first one was the Quilt As You Go Alexandra tote bag. There's a photo of what you get in the kit and the finished ones too. That's $15.99. Remember, that includes all the pre-printed Quilt As You Go wadding, batting, playing with your American, and you have to provide your own fabric. So that's $15.99 for the Quilt As You Go Alexandra tote bag. Message. What has happened to Rebecca today? No, nothing. I'm here. I'm here. I'm back now. I'm back now. Next one. The Tory tote bag. The Tory tote bag. That's very apt for Monday's vote, isn't it? $15.99 for the Tory tote bag. So that includes the instructions and all the pre-printed batting. So if you want a Tory tote bag, $15.99. I think that's short for Victoria, Ben, rather than Tory. But you know, quite relevant at the moment. Next, the wine totes. Now, if you want the wine totes, there are three. So in the pack there is enough of the pre-printed Quilt As You Go batting to make 3 of the wine totes. That's $14.99 and you get 3. And obviously, don't forget when you get yours to re-watch Jill's demo because they are really good. She's very great. She's great at explaining how it all works. So if you want to re-watch that one, don't forget it's the 2nd of September. So watch it back when you get your kit. The next one, the dog Quilt As You Go dog placemat, $11.99. Quite clever, that one, because I was watching the video. It's what it looks like binding around the edge isn't. It's done on it in advance, which is quite clever. So if you want to create a very posh plate mat for your pooch, there we go. $11.99 for the Quilt As You Go dog placemat. Now, and obviously, cats do not want dog bones, do they? No, they want their own fish. So if you want to create the Quilt As You Go cat placemat, that's $11.99 as well. Again, instructions and the pre-printed Quilt As You Go wadding are in the pack. And then the next one, the London Labyrinth. The London Labyrinth was, I think that was the one that was hanging up behind. So it's a block pattern. So you've got, it's 80/20 cotton wadding in that, didn't know that. So $16.99 for the Quilt As You Go 80/20 cotton labyrinth block pattern. Venice placemat is the next one. So if you want to create, I think there's enough in it for 6 placemats, I think. So if you want to create the Venice placemat, $16.99 for that one. $16.99 for the Quilt As You Go Venice placemat. And finally, Zippity Doo Done. With Zippity Doo Done. It's a project bag in navy. So it's a project bag where it's quilted behind, and then it's got a zip across, and I think it must have PVC at the front. Zippity Doo Done, if you want to make that project bag kit. It looks like, I think you can make 2 of those. That's $24.99. Anyway, there's all the codes. If you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on watch live and scroll down from there. If you want to go back and see any of those, they are all on the list there with photos of them if you want to be sure, if you want to check out. We have sold absolutely loads of them, so if you've got them in your basket, you need to get them checked out before they go. And don't forget, when you get your kit home, to rewatch the demo by Jill, and then you'll be able to see exactly how to make them, because they are fab. Right. Anyway, 12 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock now.
Is it?
So,
blimey.
It is. Where did that go? So we've got Louisa's back, and it's all about Christmas and FPP.
Yay,
so your second love after curvy EPP
is probably FPP.
So why FPP? Why do you love it so much?
Oh, because it's accurate.
Yes.
Clean.
Yeah, it is.
You don't have to worry too much about your points, because it does all that for you. And I mean, I've never done anything, to be honest, at this point, I've never done anything too complicated. So I don't do those beautiful faces that you can get with 1,000
with
pieces.
With loads of pieces.
I just try and keep it simple.
So it's almost like using a block that you could do without FPP, but perfect results.
And a lot quicker, and because I know I was scared of FPP when I started. It took me forever to get my head around it, and I watched, I think it was Carol Doak on YouTube or something, and I finally clicked, and I was like, oh my god, it's amazing.
Right.
But it was like using lots of different pieces, because in theory you have to sew on one side of the paper and with the fabric on the other side of the paper, which is what you do, but it doesn't have to be that complicated.
Right. So you're going to demystify it for us?
Well, yes, I'll try.
And you've designed a beautiful table runner.
Yeah,
I
so
love
they're
it.
a bit different. Thank you.
I really love it. Well, it's nice that you've got that hexy shape, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. No Y seams, no trickiness, and not even tricky binding.
Yeah, I know, it's clever, that.
Cheat binding.
Cheaty binding.
Cheaty binding.
So we've got 2 kits. The Shining Star table runner. Traditional. So again, if you're thinking about gifting, nice packaging, nice box, always important. $34.99, and in here you get obviously full instructions written by Louisa, everything you need to know on there, and it's got lots and lots of photos walking you through every single stage of it, which is brilliant, isn't it? So you can really understand, and obviously you can watch the video, the YouTube back afterwards, but everything you need to know is in there. And then you got the fabric. Now what fabric range is this?
So this is Macawa, and I think it's called Festive.
Festive. So these are all the pieces that you will need to make. Well, there's enough to make 4 of them, isn't there?
There's enough. You do make
4 hexagons.
The triangles up to make. You get full hexagons, but everyone likes odd numbers, really. So you can make then a separate placemat, if you like, or
So you get this lovely. Now these have all got metallic on them. So this one is mistletoe with metallic, and then you get a white one with mistletoe and holly sprigs and fir. A plain green one, which is used for the fake binding. Love this one. This is very traditional, isn't it? With poinsettia. Nice little, but can you see all the gold shimmering? It's got really nice gold metallic, but it's a nice metallic. It washes, and you can iron it. It doesn't come off, and then you've got a white one with the swirling leaf. And in here as well, you have got all the FPP templates that you need, that Louisa has pre-printed for you, so you don't need to print them yourself. You've got all of them. There's a whole stack of them, so it's everything you need. It's all ready to go. It's in the box. All these beautiful fabrics that Louisa has pre-selected and cut, so you've got what you need in here, that you don't need to look for anything else. So that's the traditional one, and then we've got the Scandi. So the Scandi is the red, white and grey one that I have behind me. Obviously it all comes in its box, and then we've got full instructions as before, and then the fabrics again, are these Macawa?
Yes, they're the new Scandi collection.
So the new Scandi collection, beautiful. Look at the snowflakes on that. It's all in different, about 3 or 4 different shades of grey, and this has got a silver metallic in it. Then we've got the red snowflakes with the gold metallic. We've got a plain red that's used for the binding. And then we've got a grey star and a cream with red and gold star. Again, this one has got metallic on it, and then a red one with stars as well. What a beautiful selection. So whether you want Scandi or traditional, oh, and obviously you get all of the FPP templates that are pre-printed for you. That's all in there. Now, if you want just the instructions on their own, because you want to use your own fabrics, but let me just warn you that over half of these instructions have already gone. So if you want them and you want to use your own fabric, you need to be quick. If it's in your basket, you need to get it checked out. Those are $9.99 for the table runner pattern. And it has got 1 FPP template in there, but everything you need is in there, but except for the fabric. Wadding, you will also need wadding for this.
Yes.
So I think I've got 2 waddings here because they feel different.
Oh.
Right, so that's this one. So we've got the super soft 100% cotton. This is $5.99 because it's half a metre. This is well, there's more than enough here because it's so wide because it's cut off the bolt. So you've got that. That's half of it. It comes. My arms aren't long enough, but that's double. So you've got more than enough. So that's your pure cotton wadding. So if you're going to make your table mats, worth getting that because there is more than you need there because it's cut off the bolt. That is sold by the half metre. So if you were thinking, oh, I like that because it's 100% cotton, it's beautifully soft, it is cut to order. If you want some for, a half metre is enough for this, but if you want something for other projects or want more, it is cut to order. So if you think, I need 3 metres, I like the look of that, just put 6 units in your basket. It will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. But for the table runner, you only need half a metre. And then we've also got the 80-20 cotton wadding. So it's 80% cotton, 20% polyester. Now, it's entirely up to you. Some people prefer to use the 80-20 because of the strength of the polyester. Other people like the pure cotton because it is pure cotton, it's softer. Which one do you use?
80-20.
Okay. So it's entirely up to you, really, isn't it? I mean, the cotton is softer, but some people prefer the...
Yeah, I just like the... I mean, I've always just thought the little bit of poly in there gives it a bit more stability in the machine, or the washing machine and the sewing machine.
But the
but that is a lot softer. I know people love the cotton.
They like the cotton because it is pure. So it's entirely up to you. But they are both the same. You need half a metre. But as with the cotton, with the 80-20, if you want more than that, it will be cut to order because all of our waddings now, we've got loads of waddings now that are all cut to order. And we've also got the add a quarter rulers. which Louise will be using. Now we've got 3 different versions here. Which one have you got? You've got the double pack. So this is probably the best one to buy in that you've got both sizes. You've got the 6-inch and you've got the 12-inch. But it depends. It's up to you depending on what you're going to use it for and what sizes. But they're great. I mean, Louise will show you why you need one. But we also have the 6-inch one on its own and the 12-inch one on its own as well. So there's the 6-inch, $12.99. And then we've got the 12-inch as well, $17.99. Or you can buy them both together. It's entirely up to you. But it is one of those things that you really do need for FPP. Right, okay.
Right, lovely. Can I just say, I don't think you need just a tad over 1/2 metre for wadding. So I would get a metre.
Oh, okay, for the width of it.
You do need the width, because
okay.
It's just over, so I can't remember what I said in the instructions now, but if you measured that, then it is longer than 20 inches.
Oh,
so you
okay.
need just,
you will
so
need
if
just
you get a metre.
So if you get a metre, okay,
You've
sorry
got
about that. So
plenty
if you
for a
are
metre.
going to buy the wadding, you will need the metre, but you will, because it's longer than you need, you'll have plenty left over. You can use it for other makes, for cushions, table mats, all sort, but you will need to get a metre.
Definitely. Right, lovely. Right, so as Bexa said, you get the templates in there. So you get 2 templates and you just cut them out accurately around the edges, and you've got a tab there and just stick them together so you get your full template. Okay, and then you've got your 3, so there's 5 fabrics in there. There's 3 for the triangles, which are these bits, and then 2 for your large diamonds. I would stick to those because you've only got 10 inches of that and 10.5 inches of that. So
okay,
you do need to cut your pieces to go with them.
Right, okay. So just follow the picture.
Yeah, just follow the picture. So the instructions, as the instructions say, as you can see, the darker fabric creates a frame around the whole. So keeping that in the centre of each of the triangles keeps that frame around all of them. So whenever you're doing your templates, just make sure that in this case, the dark green goes in your middle band. Okay, so we're going to start off, place your dark green, in this case, face up. Start off with your bottom piece. So basically you're going to join them like that onto your paper. So you put your first one down, it can be either of these 2, face up with your centre strip across the middle, and then you're going to place your template on top. So see there's quite a bit of excess there, so just make sure you're lining up your template so there's excess on the bottom, so about 1/4 inch running along the bottom, and then just pin them together. So this is just to get you started. So normal FPP, you've got all the shapes that are numbered and the pieces numbered. There's only 3 strips here, so I haven't numbered anything, so you don't have to really worry about that. So pin those together.
Okay, that really looks simple so far.
And then you take them to your mat. So I'm just using a thin piece of A4 card here, or I've put in the instructions A5, but it doesn't matter. If it was A5, it'll be that big. I'm using an A4, so it's this big. So you just line that up against your first line. So we're going to sew along this line first. So line your paper up, your piece of card up, along that line, and you're just going to fold over the template. You just want to get in a crease mark along that line.
So this is just to
start you off. So you're going to do that there and that there. So what that does is it reveals your excess fabric, or your seam allowance. But as you see that seam allowance is far too big. So we're going to trim that down. So this is where your add a quarter ruler comes in. Okay, so you folded back your template, and they've add a quarter ruler has got a lip on it just there. It's a 1/4 inch lip. So basically means you can butt that up against your paper, folded edge of your paper, and that leaves you a 1/4 inch seam allowance underneath, and all of this is excess.
Right.
All right, so now you can trim that all off. So you've got your excess, and just put your card down, butt it up, and trim your excess. Oops. So now you're going to sew on the paper side. Okay, so then take that to your machine. So I would lower the machine length, the stitch length, sorry, to around, where are we? That one. 1.8. So that basically means you can tear your paper away after a lot easier. So you're just going to sew along that first line, starting off the edge and then just carrying on all the way down. So again, you can pin all these, like we did before, you can pin all these together and chain strip them, chain piece them. So you can do this line first, feed the next one through, or you can just do them all at once, all at the same time. Go. So that's your first line sewn. So you can take your pins out, turn it to the front, and then you're just going to, oh, I've done them in the wrong place order. I knew I had. Right, don't do what I've done.
Just do in a different order. Oh, that's funny.
Oh dear.
I would do
I knew
that.
I'd done that. Right, sorry.
The process is correct.
The process is
It's
correct.
just
Just scrap it what I've said at the beginning.
about the order of your fabrics.
The instructions do say it very clearly.
Yes. Oh yeah, but you see when that happens to you, you'll know. You'll
dear.
think, oh
Yes,
yeah, well, there we are.
exactly. So press your seam open. Oh dear. That one.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so press your seam open. And then you're going to just trim off that excess again. So do as you did before. Fold your paper over that line to reveal your seam allowance. Butt up your ruler and cut it off the excess. And then you're going to pin your last piece onto there. Well, you don't have to pin it, to be honest. Well, no, I will pin it. I'll be good. I'll do something right.
Well, never mind. You're just gonna have your fabric in a different order, won't you?
Well, exactly.
It still works.
I mean, you might not want the green in the middle of the border. You might want the gold.
But actually, this makes FPP quite a lot simpler, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's not
Because
all...
you're dealing with strips.
Yeah, exactly.
So I like this. And I think if you can introduce yourself to a technique in this way, then you understand the process of why it's back to front.
Definitely.
But you're doing it with strips, it will make future FPP projects a lot easier.
Exactly. It's just to get in the backwards thing. I mean, you're kind of, when you go a bit more complicated and you're doing flowers and animals and stuff, you are working on in the mirror, if you like. So that's where it gets a bit brain agony.
Yeah.
As
But
you
then
say,
once
it's like with the
once you
strips.
get into that, it's not.
No, once it's clicked,
then
when
it
it
makes
clicks,
sense.
it
Yes.
clicks. Right, so press this open. Oops. Like so. Right, so you've got your piece strip then. So now, as I've drawn on the template, you just need to cut down the red lines to create your template shapes,
Right.
your triangle shapes.
Okay.
So it's just done with a normal ruler. So just the red lines only. So first, actually, what you'll do is you'll trim it up down both sides.
I see. I haven't seen FPP done like this before. And the process of you doing it, I have. But where you join these strips and then you cut.
Yeah.
It's quite good.
Yeah, it was. I've not seen it before. To be honest.
No, but it's a really good
just-
idea
yeah.
because
It's there's a thing that you can do half square. I mean, it's half square triangles. I do it all the time. I think Lynn Goldsworthy does it a lot. You get a sheet that you put two pieces of fabric together and you sew down all the black lines and cut down all the red lines.
I see.
And you create half square triangles. So that's my favourite way really of doing half square
And
triangles.
then you don't have to trim them.
No, because they're all accurate.
Because it's all perfect.
Exactly. Which is fine if you want 10 of the same colour.
Yes,
obviously.
true.
This one was different because you only need 2.
Yeah, true.
And you're not going to fit that on an A4 piece of paper.
No, but I can see what you mean. Because I remember to start with thinking, well, why do you do FPP when it's just standard? But
Yeah.
it is accurate, isn't it?
It is accurate and a lot quicker. So now I can just trim these. So you're just cutting down the red lines only, and you're going to get piece triangles that are nice and sharp, nice and accurate. I mean, I suppose it's a mixture between simple FPP and strip piecing. Chain
But
piece.
you're also, more importantly, learning the process as you go along.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these start off as 2.5-inch strips, so great for jelly rolls.
Oh, that's
If
true.
you wanted to do a scrappy version, or if you didn't want to do a Christmas version, you could like make loads of hexagons into a quilt.
Gosh, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
I mean, these bits could all be scrappy, and these could all be one colour.
Yes.
Or 2 colours rather.
Yeah, make it a great quilt, wouldn't it? Because you'd only need to do half ones to...
Yeah.
To level
and
it
then you
off.
sew them in rows, so no
So once you've got the instructions, if you buy the kit and you've got the instructions, or you buy the instructions on their own, you can make all sorts with it. But that would make a lovely quilt.
So then when you've cut them up,
You've got trees now.
you get 3 in one way with the dark green, in my case, at the tip, and 3 in the other way with the dark green at the bottom. So you've got 8 sets of templates in there, so you do this 8 times. So that gives you 12 in one and 12 in the other. So as I say, you only need 6 of one and
Right.
12 of the other.
So which is why you have the leftover.
Which is why you have the leftover.
Right.
So now we're going to create this unit. So we're going to cut a 60-degree diamond. So I'll show you how to do this. So in the instructions I have said that you need a quilter's ruler, but that has a 60-degree line on it. So this has got a 60-degree line, guideline. So that just helps you cut these diamonds. So if you've got, so you're in the strip, in the box, you get a 10-inch strip. Cut it down to 4.5-inch strip across the width of the fabric. And then you're going to line up the 60-degree line on the ruler along the bottom of your strip, and you're going to cut off, obviously I'm right-handed, if you're left-handed do it the other way around, cut off that, so that gives you a 60-degree line on your end of your strip. And then you're going to measure 4.5-inch along that line on your ruler, and then that gives you a diamond.
Brilliant.
So that's your diamond.
So you do need your 60 degree, but
You do
nearly
need
all
the
rotary
60 degree.
cutters, rotary rulers do
the
have
mats,
that.
Yeah, all the mats have 60 and 45. So then you're going to sew those 2 onto there, okay? So this is going to be a bit different now because obviously I've put mine in the wrong place.
But it's just the other way around.
So then when you sew these together, the flat edge of the top of the triangle goes across the top of the edge of the diamond, and that meets at the diamond at the edge there. So you're going to sew down that end there. So again, I've still got my stitch length quite low so I can get the papers out, and you're just going to stitch down that line. Like so. And then you can press that open, or I'll just finger press that for now. And then you're going to do the same the other side. So again, line up that flat top with the side of your diamond, and then sew down that line. Like so. So you can press the seams open. I've gone a bit dodgy there, but that was just me not lining it out properly, so just ignore that. So press that open. So you've got a triangle either side. And now you're going to, before you sew them together, you're going to attach the fake binding or border.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're just going to lay that down.
So I presume you've cut that, it tells you in the instructions
it's,
about
two-
cutting it to length.
Yeah, I think that's approximately 14 inches. So that I'm not pinning this, so it's going to go wonky, but pin it. And then sew again along that line. Okay, press that open.
Okay, so every segment
Yes, so
is bound at this stage.
Yeah. So every large diamond. So then what you would do is before you piece them together, you're going to use your 60-degree line on your ruler again to line up against the bottom of this triangle. This is just to snip off your ends. So you can see the 60-degree lines there, and that's along there. So we're going to just snip off that end there, and then flip it over to the back and do the same. Like so. So you've got your large triangle. Okay, so you make up, obviously they're not going to be the same, but you make up all your triangles. And
I think it's quite nice that they go in different.
Yeah,
they don't have to be
no,
the same.
they don't have to be.
I mean, obviously you've done it so that you've got.
I've just got
on here. You've got hexagons that go round and round and round, but that one's quite different. Quite like that.
So you'd make 3 up and sew those together, another 3 up,
right,
and then sew those together to complete your hexagon.
So how easy is it to match?
So so sewing them together. So obviously when you sew these together, these middle points here haven't got borders. So there's that 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I can do it on here actually. 1, 2, 3, 4 large triangles that don't need borders. So put them to a side. It says it in the instructions. Yeah. And connect your borders to the rest of them.
Okay.
Okay. So do that first.
Yeah. So this is why it's quite easy to transform this if you wanted to use this as a block for a quilt. You just
you wouldn't need that.
Don't bind that. That's all.
You don't need the border. Yeah.
Okay. So you make sure you don't bind those.
Yeah. So it's just the 4 in the middle. So then when you're joining them together, you've got seams that obviously need matching. So I would start with that seam there. So they basically need to sit directly on top of each other. And again, I put a pin in diagonally across the seam, just so it holds everything flat and nice. And then these seams, just make sure that they're sitting on top of each other as best you can. So obviously I'm leaving all the papers in until the end, really. Because there's not a lot of seams here, it shouldn't get too bulky. And then again, the border seam, just make sure it's.
And you've still got the paper in at this stage.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then match that point. So then you're going to sew with a 1/4 inch seam allowance down that whole length. So now I've put my 1/4 inch foot now because I haven't got the paper to guide me on this top bit. And hopefully.
Da, da, da. Da, da. Well, I guess because the bit that you want to match up has got paper.
Yeah, but
so
there you go.
Beautiful.
So all those points match up.
And that's the joy of FPP.
Yes.
Isn't it? Because
it matches up.
Trying to do that without.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot quicker. You could obviously strip all these and cut the diamonds out. But you'd need a triangle ruler, and then you've got, and because
you've got to match seams.
Yeah, and you've got a flat edge there that meets nicely against the edge of the diamonds. So then you would sew another one onto there. As I say, just be careful with your placement that you've got the one in the middle without the border.
Yeah.
So then you would connect those all up. So then, as I said, you then end up with an extra 12 triangles.
Oh, okay.
No, 12 triangles that you can, and enough of the extra of these that you can make up a complete one on the end. So you could add this onto the end if you did want a longer
so if you
runner.
wanted a longer runner, you could do.
Yeah. Or if you wanted, you don't have enough border, to be fair, you'd have to add a little bit more extra border.
This section.
Yeah.
But you would have enough if you wanted to. I mean, it's quite long anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
Should we try it on the desk? Because it doesn't have to go the full length of your table.
No, exactly. And if you wanted a runner, Christmas is the best time to have a runner.
Oh, it definitely, because it's like, and it's one of those lovely things, isn't it, that you bring out every year. Really like that.
So then what I've done is once I've pieced...
that way. That's what the full length of it looks like. Sometimes it doesn't, you can't see it as well when it's hanging up, can you?
Yeah.
But that's the full length of it. It's beautiful, isn't it?
So to quilt it, I've just backed it onto the wadding. So you're going to put the backing on after you've quilted it.
Okay.
Okay. So I've just quilted this one. So this one I've just echo stitched around each of the diamonds and these diamonds that are created by the two triangles. And then before you put the backing on, you're going to trim down your
we've got a message.
fake binding.
Loved seeing Louisa on today. She is fab. I signed up to her newsletters, which are brilliant. I would recommend it.
Oh, thank
From Collecting
you.
Merseyside. Oh,
Thank you.
Sign up to her newsletters. She's fab.
I've also got, I've got a subscription box that I do. So in lockdown, when we couldn't go anywhere or do anything, I started a subscription box. It comes out every other month. I was supposed to close it last night, but I forgot. So if anybody's interested, you get a project every other month. And this is one of the projects.
Okay.
So you've got all your fabric instructions and everything, and it's a mystery, so nobody knows what they're going to get.
Fantastic.
Sometimes I don't know what they're going to get.
Sometimes
It's a complete surprise. So there are some spaces available, but yeah, I forgot to close it last night. Right, so the binding. Now this one, the one on there, I've actually cut down to 1 1/4 inches. If you wanted to do proper small tiny binding, you can obviously trim it down to a narrower.
Oh, okay. So at this stage, this is when you can choose.
Yeah. So if that's, I've kept quite bold and bright, but you can, whatever you trim this down to, obviously include an extra 1/4 inch for your seam allowance. So if I trim this down, so I'll do this down to 1, and then we can see the difference. So you're just lining up the 1 inch line against that diagonal, and then if you can use the other diagonals as well on your ruler to match up so it's nice and straight.
So with this one, do you trim it all and then sew the 3 together?
No, I've quilted it first. So I've done exactly what I'm doing here.
Right.
So I've put it just the whole length without trimmed borders onto the wadding.
Right.
Quilted it. And then you trim it before you put the backing on.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So this one I'm going to trim down to 1 inch. So as I say, line up your horizontal, your vertical lines on your ruler and on your runner, and just trim that off. So this is going to create a slightly narrower binding, fake binding. So this is because I couldn't get my head around how to attach binding on inner edges.
I don't know how you, I'm with you on that. I don't know. This must be...
I'm sure there's a way.
There is a way to do that special, and you'd have to do it first, wouldn't you? I don't,
I have enough trouble with my mitered edges, so I'm not corners.
You could do, you'd have to sort of go up and then like sew it that way and then to come back again.
Yeah.
Like when you do mitered, you do it.
Yeah, just
there would be, but
a shallower
you'd probably
fold.
have to unpick it several times.
Until it was right.
Do you know what I mean?
Right, so just do a fake one.
Yes, I think I'm with you on that, because this is perfect, isn't it?
Right, so now what I'm going to do is sew on the backing. So we're going to, it's called bagging. I think some people call it bagging. So I didn't really need all of this backing, so I'm just going to pin that together.
So I'm presuming the kit they'll need to put their own backing fabric in.
Yeah, you need backing and
does it
wadding.
tell them how much they need?
Yeah, it should do.
Louise can't remember. She wrote these,
Yeah,
you know.
it does. I just can't remember how much.
So the code that's on screen at the moment is for the instructions only, no fabric. Now there's only 22 left, and there's 47 in baskets. Now my math says if all of you check out, there won't be some of you are going to be extremely disappointed. So if I was you, I'd check out. You need 51 by 23 inches of wadding and backing fabric.
There we go.
There you go. But other than that,
Which is annoying because it is just over 1/2 metre, isn't it, for the wadding?
Yeah, that is really annoying. But hey,
Sorry.
you could piece your wadding.
You could piece the wadding, yeah.
If you want to.
So I'm just going to roughly cut this out so I don't have all this. Right, so I'm just going to sew this. So I'm going to leave a gap at one edge for about 4 inches, and then I'm going to sew around with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. When you had the time, you can obviously attach your walking foot for this bit, but I'm going to risk it.
You can do that. I think we've got the walking foot.
I have got a walking foot here, and it's right in front of me.
Have you used this machine before?
No.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's lovely. Yes, it's a lovely machine.
Was it easy enough? It's quite nice
Yeah,
though.
it's got all the stitches that you could possibly need in the world and more. How many stitches have you used on your machine?
Yeah, not as many as it's got. But what I think I never realised when I first got a machine with all these stitches is that a lot of them are actually for utility stitches, for like stretch fabrics and overcasting.
Yeah.
They're not all people on bicycles.
No, they're brilliant. I mean, I'd really need to. You just need a year of just exploring your own machine,
of playing with it. I try and like use different ones. I used the blanket stitch on mine the other day because I didn't have one on my last machine, and that's really nice for because you can change on this machine. You can change the width and the length of it.
Yeah.
So you can have a really tight blanket stitch or a really big one. You can change it whether it has a 2-stitch length or a 1-stitch length. It's lovely.
Yeah, they are. And when I was talking about somebody I think said on Facebook, with the wavy line stitching, there is a wavy line on here that you can do as a quilting stitch. Yeah.
So there, it's already there.
So
because you can change the length of them as well. You can make it.
So you could just use that, and again, that's just with your walking foot, so you don't have to guide it at all.
Well, and this machine comes with a walking foot.
Yep.
Even better. And
Which is here.
Which is here.
I just can't be bothered to connect. I think I've lost the screwdriver actually.
No, I do like the walking foot because, I mean, like you say, it will go through, but you just get a more guaranteed finish.
Yeah, it is puckering a little bit, to be honest. I should have done it, but.
So if you want to buy the Elna Excellence 680 Plus, fantastic machine, £1,249. It comes with an extension table. It has all the feet, including the walking feet with it. It's a computerized sewing machine, so it does all the thinking for you. You don't have to decide tension. You don't have to set it. It even tells you what foot to use. If you'd rather spread the cost of that, if you're thinking, I don't really want to spend all of that in one go, we can split it over 5 equal payments of £249.80. That's interest free as well. So if you want to pay one payment now, it gets sent to you direct from the supplier. When I ordered mine, not this one, I've got the 720, it came in 3 days.
Wow, that's brilliant.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it?
It wasn't the tension that was askew earlier, it was the thing, the cap had fallen off the end of the...
I usually find with mine, when my tension
tension
goes, is because I haven't threaded up right, because I'm rushing. And which is silly, because there's pictures on it, and if you thread it up properly,
yes,
it's fine. And I was swearing it the other day because I'd decided to try free motion embroidery, and it wasn't working, and then I realised I'd missed one of the things, Blaming my machine.
So I have sewn all the way around the edge with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, leaving a gap here.
A little loop.
So now...
So if you're doing the whole of this, where would you leave the gap?
I left it here.
Okay, so just in one,
bottom.
not one of these.
No, I just left it at the bottom.
Okay.
So then you're going to trim off your backing fabric, excess. Oops.
So when you quilted this, because obviously you did that, you quilted before you do this.
So I just echo quilted the large diamonds. So just using your edge of the diamond as a guide against the edge of your foot.
Do you set the seam allowance or anything?
No, I just use the edge of the foot. They are a bit wonky, to be honest, because I
Okay.
did that in a hurry. But just use the edge of your walking foot as
Actually,
a guide.
you can see it better on yours, can't
Yeah,
you?
hang on.
Can you see the red lines on there?
Hang on. Oh, what's wrong with my... You can tell I've been using this to cut a lot of fabric.
You need a new blade.
I need a new blade. I need that heavenly 5 seconds of a new blade.
I know, it's ridiculous, isn't it? I battled through cutting a whole quilt instead of changing a blade. So can you just show them the quilting
Right, yeah.
lines?
So then you turn it the
Okay.
other way out. The right way out, rather. Oh, you will nip nip off the little excess fabric at your corners, just that tiny little bit, and that will just help you get a nice point when you point it out.
On all of them?
On all of them, which I can't bother to do at the moment, so I won't do.
You've got plenty of time. You've got another 20 minutes.
Okay,
rush.
I'll slow down.
Yeah, don't rush.
So point out and press, give it a good press. So here, for the quilting, I've just used the edges of the shapes as a guideline against the edge of my walking foot, and that just always makes, in theory, that they're quite even all the way round. So I've quilted inside each of the large diamonds, and then inside each of these diamonds that are created by the two triangles.
Right.
So I've done that on there. So you point out. Give that.
Oh, so I've just realised on your runner, you've done your fabrics in different orders as well, haven't you?
Yeah. Where do you mean?
Well, you've got grey here.
Yeah,
and
so
white
that's
there.
because you create. So when you cut your triangles, you get it in 2 different orders.
Oh, I see. So you've put the white ones there, the grey ones there, and then
And
the
that's why
extra grey.
I ended up with another grey.
I was thinking that you joined these in a different order, but no, those are the triangles that are the other way around. Got it.
Yeah,
Which is why you've got these a different way round.
Yeah.
Right. Clearly
So
not
that's how you get
concentrating. I was
from
just
your-
thinking, how, because I was looking at those as being white, but those are the opposite way ones.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so then you'll turn your edges in and just hand stitch that down, which we'll pretend I've done. And then just to make the binding, so as you can see, it's slightly thinner than that one. And it could be thinner again. I mean, that was an inch cut. So if I did it to 3/4, obviously that would be thinner again. So hand sew that down. And then I will attach the walking foot for this. Where's my screwdriver gone? So
they're really easy to attach as well, which is quite nice, isn't it?
yeah, definitely. So you just make sure that arm is above the bit that goes up and down. You'll see my machine hasn't got that arm, so this is a while since I've done this, and I can still do it. So if I can do it, oh yeah, that's right, isn't it?
Yeah, and I realised you didn't even need to take, because I used to take the whole screw out, but you can just
You don't
leave
need to
the
do that
screw
either. Brilliant. So yes, a very good machine. Right, so now I'm just going to stitch in the ditch. So I take this back down to a normal stitch, and probably increase it a bit because you are going to see it.
Right.
So increase it. So when I did the quilting, I think I put that up to about a 3, just to make it a bit more decorative.
Okay.
So I would do that again on here, and then I'm just going to stitch in the ditch on the edge of the binding or border, just so it gives it a bit more pronouncement. You could do that and stitch in the ditch, or you could top stitch it. So you could top stitch it. Actually, I'll top stitch this one so you can see the difference. So just 1/8 of an inch in either side of the binding or border. So I'm just gonna stitch inside of the border.
Oh, okay. So so you can stitch in the ditch or top stitch on top of the border.
And it's just, it just creates a different effects. Obviously you can start properly, leave your long ends, sew them in like a good girl, or you can just use the cheaty lock stitch. So you don't need to do that.
Yeah, I have to say I don't sew in ends.
No, the locking stitch is
reverse
amazing.
stitch.
Yeah, reverse stitch or locking stitch is just as well.
I know some people do, and they sew in every single end, but
I think if you're entering it into a...
Should I ever enter a quilt competition? Very, very highly unlikely. I will sew my ends in. But until that point.
Until that comes.
And I know you should. Well, only you should because it's neater.
It's neater, but I mean, I don't know. Sometimes, as I say, life's too short.
Well, I mean, and it is true, but especially with top stitching, it does leave a little bit of bulk where you lock stitch or reverse stitch. But
if you're doing like the quilting that I love, and you're starting and stopping off in the wadding, then you don't need to do that anyway. So
true.
Which is another reason why I like my edge-to-edge quilting. Right, this really is not even because I haven't pressed it. So you should press it before you do this.
Right.
Oops. So lock-in stitch just to do that, break your thread, and then that's kind of created another, I suppose it's like more of a stronger binding, as binding would be.
Yeah, no, that's nice actually.
And then if it's narrower again, then it would be like proper binding, a binding edge, bias binding.
Yeah, because it does, and particularly, and then you've got the stitch on that side, so it looks really neat.
Yeah.
Like if you'd done it as a proper binding. I like that.
So it's just a different.
So what would you use that for then? That's a table
you could
mat?
put a Christmas flower
yeah, actually, that would be quite nice
in the middle of a candle thing,
of a circular table.
Yeah, or you could put the Insel Bright wadding in, the
Thermalam.
Is it Thermalam?
Well, there's Insel Bright and there's Thermalam.
Yeah. You could put that in it, so it's heat proof. I mean, you don't have to join all these together. You could make four different.
That's true. Yeah. So there's enough in your kit to make 4.
Yeah.
But you will need a little bit of extra for just the plain fabric.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that can be plain fabric from your stash, can't it?
Yeah. So yeah.
Fantastic. So let's just run through the kits again. Right, the traditional one. So I'll hold him up. So because you it's hard to see when it's hung up. Well, not hard to see. Oh, there's your card. But you can see the size. So what is the length of that one? Should we measure it?
I can't remember.
That's fine. But
it should say on the kit.
Oh, I got a tape measure, so it's fine. So the finished length, if you do 3, depends on your table and whether you want an overlap. That's 48 inches long. So, you know, if you think about your table, you might want it to overlap on the end. Like that. It's quite nice.
Yeah.
So you could make it longer if you wanted to make it hang across the end, or just have it running across the centre of your table. Entirely up to you, but you have got enough to make 4. That's 48 inches if you make 3. So the traditional one, in the kit, you get full instructions with the picture. So you can decide well, you can see from here the order to put your fabrics in. And now inside, you've got everything you need to know. You've got all of the stages that Louisa's shown you. So don't forget to watch it back, because sometimes it's nice to read the instructions, but it's also really good to watch the videos back as well to see exactly how she's done it. So for me, this is really if you've not done FPP before, this will give you the confidence.
Yes.
It shows you the process, doesn't it?
The technique. Exactly.
How do I actually do this?
Terms.
And then if you then move on to other ones, you've got the back to front. Yeah. Really, really good. And also it's absolute perfect finish. So everything is in here, how you join it all together. But you will get a perfect finish. Then we've got the fabrics from the new Macau Christmas range. So we have white with the gold print on. It's lovely, isn't it? And I have it says you can wash them. Have you tried? I'm sure you can.
Oh yeah, Macau is amazing.
And the metallics come off. That's amazing, isn't it? Beautiful
lovely.
quality.
Beautiful
I love Macau fabrics. Now there are only 15 of this kit left, and there are 27 in baskets. So there are going to be 12 people who miss out if everyone checks out. So you get this gorgeous holly one with berries. And this is your Christmas table, and this is great. September, get it made.
Yeah, definitely. We can start as early as we want.
Yes.
If we're making for Christmas, there's never too early.
No, I know, because it's fine, isn't it? I've already started. But I think I would make it, and I'd have one hanging on over the edge.
Yeah.
I think it would look lovely, wouldn't it? Really sumptuous. Then you get this gorgeous one with poinsettias all over it, holly and mistletoe. I think that's, yeah, white berries, mistletoe. And it's all set on a really nice sort of dark green with gold spot background. And then I'll leave that one to the end. You've got then this small print. I like the scales of prints you've chosen as well.
Yeah, they're all quite small.
Well, you've got some, you know, this one that's the white, but then it looks really nice against this green. How'd you choose?
It was difficult.
It was difficult. Do you find that with your kits when you're choosing the fabrics?
Well, not really.
Or would you just go by, right, that's the one?
Yeah, I mean, these obviously are bigger shapes. I didn't want to put something like that in the smaller bit because you'd lose.
Oh, yes, I see what you mean. So you've chosen, so like for this one, we've got, like Louisa chose the larger.
For the larger shape.
The ones with more space between them.
Yeah.
Less dense, that was the word. Is there a word for less dense?
Less dense.
Less dense, okay. For the less dense print. So when, you know, and also if you buy the instructions only, we'll go through those in a minute. When you're choosing your fabrics, have a think about that, how you do it. Choose the fabrics with a denser print that you use for the background. And then for the larger diamonds, choose something a little bit more open. It will stand.
And they're nice for feature print. So if you do have a big feature print, like trees or something that you don't want to chop up too much, that's perfect for the bigger diamonds.
Yeah, because they're quite a nice size, aren't they? And then use something, it doesn't have to be dark, but just a more intense for the background. And then we've got this lovely red, this is mistletoe. And again, it's all got this gold metallic around the edge of it, so it really makes it's a really very special thing. You know, if you're going to somebody's house this Christmas, what a nice gift. After they've laid the table and you've arrived, you get it all off and open your present. But a nice gift. Well, you know, it's the sort of thing you could give to somebody before Christmas. So we're coming round, but I've given you this already. And then you get the green. Now, there's enough here to do the binding if you're doing 3. You'll need a little bit more if you're doing 4, but it's not much. And it's just a bit of plain, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's entirely up to you. And then the best bit, the fabric's the best bit. The most useful part is in here. Louisa has printed out all the FPP templates for you already so that you don't have to do it. How many did you get in here?
There's 16 sheets.
16 sheets. So this is amazing value for money. You get your 16 sheets of your FPP, so you don't have to do that at all. You get all of the fabrics. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different prints of fabric, and you get the full instructions. Fantastic. So that's the traditional. So please do check out on that because we've got more of you want it than we've actually got in stock. The which? Oh, the instructions on their own have sold out. Can't reach that one. So the only way to get it is to get the whole kit. So this is the Scandi one. You can see again exactly the same as the traditional one in that you get enough fabric to make 3 hexagons. 4 hexagons. You'll need a little bit of extra. But so you can make a longer table runner, or like Louisa was saying, you can use them for individual table mats. They're really nice for the centre of the table. You could use one for each serving bowl. Look lovely on an occasional table. You could put a nice poinsettia in the centre of it.
And as you say, it's like you could decide to put the grey in the middle. So you would have grey. So I put the red in the middle, which echoes the binding. But if you wanted it different, you could have the grey in the middle, although then you would have the red next to the red.
Yeah, because you have to remember that will happen.
It will be alternate.
But you could choose to do the grey in the middle. Yeah. But also, you see, once you've got your kit, you've got the instructions.
Yeah.
I mean, if they need more FPP templates,
they can contact me or photocopy one copy before you chop it up.
So if I was you, if you're thinking you might do it again, I would photocopy one of these before you cut it up, and
one
then
you've
you've got that.
2. Yeah, one of each.
And then you can keep photocopying them. Yes. Oh yes, sorry, you'll need one of each. There's template A and template B. So make sure you photocopy one of each of those. Keep those to one side. Then if you make it again, you've got it. And if you haven't, if you've forgotten, then you'll have to message.
And then you can use, if you got it, the cheaper the copy of paper, the better.
Okay.
So the thinner the paper,
so like
the better.
Supermarket.
Yeah, just
really thin.
75, 70 GSM.
We have got the proper foundation paper.
Unless you've got the proper paper
somewhere. I saw it earlier. Have we got that, Kat? The Carol Carol.
Oh, yes. Carol Doak. Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
We have got there it is. Oh, hang on. Oh, Kat's found it. Now, I've got some of this. It's brilliant. Have you used this?
No, I haven't.
Have you not? This is brilliant. So this is really, really good. This is the proper foundation paper, as in it's very thin, but it doesn't absorb ink and it's not shiny. It's a nice matte. It works beautifully. So it actually tears away really easily. So if you're going to make these again, you could scan one of these in and then print it out onto this, but it is fab.
Yeah, I was just going to show you actually how to take the paper out because I realised I hadn't done that.
Oh, well, yes. But if you do foundation paper pieces, show us how to do that.
So that's, so because you've perforated the paper quite a lot with your smaller stitch length, it should just tear away. So I start off just by tearing those seams. If you fold the seam back and forward a few times just to loosen it, and then just tear the paper away from the stitches. So again, nails help. And then again, you just fold it backwards and forwards a couple of times and just tear it away. I mean, this is cheap photocopy paper.
But it needs to be
but
as
it
good,
needs to be
isn't it?
thin, yeah. So yeah, so you can just use that.
So this is the lady, Carol Doak,
who taught you on
YouTube.
It clicked, yes.
Okay.
She's brilliant.
I have used her paper quite a lot.
Yeah, so that, that's...
But you need thin paper.
Yeah.
So you
take the papers
away.
out after you've completed the panel. Before you quilting it, obviously, take the papers.
And actually, you haven't got any papers inside seams, have you?
No,
which is
there's
quite
just
nice.
a couple just there.
Because that's...
but you can just tear those away. Yeah, it's not like the 6 seams meeting each other.
And that's really difficult, isn't it?
And then you get the tweezers out.
Yeah, okay. So just tear it away. So in this pack, remember, do scan or photocopy your pictures, because it's a shame, because once you've made one of these table runners, when you've got the kit, you're going to want to make another one. So this kit is the Scandi one. Oh, there's the foundation paper that's still on the thing. That's $14.99. You get 100 sheets, and if you like foundation paper piecing, honestly, you will love that. And you can put it through your printer. I use it all the time. Scan something, stick it through the printer, and
oh, we'll have to look at that.
have a go. Or, I mean, obviously, cheap for photocopy paper, it's fine. But this is better.
Yeah.
It does tear off better. So in this kit, obviously, you get your full instructions. You get all of the templates you need, and then you get the fabrics from this season's.
Yeah, Scandi.
They're at Scandi range. I love these. This nice because you've got the grey stars, which is what you've used in the border pieces. And then you get, I'm going to go inwards, then you get the red star, do it in order.
Which is the one in the middle.
And this has got like white stars, dark red stars and metallic gold stars in it.
So I think this is the first year they've mixed gold and silver metallics in the same range.
Yes, so this one has got, do you know, I was going to say this is one doesn't have metallic, but that one has got.
Yeah, it's got silver.
Silver. That's lovely as a fabric on its own, isn't it?
Yeah.
They always do a Scandi range,
They do.
but it's always really nice, isn't it? How many were in this range? Did you have a few? And you
14,
had to choose them.
I've got the range actually.
Oh, okay, and you had to choose. But this one is lovely because you've got like an ivory background on this one, and with light red, dark red, and gold stars. And I think it's nice that you've chosen fabrics all from the same range because they go together. Exactly. Because shades of there are thousands of shades of reds, aren't there?
That's the thing about Macawas. Macawa's collections, the actual collection goes together, obviously, but then they also match them with their linen textures or their solids. Right. So those are 2 solids for them. But the linen textures, obviously, I adore. But they are always one that goes with a collection, or 4 or 5.
Oh,
that goes
okay.
with a
So it
collection.
all blends
so
nicely.
It all goes together.
And then you've got this gorgeous snowflake. You can really see this shimmer. Let me give that a little. You can really see the shimmer on that one, can't you? Lovely. Keep your little offcuts of that as well.
Yes.
For little gift tags and things. And then the same print, but in red. And that one's got gold metallic. Yeah, no, I haven't. You're right. I haven't seen a range before where they've mixed the metallics together.
Yeah, it's nice.
And then we've got plain red, and that's used for the border. So that's $34.99. So please do check out on those. All of the patterns on their own have gone, sold out, and we have got more people with this in stock than we've got. Thanks so much, Louisa. It was
You're
fab seeing you and working with you today.
you.
When are you back in?
I don't know yet.
Oh, Oh, okay.
I've got a couple of shows and a couple of workshops and a subscription box and a holiday.
And a holiday. Well, I hope I see you soon, but thanks, it's been brilliant.
Oh,
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Coming up tomorrow, John Scott will be in the house. I think he's back from Belfast. He'll be in. Hopefully he's back from Belfast. Doesn't miss his flight like other people in the office. Just saying.
Oh.
Not John. It was the others. Tomorrow, 8 o'clock, it's Fabulous Fabrics. At 9 o'clock, we have got Anna Sanders in, the brand new Alice Caroline Midwinter Quilt. Oh, I bet that's going to be nice. I love her, the Liberty Fabrics. 10 o'clock, it's Sewing Room Tools. And 11 o'clock, Anna's back in with the Alice Caroline Christmas Robins. And 12 o'clock, it's the Kay Facet interview. That'll be the one I did. And more Kay Facet kits. I'm just looking at our trolleys to see what's in. Yeah, we've got the Kay Facet kits. Thank you for joining me today. It's been great. I've learned loads about sewing furniture. Loads from Louisa, as always, and really nice to see the Jill Repp thing as well. I will see you back here, I think, next week or the week after next. Have a great weekend and happy sewing.